दूसरे लोग मार देते।
Whoa, are you still playing this thing?
Oh my god. Man, time today is just like just disappearing. Every time I like sit down to do something and it's just like, oh look, it's 10 minutes later. I didn't even realize that was the third song. I usually play 3 songs, unless they're longer. I try to go about 10 minutes of music. I did a poll. Hold on. I did a poll and I asked people, I said, do you prefer if I play music or would you rather if I just started? And I gave them options like, oh, do you want 5 minutes music, 10 minutes music, 15 minutes music, whatever, or no music? And it was like overwhelmingly in favor of about 10 minutes of music. So I try to do about 10 minutes of music, which is what I've always tried to do. 10 minutes of music. That's pretty much what I've done since I started doing intro music, which is pretty much my whole stream life. So, you know, but yeah, so that's usually 3 songs because they're 3 to 4 minutes apiece. I must have smudged my glasses or something as I was getting ready because they were fine beforehand. Full stream of music? I mean, technically, we do have a full stream of music usually, unless we get Xenosaga in here. Ayo! I just realized now the color of this shirt makes it look like I'm topless, but I'm not. It's the Yoshitaka Amano Moogle shirt from the Uniqlo. And yeah, I mean, it's more than just coming into a jam session. It lets people settle in and just kind of get used to, you know, the stream being live, grab a cup of coffee, and of course, it also gives you 10 minutes before I actually start the game. So if you don't want to miss the start of it to get, you know, keep up appraised with the story, now you have time. I mean, I'm looking at the preview screen, which is basically what y'all see, but it's fine. I mean, I'm not really worried about it anyway. Sardines! Yeah, sardines. 24 hours of music. There are music channels out there, but honestly, it's Twitch TOS adjacent. You're technically not supposed to have half an hour where the streamer you can't have more than half an hour of time where the streamer is not active on the stream. Technically, that's part of the TOS unless it was taken out. Well, Cindy thought I wasn't wearing a shirt. I just came in to show my sweet muscles. And I'm gonna peace out. Alright. I need to put this distraction away. Okay. Alright. Throw us a nip. do the nip heart thing. It's warm in here. It's because I'm making it so hot. Playing Aztec, thank you for the 301 bits earlier as well. Just saw that. And Aldog with 51 months. Like Asher, 71 months. Holy heck. I just saw those all. Thank you very much. Love that early stream support. Heck, I love all the support, honestly. I mean, the early stream support just shows that you're excited to be here and you want to be generous and hype everything up. And it's just cool, you know? The more people that are at the start of the stream, the more people that are talking throughout the day, the more support, all of that obviously helps. Like every bit of interaction and everything helps, so I always appreciate it. But the early stream support just kind of feels like it's like this excitement, this budding electricity, you know, to get it going, let's go kind of thing, you know, and I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. So today we're definitely finishing this game. Like, I'm positive that all we have left is basically the final dungeon. There might be a little bit of fluff here and there, but it's gonna be a 4-hour. Thank you for the 123 bits, Tiger. I'm positive that we're gonna finish it today. So my guess is 4-hour final dungeon, maybe an hour or two of blah blah whatever, and then you know, a review. So it'll cover most of the day, but I do think it'll be mostly a half day. What's up, Titus? I mean, the final dungeon in Sky 2 was like 6 hours long. It was ridiculous. So, yeah, who can say? A final dungeon should be maybe 1 or 2 hours at max, you know? I understand that a final dungeon needs to be longer, but goddamn. Anyway, there's a really strong chance that we finish this today, so. Really? I got a dash cam for my car as well, and it was really easy to install, because all I had to do was just like route the cable around the window and then plug it in. That's all. I guess it really depends if it's like a dash cam or if it's like a one that's got the sticky on the window kind of thing. But I do think dash cams are really important. I think it's a good idea to get one. Usually they can just run off the little charger in your car, so it's not a big deal. They're pretty cheap and they're pretty easy to set up. You just the most expensive part about it is getting a chip. But the camera I have, what it does is it every time like it fills up, it just deletes the oldest video, and so it just automatically recycles old stuff. So as long as you get into an accident and you take the chip out, you're good to go.
For real?
Yeah, for real. Thank you, Played Ask, for the 144 bits.
Cool.
And the 123 bits. Honestly, a dash cam is mostly there just to protect you from idiot drivers or people that would seek to lie and harm you. You know, that kind of thing. All right. So we did the 4 little side places. We got our full party back. And now we just have to kind of do stuff. There are these armors. They're like slightly better. I don't have a lot of Mira. I don't think they're worth it. Let me check crafting. Oh, okay. Okay, so let's do action 3. Hit 3. EP cut 3. I can't do EP 3 though, unfortunately. Oh, I can also take my stuff from Wacky. It'd be Wazzy, because he's whack. Oh. How am I supposed to change my characters now? Maybe Abbas. I mean Morpheus will still let me do it. Hey Morpheus. There we go. I don't think I need another action gem, so I think I'm good there. Okay, so... I wanted... Is there a water gem that gives me more than that? I could get rid of, no, if I got rid of Mirage, it would just be right, but I would need to get rid of Cast or Onyx. No, I couldn't do that. Maybe Cast, but then I'd get rid of Cast, and like, that's not gonna happen. I needed like 3 more Mirage somehow. The only way I could really get that is by changing my master thingy here. I could go for this one. But the blue would just be a waste. And then I wouldn't have the heal. Is there a... Maybe the other third one might, I don't know. Oh well. It's fine. I guess I suppose I could get rid of like... No, all these work with her. It doesn't matter if there's some waste. She has the spells that she has and she's good with that. It's fine. So, cast 2, EP cut 3 should be here. Mine 3. She already has the Heaven's Eye. Oh, I didn't need to change the party while we're in the thing here. Okay, that's helpful. Yes, okay, there we go. Action 3, right there, boom. That's, I know it's only 6 speed, but like, speed is so huge in these games. I learned early on in the first game, no, it was Trails in the Sky 2nd chapter, that like, if you do not get as much speed as you can get, you will just get lapped. Even though I go from like 70 to 80 speed, it's like every little speed counts. It's unfortunate too because the game makes it to where like if you maximize your speed, you will be equal with opponents, you know? So you can never really just like there's not enough stuff that increases your speed that just lets you go like all out on it to get some really good turn orders, you know? Okay, so there's that, The threes and the cast 2 are as good as they're gonna get. So any 3 or cast 2 is as best you can get. So at this point, the only thing that I could really do to improve it is getting rid of something like Spirit Breaker and putting on like a Mercury Bell or something along those lines to really ramp up the amount of blue he has, but I have enough blue that I don't care about it, and I'd rather have that passive on his attack because lowering magic defense by 25%. Just because like I don't have anything else to do, I just do regular attack, proc the defense loss. Hey, cool about that. So as far as the Dragon Vision, I would like to put that somewhere, but I think I need them in my party. I would need to upgrade that slot. Actually, I could do Dragon Vision here. And then Swordbreaker there. Yeah, that works. If I need to use Randy. Oh my god. You don't even have a thingy. What was your thingy? I want to say it was the cannon, wasn't it? Yeah, just take that. If I'm going to use another one, it's going to be the one that increases my healing anyway, so I might as well. You, on the other hand, I feel like you should get away from the earth and get some evasion. And some... Still only gives her 8 wind. The problem is that her slot is only level 2. I suppose I could just do that. That'll give her the healing. Oh, no water. Yes. Never mind then. I don't think I'm going to be able to get a heal on her, which is fine. That will at least give her regular breath. Fat streaking, no worries, Zenith. And if it does level up, then I can get the wind. Oh, no, I can just do intimidation here. Wait, here. Oh, I needed a second level slot. Okay. She's not gonna level that up. That's fine. I think it's best to put that on there. Simply because if he's gonna cast a spell, it's gonna be red, right? You know? And the other thing doesn't really matter. If I need to rely on RNG to get Impede off, I'm already dead. You know? So... But I would like... Oh, that reminds me. Yeah, I could put something there too. You know what these are missing? On the icon, on the information on the bottom left, it should tell you if it's 1 or 2 tier slot, you know? But yeah, I could get rid of Spirit Breaker for another gem, or a bell rather, because I think those bells are extremely important. The Uranus bell is the only one I'm really interested in, and I think the only one that I could really use the bell is this. But she's not really going to use space arts a lot. I mean, I suppose I could do like... I could get rid of this for the Uranus bell. EP3. Then she'd have Golden Halo instead of the other one. But she really prioritizes Mirage. I feel like I'm doing her a disservice by going that way, you know? Hold on a second. I could get rid of the Speed Breaker, which I don't really need for the Uranus bell. And then I get Last Disaster. Perfect. All right. There we go. Now she can give the double space cast. She can get double time cast. He can get nothing. She can get double wind cast for healing. Well, it's more like infinite. It's not really infinite. It's whenever you cast a spell of that element, your turn immediately comes up. So instead of having to cast and then wait for your turn, it's basically, along with cast 2, makes casting actually feasible. So if I had the stuff to upgrade his slot, I'd probably give him one of the bells as well. Oh, but I can do that. Oh, I have a breaker already on. Right. The only other bell is... I think the Mercury bell's not equipped by anybody. I don't have the Mirage bell, whatever that is, and I don't have the Time bell, whatever that is. Or else I would use them, particularly on Rixia. Okay, I think we're about as good as we're gonna get. Beware that choosing to rest in the nap room will cause the day to end. All events will expire. Story will then proceed. I guess we'll talk to everybody. Hey Fez, thank you for 92 months. Thank you. There's nothing really here other than, let's do this together. We can be friends and stuff and do the thing, and we will fight together as a team. Kohai, thank you for 37 months, and Fez, thank you for 92 months. The back-to-back sub love. Thank you. Hope you're all having a good one. Hope you're enjoying our Legend of Heroes journey.
ロスベル警備隊所属独立解放部隊および新労部隊オープンコンバット
Yes, Mom!
That's a thick streak, Sylvia. I love the tactics here. The tactics are run in and then shoot the backs of your friends. like, you do not run out into the field with firearms. You use cover. Period.
迎撃を開始する。相手は白衛戦の達人どもだ。
I'm surprised I never wore this shirt on screen before. I thought I had.
Yeah!
It might have been when I was still wearing sweaters. It's too hot to wear those sweaters, though. I do like the comfort of a sweater, like a hoodie, but it's just too hot. They're just standing there while they're getting shot at and having a casual conversation. I hate this shit. Why? Why? In the year of our Lord 2012, are we still doing this shit? What the fuck is wrong with you? Hello? Come on. It was dumb 10, 20 years before this game came out, and it's dumb now. Why? Why? They are bullets, and they're a hail of them, and you're just standing out there in the open. You are going to become Swiss cheese. The only one that'll actually land a shot is the sniper. Oh, they run into it. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Fucking brilliant. It's just a meme expression, no name. I guess so, but even stormtroopers hit sometime. Also, everybody was using cover in Star Wars for the most part. I mean, it's poorly choreographed, but, you know. I will say, like, aiming a gun is hard to do, okay? The people think it's just point and shoot, but, like, the tiniest little deviation off of your aim, especially the longer distance, and it just goes way off, right? Like, it's very difficult to aim a firearm and hit your target, okay? But if you have a machine gun and you're just going, woo, and then you have 20 other dudes behind you doing the same thing and you're out in the open, y'all are Swiss cheese. Like, plain and simple, you know? Like in Star Wars, especially like in the beginning where they kind of really laid on thick about the whole stormtroopers missing and everything, at least they were kind of hiding behind little bits of the wall and stuff. There was smoke. Oh, it's Ren. She finally made an appearance in this game. She is no longer in the barrel. Wait, it looks like I thought that was the defensive one. Oh, hey.
その程度の戦力で介入できる勝負じゃない。
Interesting that they're here without any prompt.
レン、無茶しないで。
All right, Estelle, smack that giant mecha with your stick. I'm sure you'll totally win.
パテルマテルも強化されたけど、それでもパワーはあちらが上だ。翻弄しつつ勝機を見出すしかない。
分かってる。これ以上あの人たちが暮らす地を勝手にはさせない。行きましょう。エステル、ヨシュア、パテルマテル。
It is the drill one. Okay. Tink, 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 tink. Yeah, you really showed them. I like that they're at least trying with some of the cutscenes, you know? There's some movement.
全然頭のシンクが言ってた助っ人ってのはエステルちゃんたちだったのかよ。
ああ、本人たち立っての。
And it also takes one of the mechs out of our hair, so I'll accept that.
それよりチャンスだね。
うん。高額明細を解除しつつ南口に降下する。船底のハッチから降りるがいい。
わかった。
I know, but it's like trying to chop down a tree with a spoon, you know?
エイドスの加護。
皆さん、どうか気をつけて。私は上空から取材をさせてもらうわ。ま、こっちも動力ネットからバックアップはしてやるぜ。
I get that they're, like, you know, beyond human capabilities of power and everything, and that's fine. It's just silly. Like, if it was at the point of the time in Sky where Joshua was kind of the enemy a little bit, Joshua would have just dashed in and the thing would have been chopped in half. But when Joshua's the good guy, he's just like tinking off of it a little bit, tink, 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 you know, like jumping around it and whatever. It's just how these games are written, and it just kind of... Interesting that you would open fire on the church. Very interesting that you would do that without even considering who that might be. Whoa, this is an interesting haze over everything.
なんとか課長たちと連絡を取りたいけど。
I was gonna say that the city itself is probably gonna be the intro to the dungeon.
なんだ。この青白いもやは。
まるで総員や塔で出ていたような人通りも全然ありませんね。
まあ、街の外で戦闘が起こっているから。
ティオちゃん。
なんだ。どうした。
中央広場から共鳴音が聞こえます。あの大金です。
何？
行ってみましょう。
Let's see. We think Shirley's gonna be the bell boss? Not the ogre. I think Shirley is like the weakest of all of the bosses that will end up fighting through here, much like Sky 2.
これは
クロスベルシを包んでいた結界と同じような、多分同質のものです。そして金の共鳴がこのもやを発生しているのかと。
おいおい、何のために。
これは気をつけて。周囲から来ま。
しかも。
星見の塔にいた。同じ魔導のゴーレムですが、はるかに危険そうです。
We're just making the assumption that they're significantly more dangerous because they're blue.
ああ、撃破。
Hey, I appreciate that, Espers. Way to go. Now go for the hundo.
さあ、 しょうか。
Oh,
はい。
okay.
覚悟。はっ。
俺の番だった。任せてやってや。みんな大丈夫か。どうしてあんなのが街中に。
まさか。
Those things were significantly easier than all of the Scarlet dipshit enemies that we've been fighting.
そんな。
Ah, don't worry. I'm just teasing anyway, Asbers. You do what you gotta do.
でも
People watch, they watch. People can't watch, they can't
そ
watch.
れが一番ありそうだね。どうやらこの金も関係していそうだけど。
また来ます。
しまった。
やばいな。
なんとか突破しない。課長、ダドリーさんも。
やっと来たか。話は後だ。こちらについてこい。
はい。
合点承知だ。
Lloyd and the others proceeded to follow a convoluted route through the Misty City. Eventually, they entered the D sector of the geofront from the downtown district. Same day, 9:30 a.m. We're in the D sector.
ああ、ティオ君が無事でいてくれたなんて。しかもヨナ君も無事解放されたんだって。もうこれで思い残すことはないよ。
主任、感激しすぎです。でもご無事で何よりでした。
はあ、ティオ君が僕1日100回以上エイドス。
さすがにうざすぎです。
それにしてもよくこんなに集まりましたね。
やっぱり大統領への反感が高まってるってことか。
ま、当然だろう。昨日だっていきなり全市内に戒厳令と外出禁止令が出されてな。
その後、青白いもやが立ち込めたと思ったら、もはや断じて見過ごせる状況ではない。
さすがに逮捕令状は取れませんが、現行犯逮捕という形で大統領一派を抑えるしかないでしょう。
そうですね。
市民の安全はどうですか。今のところ戒厳令と外出禁止令に街の外で戦闘が起きているのも影響しているのではないかと。
でもいきなりだったから備えのない市民も多いみたいでね。市民会館やホテルなんかに避難している人もいるみたいだし、かなり困ってるんじゃないかな。
なるほどな。
一刻の猶予もありませんね。
しかし大統領一派を抑えるとなるとオルキスタワーを攻略する必要があるってわけだね。
ああ、すでに大まかな段取りはできている。市内に残った遊撃士たちと連携もできそうだしな。あとはお前らが来るのを今か今かと待ってたってわけだ。
課長、待っててくれて。それで具体的な段取りは
現在タワー前には先ほどの魔導兵の大軍が守りを固めているようだ。それを
Just use a big AoE attack, it's
ここ
fine.
にいる全員と遊撃士たちで強襲する。
その隙に突入チームが車両でオルキスタワーに突入。
I always find it really funny that, like, they always have multiple people explain the plan because they're desperate to be able to include everybody in the story to make them still relevant. And they just don't know how to, like, write the character to be relevant. So they have all these characters, but they just write out the plan and then they just shift who's saying it, which makes no sense because that would feel very disjointed. Like, one person being responsible for, you know, certain information, like, okay, here's the plan, but then, oh, you know, we need to worry about the communication aspect. Oh, talk to our communications officer. They'll give you the lowdown, that kind of thing. What about our loadouts? You know, what kind of firearms we're using? All right, talk to the weapons specialist. He'll give you the lowdown. Instead, it's like everybody offers 2 or 3 sentences of the same plan, and it makes no sense. It's disjointed, and it would be awkward for everybody listening. I think the reason that they do it is because the first thing that I said, but also because there's no movement in 99% of these cutscenes in the game. They are trying to get the player to like wake up, because the same person just spouting off shit for hours at an end would probably put them to sleep. So you change up the voice, then it kind of, oh, I'm awake, you know.
かなり強引な段取りだが、賞賛はあるのかよ。
It's kind of the same premise as to what made Final Fantasy VII so popular and well received, which is the mini games. Those mini games kind of like wake you up from the monotony of dungeon battle, dungeon battle, dungeon battle,
どうやら国防軍のほとんどは
which is your typical retro RPG gameplay loop.
おそらくタワー内にいるのはアリオスをはじめ
ジオフロントからのルートは相変わらず封鎖されとるからな。この辺りが現状で取れる最善の策といったところだろう。
なるほど。
そうなると
その突入チームというのはもう決まってるんですか？
いや、これからだが、お前たちまさか。
ええ、できれば突入チームはタワーにいるキーヤをこの手で取り戻すためにも。
ああ、そいつばかりは他の連中には譲れねえな。
タワー内のセキュリティなら
Isn't it funny that like
役立ちます。
the head-on assault is never the main party until that's what the developers want you to do? Then suddenly it's the best idea in the world for the main characters to assault head-on.
私もベルやおじさまを直接問い詰めたいと思います。
一度国防軍として彼らに加担した身ですけれど、だからこそ放っておけません。
まあこのメンツだったら修羅場もくぐり抜けてるしね。チームワークのことを考えるとうってつけなんじゃないかな。
きっとお役に立ってみせます。
お前たち
やれやれ、あのひよっこどもがすっかり一丁前の顔になったもんだ。
課長、
ま、いいだろう。突入チームはお前らに任せる。だが全ての段取りが整ってるわけじゃなくてな。もう少し待ってもらうぞ。
というと、
オルキスタワーへのハッキングを進めている最中なんだ。あと1時間ちょいでアクセスが可能になるはずさ。
本当ですか
Honto desu ka?
突入チームへのバックアップもし
It is indeed Honto.
通信妨害も解除できるだろう。
Ah, heck! 106 months! Damn, you're the best kobold in the world.
それとギルドや各方面にも改めて連絡を入れる必要がある。
Might be the only one, but that's okay.
とにかく
Did you know in D&D, kobolds, even though they're considered probably the weakest creature in all of D&D because they only have 1/4 hit die, which means they roll a d10 and get 1/4 of that as HP. But they actually are, they're like, their ancestors are dragons. So the little dragon goblins, basically. Lord and the others worked with Chief Sergei to put the final touches on the plan. Then they decided to return to the building and retrieve the orbital car for operation.
それじゃダドリーさんも突入チームに。
And then we just got the car without any problem, and then got back no problem. Okay.
通商会議の警備で
That's totally
構造
fine.
にも通じているからな。市街地を行くなら
It's suggested that their bloodlines are extremely thin, so they only exhibit, you know, some physical features.
それに大統領の逮捕ともなれば支援課だけに任せてはおけん。
やれやれ、またかよ。
もはやお約束ですね。でも
I'm a big fan of dragons in general. Just I like dragons. I got a dragon tattoo, so
突入に使用する
that's an interesting little
動力者ですけど、
tidbit about goblins that I like, or not goblins, but kobolds. So it just kind of sticks with me.
本当に支援課の車両を
ああ、現時点で一番馬力と
That's why originally I was Aura in FF14. but I changed from that. I didn't like the aura hairstyle options, you know? I just have the one tattoo. I thought about getting others, but just I don't have a desire that strong to get another tattoo.
まあ支援課に残っているなら利用しない手はないよね。
ですがこの数で市街地を動くとさすがに目立ちそうですね。
ならば同行するメンバーを絞り込むがいい。それ以外のものはここで待機していればいいだろう。
了解しました。
ドドリ。Oh, okay. The plan is to get the car. We didn't just get the car. That would have been annoying if it just like, yeah, the city, being on the city is extremely dangerous and we just went and got the car really quick. That would be stupid. Oh, nice. I think if I were to get another tattoo, it'd be like something Metroid or Samus related. The thing is, like, I would love to get a Final Fantasy tattoo, but like, I love all the Final Fantasies. They're all fantastic games, all of them. All the main one anyway, and so I couldn't just pick one or one character and just be like, yep, this is what represents me the most, you know? So wow, they even place treasure chests randomly throughout the town. To give that true, this is a dungeon feel. So I get multiples? I'm not too keen on being completely tatted up though. Like, nothing against being tatted up, I personally don't want to be all tatted up. I like that my tattoo is simple and discreet. And I'm fine with that, you know? Well, I wouldn't say if it's necessarily discreet, but like, yeah, you get the point I'm making. Hmm. Am I supposed to go down there? Maybe it's a screen transition thing. Fat XP. There we go. There's Wing 4. Oh no, that's not Wing 4. That I was hoping for Pixie 5 actually. But that should be like what 100%, 75% chance of ailment reduction or resistance rather. Ugh. Oh, because level 5 will be, yeah. It's not the max level. I thought it was going from 4 to 5. All right. This is probably the final dungeon and we've just got level 4 on that thing. It's silly. But the XP is really solid, so this will probably get us to 95 just from this zone by itself. I show my love for Final Fantasy in other ways, though. I mean, you know, looking behind me, you can see all sorts of Final Fantasy stuff. That's fine. I don't need to wear it, you know? I mean, I love tattoos. I think they're awesome. I just mean, like, I don't necessarily need a tattoo in order to feel like I can express something that I love. I'm also really not a big fan of, like, wearing too many shirts that directly advertise the thing that I like, if that makes sense. Like, I would never wear a Simpsons t-shirt, right? Even though the Simpsons are awesome, you know, they're fine, right? but I would wear something that's like, I'm wearing a shirt that's a Moogle. It just looks like a cute creature to somebody else, but those that know. And that's kind of thing I like, where it's like, it works with anybody, but also says something about what I like. That's kind of where I like it to be. All right. How would I? Trying to figure out how I would get those treasures on East Street, because there were those 2 treasures and a thing down there. They weren't there before. When this was not a dungeon, they weren't there. So like I could have explored at that point to take a look around. Well, I think I think of is somewhere in here. There's like an opening now. Da-da-da-da. What about this then? Oh, hello. Mute. Why do Puck and Roos hate Zag Hui's lecture? Because they're long and load. You know, it's possible these were here all along and I just didn't know. Because I don't think I had treasure checking until recently. Chocobo or Moogle is definitely an option for sure. Absolutely. Like something that's representative of the whole franchise, you know? Yeah, for sure. It just resisted the invis. That's interesting. But yeah, getting mute instead of mute 2, haha, pretty much tells me that that was obtainable before and I just missed it.
徳の支援か。
帰ってきたわね。
行ってきます。よし、それじゃあ鍋を始めよう。
Oh yeah, the hot pot moment was like super big. Totally, definitely, not really. Let's see. Let's think about this. First off, Chocobo is not in Final Fantasy 1, so there's that. But it was in Chocobo in FF2. 3, has them, but they're like completely worthless. They never use them. 4, they're kind of meh as well. 5, they're definitely not really used because it's only just Boko, and that's it. 6, they're very useful. 7, they're mostly for the races. 8, it's for the mini game, and otherwise they're useless. 9, they're actually useful, and the mini game is useful. 10, they're useful. 12, they're useful. 13, it's more of a side thing. 15, they're very useful. And 16 is very useful. So yeah, they are in all Chocobos are in every Final Fantasy except for 1. MMOs I skip because obviously MMOs have everything. You don't need to talk about the MMOs and whether or not it has a thing because they have them all of them. But Final Fantasy 11 and 14 are basically Final Fantasy Disneyland. They're just big Final Fantasy references with their own little stories. I think it's because it was one of Kia's demands.
機嫌を損ねたくないのかもしれない。
なるほどね。
なんか露骨ですが、変わってないのは嬉しいです。
That might be why the Crimson dipshits didn't attack the special support squad building when they invaded. What's up, Jay?
コップ。さ
あ、無事でいてくれたのね。お疲れ様。少し留守にしていただけです。またきっと戻ってきます。
なんて言ってるんだ。
どうやらあれからずっとここで暮らしていたみたいで。
Hey, Paul hasn't been fed.
私たち同居人のことも一応気にか
Okay, Tio, it's one thing that you were secretly able to talk to the doggo, but this is. Come on. Oddly faithful. Cats are insanely faithful. They are. Oh my god. Cats are insanely faithful. In fact, they're famously like attached to people. What the fuck is wrong with you? How dumb are you? Shut your fucking face, Ellie. I'm gonna fucking rip your stupid everything off. You dumbass. No, I'm not that mad. Anyway, where am I? No, cats are incredibly faithful. The thing is that dogs are free. Dogs are freebies. You don't have to care about a dog. You can just be like, good doggy, and it'll be like, I love you forever, right? A cat and any other animal, including a human, you need to work at gaining their trust and their love, because dogs have this thing where like they automatically love everything no matter what, which is why they're very popular pets, because they're so easy. A dog's affection and love is literally free. This isn't like hyperbole. It's literally fact based on how like how dogs operate and their like typical personalities and stuff or whatever. Anyway, point is that cats get a bad rep because they're the most popular pet next to dogs, and cats you actually have to try to get the affection of. But like no other animal gets this attention or this like what's the word I'm looking for? This like negativity towards it. Because every other animal or pet, you would just make the assumption that of course you need to try and get it to love because it's not normally a home pet. So if it's not a pet type animal, then, you know, it must be wild or something. And so you have to try super hard to get it. But cats are basically entirely domesticated, and dogs and cats being like basically the fully domesticated animals, they're the ones that are under the scrutiny of whether or not they're good pets. But dogs are the outliers, not cats. Dogs are the ones that have this whole system in their like brains or composition or whatever the fuck, their personalities as a whole, like all dogs, that getting their affection is so free. And because cats are also the one of the most popular pets, they fall under scrutiny that is undeserved. It's dogs that are the outliers. Everything else you have to work for to get their attention and love. Saying cats are not faithful is an insane level of ignorance. And these people are supposed to be smart. Get the fucking head out of your ass.
せっかくですからキャットフードの用意をしておきましょうか。
Funny enough, I mean, as much as you might make jokes about that, cats actually think that they are human, and so they try to mimic you. That's what meowing is. In their own societies or, you know, gatherings or whatever the hell you want to call it, they don't meow. They might make noises, but they don't meow. They meow around humans because they think they're mimicking speech. So oftentimes you can get your cat to meow more by mimicking their meow. So like when my cats meow, I'll like try to make the exact same sound as they did, and then they keep meowing back, and we have these like whole meow battles, and it's hilarious and adorable. Cats did sort of domesticate themselves, yes. Like there's this whole evolved cuteness thing that they did, but we also had a lot of societies that worshipped cats or utilized cats to protect like granaries and stuff from mice and everything. So we actually had a lot of uses for cats, or we had a lot of affinity towards them in some way, and that they saw that like living was free this way, so they're like, sweet, you know, I'll stick around here. And so like cats essentially, when they had a new litter of kittens, they go, hey, this is where we stick around for our food, and these people will take care of us. And the kittens grew and learned that way, and it just happened over centuries, and voila, they're domesticated as people started to take them as pets. And yeah, they have like a whole evolved cuteness where they realize that they were super adorable, or just, I mean, they don't really think that they're being adorable, they're just doing a thing that they know will get them attention. Soldier parasitism. I mean, if it's reciprocated, then it's not. Yeah, I want to say dogs domesticated themselves as well, but I'm not positive of that. I know cats actually did domesticate themselves, though. But I mean, we used dogs as hunting partners forever, so their domestication probably was more along the lines of both.
俺たちの車、なんとか無事みたいだな。
よかった。そういえばこの車、ディーター市長にある程度融通してもらったんですよね。
Oh man, it's probably bugged to hell.
そういえばなんか皮肉的です。
まあ経緯はどうあれ、こいつも支援課の一員だ。ちゃんと使えるかどうか中もチェックするとしようぜ。
ああ、そうだな。
初めて乗りますけど、素敵な内装ですね。
サンキュー。
この車、キーヤもお気に入りでした。
Oh, Rixia sitting right next to Randy. Wow, well, well.
整備状況はいいし、問題なく動かせますよ。確かにこの子なら強行突破も難なくこなしてくれそうです。
そうか。
You know, they never have the characters walking between the seats. So having that extra aisle just feels like it makes the car look bigger than it should be.
これで突入用の車両は確保できましたが、一旦課長
I understand why.
戻りましょうか。
It's the tile-based system that they utilize, much like, you know, old SNES RPGs that have tiles and everything. But they don't actually utilize that space, so they could just have the seats together and it would look a little bit more like the size of the car.
これは
I guess maybe it might look too thin if they did that. It might look like a bus. So I understand that, like, you know, suspension of disbelief and all that.
ああ、オンにしてみてくれ。みんな、念のため声は立てないよう頼む。
お久しぶりね。特務支援課のみんな、キリカよ。キリカローラン。
キリカさんすか。
タイトの飛燕工事。
でも どうしてこんなところに通信を？
私たちの動きを全て把握しているんですか？
We thought she was dead? I never thought she was
この
dead.
状況であなたたちがどう動くか予測しただけよ。
Come on! I hate this ultra prediction bullshit. When people have such predictive qualities, it makes it unrealistic when they don't predict something. And it just turns everything into a big prediction fuckfest, and it's stupid. If there's a million people out there that have such insane predictive qualities, then nothing would be predictable because they'd all be circling around countering their opponent's predictions. It's dumb. It's fucking dumb. It makes no fucking sense. It's stupid and I hate it. Like if she kept tabs on us, like maybe she had a bug on one of us or something. Okay, I could accept that. But she doesn't. I hate it. I hate these like hand wavy gestures of like, yeah, I just predicted everything, or I just guessed exactly what the right answer is. Ugh. It's such bullshit excuse for actually putting in any kind of writing in the story. It's like, okay, fine, I get it. You're writing the story for like 12-year-olds and everything, and that's gonna be like super cool to a 12-year-old. Whoa, she's so smart, oh my god. But like, you can still have smart writing and not be, and still appeal to a younger audience. Give us some good examples of smart writing to a younger audience. Don't you dare say DBZ.
3番ホームに停車している列車の2番車両。駅に人気はないから安心するといいわ。
わかりました。3番ホームの列車の2番車両ですね。
Adventure Time? Oh. I think you just fucking nailed it. Like, just, yeah, that mic drop is completely justified there. Adventure Time is fantastic. It has really smart writing, it's really fun, and it's written for kids, technically, and it's awesome. I recommend anybody watch Adventure Time. It's super fun. Haven't seen Gravity Falls, but I've heard good things about it. Oh man, it's making me think of something else. Like when you said that, I started to get this like twinge of something, and it's like I know it's there, and I'm pretty sure it's a game though, because I remember having this conversation about like, you know, it is written for kids, but it's really fun and smart. Oh, I don't know. You know what? It's not a game. I don't know if it's written for kids though. I was gonna say the Doctor Who reboot has excellent writing, and it's really clever. And it actually uses a lot of like real life principles for its hokey kind of storytelling because it's very kitschy, but the writing is still really, really smart.
相変わらず千里眼みたいな人ですね。しかもレクター隊員もいるみたいだけど。
But the thing you have to understand about Doctor Who is it's kitschy, which means it's goofy, silly, wacky on purpose, but it still utilizes some smart language.
まあ、行ってみるしかねえだろう。
ああ、クロスベル駅に行こ
う。了解です。
Yeah, I would say Doctor Who is more of like a teen, PG-13 plus kind of audience, but yeah. Idiots. I love it. I love it when Background Bot does that. Where do I go then? Oh, okay.
Kirika さんたちの話がどれだけかかるかわからない作戦前だし、用事は一通り済ませた方が良さそうだな。
I mean, there's nothing really to finish up at this point. Let me fight a battle and see how much XP I get. Haven't seen Torchwood. Oh, that's the one with the special squad that that's a spin-off from Doctor Who. I hit my weapon, but it didn't go off. 60 XP. If I were to get 2, it'd be like 20 battles-ish for a level. I'm good. I think we can safely just bring this game to a close. Any other really good examples of smart writing that's aimed towards a younger audience, teen, preteen?
どうやらキリカさんたちが外したみたいだな。
違法ですから監視はできませんけど。
I know there's a ton out there, games and anime and cartoons and TV shows, but it's kind of hard because what qualifies it as smart writing?
しかし誰もいねえな。大陸横断鉄道が止まってるなら仕方ねえか。
そうね。鉄道公社の人や帝国、共和国の隣県間も。キリカさんとレクターさんは3番ホームの列車でしたね。
ああ、ホームに降りてみよう。
They're gonna turn this into a dungeon?
しかし人がいないホームってのは
横断鉄道の列車もずっと停車したままみたいです。
You know, technically speaking, I want to say most Final Fantasy games are actually aimed at a teen audience as well, but I think it's more teen plus and not teen preteen, so I don't think that qualifies it.
そうね。3番ホームの列車というとあちらかしら。
ええ、あの列車の前から2番目の車両でしたね。
向こうにある連絡橋から渡れそうです。
よし。
よし。If they're not making this a dungeon, why make us go all the way around?
3番ホーム、どうする？
来たわね。
いや、久しぶりだな。ご無沙汰しています。
なるほど。
I mean, FF16 is rated MA. It's definitely written for a more mature audience.
ご明察。
It's the first mature rated Final Fantasy game, if you don't include weird spin-offs. But Type 0 may be MA rated. It doesn't really deserve it. It's probably rated teen in Japan because there's like one little scene that basically turns it MA for the US audience. I don't know what the ESRB equivalent is. Oh, 0. In Japan, Final Fantasy Type 0 is rated 0C, which indicates the game is suitable for individuals aged 15 and up. It's literally the exact same thing with Persona 5. The game in Japan is basically rated for teens in Japan, but it's rated MA in the US because of maybe one or two little tiny things that just they couldn't look past with the ESRB. So yeah, that makes sense. So when you say, oh, Type 0 was actually the first MA rated Final Fantasy, and it's like, technically you're right, but you're wrong, you know? No, there is not a constant use of the F word. Did you even play the games? The constant use of the F word. No. Final Fantasy 16 has a relatively decent use of the F word, but that's about it. The remakes do not have the F word at all. I think there's an implication of it, but it gets like cut off or something. There is like shit and damn and son of a bitch and all this other kind of stuff, which is not, it doesn't guarantee a rating. In fact, the remakes are rated teen.
あいにく今は 支援課に再出向中でして。
I'd grab them off my shelf, but so far.
まさかあなた方がクロスベルに残っているとは思っていませんでした。あれからずっとこの町に。
No, there's no F word in remake. Let's even Google it. So someone made a comment or a Reddit post disappointed by all the cursing in the FF7 remake. Is FF7 remake inappropriate? I mean, there's curse words and there is some stories about human trafficking and stuff like that, but I wouldn't say it's inappropriate for like teenagers. It's fine. No, I can't see anything that suggests it. People are saying, did they say the F word? And that's it. Yeah, of course, Jazzy, absolutely, yeah. But yeah, there's not a constant use of the F word in Remake Rebirth. I'm pretty sure they don't even have it, and if they do, it's extremely rare or only implied. That being said, who cares? Who cares if they're swearing in a video game? It's not a big deal. They're just words. I mean, that being said, some words have power. I'm not suggesting like racial discrimination words are just words or something like that. But swear words like fuck and shit and damn and bitch, they don't really have much power. They don't have much movement or force or offensiveness to them. People that get offended by those words are definitely being a little overdramatic, but I can understand not wanting your kids to say it because the perception of society in a more public format suggests that those words do have enough punch that you wouldn't want like your teacher in a school to hear you say it, you know? But a video game, who cares? A movie, who cares? TV show, who cares?
こんなところで油売ってていいのかよ。
ああ、ギリアスのおっさんのことか。俺が急いで帰ったところで助けられるわけでもないしな。
I agree, Sammy. You should go play Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. Not because they're amazing games. No. Don't worry about that part. Just play them just to put the F counter up. Just to test it. Make sure to 100% them. And if you don't have them, I guess you just have to go buy them.
想定していたって自分が撃たれること。
クロスベルのことというのは今回の事件のことですよ。
Because he started it.
あのおっさんにとって全ては遊戯版のコマだからな。クロスベルが司法を手に入れて独立どころか大陸全土の支配を。
Oh please. Oh please. Like he would have to get some pretty crazy intelligence to know that they were manufacturing a Septarian. That's like if somebody in Erebonian knew that, then a lot more other people would know that. The only way I could see this actually being a believable plotline is if Ouroboros intentionally leaked that information so that because they knew that he would do something about it. Like that's the only way that makes sense. What they should have done is let the player know that, but it's going to be one of those things where either like people criticize it heavily and years later they fix it in 15 games down the line, or they're gonna let us know way later when it's way too late, and they're just kind of covering their tracks, whether people criticize it or not. That's what it feels like. It feels like when there's a fix to something that doesn't make any sense years later in a different game, it feels like people criticize them, and then they try to fix it by putting in some sort of excuse. But yeah, that's that's a ridiculous assumption. You would have to know so many things, like the fact that, you know, the Dieter Croy and everybody had this like hidden agenda for so long, thousands of years. Oh, but Blood and Iron Chancellor guy in a different country just happens to know.
帝国軍が返り討ちにあった隙に貴族勢力が帝都を占領したこと。
Ooh, interesting. And hope it keeps it together, Sammy.
その結果、自分が撃たれて兵士の重傷を負ったことによ
Come
って。
on, this is all bullshit. You just knew that somebody would like shoot you but not kill you. Like that's even if you. Oh.
にもかかわらず、クロスベルという不可侵の壁ができたことによって共和国の侵攻を食い止められていること。 あのおっさんにとっては全て想定していた展開だろうさ。
This is once again I hate this dumb, overly elaborate, specific plot prediction bullshit. Nobody, no thing, no supercomputer, no nothing could predict some of these things without knowing all of the information of everybody everywhere all at once. Yes, that is impossible. Thank you, Ellie. This isn't like, that's impossible. No, it is, that's just impossible, period. That would be a complete, like, crap shot in the dark, shooting a BB in the middle of a snowstorm with a slingshot, you know? Like, no. And then their reactions are basically to try and sell it to the viewer. What? Oh, wow. Isn't that, whoa, that's superhuman, guys. It's believable. Promise. I promise.
まあ、列車も帝国方面で動き出しているみたいだけど、本当に恐ろしいのは鉄血宰相かもしれないわね。己すらも駒として利用し、荒ぶる激動の時代を作り出す。まさに傑物。いいえ、怪物だわ。
やばいおっさんだとは思ったが、まさかそこまでとは。
ディーター大統領はそのことに気づいているんですか？
コンプレックスです。
さて、どうなのかしら。こう言ってはなんだけど、ディーター・クロイスという人物はパフォーマンスは超一流だわ。でも実際の政治家としてはやや疑問を感じざるを得ないわね。経営者としての観点からしか政治を動かしていないという意味で。
What? Are you trying to say that running a government like a business is a bad thing? That can't possibly be, but if they're wealthy businessmen, then surely they know how to run a government because a government is a business? Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense.
それはまあ、あくまで根は銀行家なのでしょう。黒井助の使命にしても娘の方に任せきりのようだし。
それは
ご存知でしたか。
ま、こっちにはこっちの情報ソースがあるんでね。あんたらがあのオークションで保護したちびっ子、あの子が核となって司法が誕生した経緯は。
I know this may sound like controversial, but a government making money isn't exactly its purpose. It's to provide goods and services for its people and protect them. That's what a government is actually for. Part of that is collecting taxes in order to pay for those goods and services, but that's not running a business. That's just collecting taxes. That's not a business model.
「誤解してほしくないけど、私にしてもそこの彼にしてもあくまで情報畑の人間よ。個人的な一存で司法をどうこうしようとか考えているわけではないわ。ただ大陸全土を混乱に陥れるきっかけとなったこの事件。
You can stay here, subscription service? No. You're not all, it's actually completely and utterly illegal to just say, oh, you're not allowed to live here anymore because you don't, like, what, pay your taxes? Is that what you're suggesting? But yeah, that's not how that works either.
その絵を描いた真のフィクサーが誰なの
It
か
is not because
知り
it's
たいだけ。
necessarily potentially illegal in that particular country, but it would be super illegal to dump other people into another country that they're not from.
真のフィクサー。
先ほど言ったようにディーター大統領はあくまで経営者としての側面が強すぎるわ。マリアベル城も底知れないけど政治面よりは魔導技術方面を一手に引き受けてい
Yeah,
るみたい。
jail's not staying there. But I'm not sure what the penalties are for like not paying taxes, honestly. I mean, if recent events are to any indicator, then it's nothing. But
かといって風の牽制は黒幕というにはあまりに自戒的でストイックすぎるでしょう。
ギリアスのおっさんにしても結社にしてもクロスベルの状況を利用したり利害の一致で協力はしたが
that's the joke, Zyfreak. That was the joke.
誰かいるはずだ。政治、経済、歴史、国際情勢、クロイスケや DG 教団、結社の動きに至る。
You know, maybe Dieter Croy was just putting on a show, like a face that he's actually very capable, and we just didn't know so.
すべてに通じた上で各方面に働きかけながらここまでの絵を描いて。
おいおい、マジかよ。
少々陰謀論じみているような気もしますが、確かにパズルのピースが足りないような気はします。
一体何者だ。
まあそのあたりの確認ができないかと思ったのだけど、あなたたちにも確証はなさそうだし、この程度にしておきましょう。時間もないし、もう一つの要件に入らせてもらうわね。
もう一つの要件。
オルキスタワー攻略作戦手伝ってやろうと思ってな。
Oh, you just know about our plan?
おいおい、いきなりすぎんだろ。
事件の概要が分かった以上クロスベルにとどまる必要はないのだけど、このまま去るというのも少しばかり寝覚めが悪いから、今後クロスベルがどうなるかあなたたち次第でしょうけど、慢性的な膠着状態に陥られても。
ポムットだってクリア直前に放り投げるのは気持ち悪いしな。ま、それと同じってことだ。
同じと言われても。というか、いつの間にポムットのアカウントを入手してる。でも確かに戦力が増えれば作戦の成功率も上がりそうです。
ちょっと複雑ですけど、検討してもいいかもしれません。
わかり
Does
ま
that
し
mean I
た。
get Kilika in my party?
こ
Because
ちらの拠
she's
点に
going
案内
in.
するので、俺たちについてきてください。
Upon exchanging information, it was decided that they would help with the operation. Shortly after their chief Roberts managed to successfully hack into Orcus Tower. Without the plan, of ability was set to commence immediately. 10:30 a.m. Cool. See, that's pretty awful. But I guess if you don't have income, then you don't have taxes, so.
Clear.
今よ。
Either way, a government should absolutely not be run like a business. That is absolutely the wrong way to do it. It should be run like a government, which is entirely different from a business.
車両を立てにしろ。
I always want to kill a in my party. Yeah, exactly. That makes much more sense. Obviously, like punishment or the crime fits the punishment and all that good stuff. There's such a thing as tax evasion, and it is a federal crime. It's not the same as like being in debt and then getting prison time for it. Just drive right through the front. I was gonna say, drives right through the front. Yeah, that's exactly what I was hoping for.
リス、心配すんな。お前の仕事や。敵の捕捉は任したで。
わかった。
我が深淵にてきらめく青の刻印よ。天に昇りて煉獄を。
Since yesterday, yeah. Actually, no, you're right. Wednesday.
スティグマパターンを認識。外部への展開を開始します。
敵アイオン変形、手法展開して突っ込んでくる。
ドミニオン第5位、千の守りとが命ずる。聖魂法メギデルス展開。
If it shoots first, then it'll go right through its blast and destroy it or something. Yeah, it shoots first, and then this one comes in, and it'll overtake it. I mean, if you break it, it's still broken. Looks like it's losing pretty bad, actually, so... Oh, he blocked the missile. Whew! Lucky. Hug it to death! Hug it! He's gonna use the super duper ultra mega cannon on a 9-year-old girl. I feel like the heat rating off of that thing would still melt her, but that's okay. Just take it out in outer space. Oh, yeah. Immunity to status so they don't get the burn debuff. Smart.
大丈夫です。各種機能は生きています。
そうか。こいつには世話をかけるな。
そうね。後でちゃんと修理してあげたいです。
Yeah. Boom! Thank you, Kamen Rider, for the 300 bids.
まあ、無尽蔵に新手が湧いてくるみたいだからね。
Car channel be okay.
とっととエレベーターで上がるとしようぜ。
打ち合わせ通り、ここで2名が待機する。選ぶがいい、バニングス。
了解です。
Sweet. At least I got that resting thing in the car, so no matter what, I'll be able to come back here and rest. If I didn't... Oof. How nice of them to leave the elevator on, though. Oh, they hacked it.
30階に物理的な遮断を行う。それを解除しない限り、動力ネットからの接
ってことは、21階から30階までは自分たちで上がる必要があるわけ。しかし、確かそのあたりはほとんどメンテナンス用のフロアで
Weapon storage.
公式発表に偽りがあったみたい。どうやらその一角こそが黒い助の信用。キーヤちゃんの儀式においても重要な役割を果たした区画らしいが。
そうなのかよ。
いずれにせよ、覚悟が必要そうですね。
はい。赤い星座の面々などがいるかもしれません。
ああ、それとキーヤもだ。何が待ち受けていようと絶対に突破。俺たちをここに送り出してくれた課長たちに応えるため。
はい。
責任重大ね。
気合い入れるっきゃねえな。
Bing bong. Oh, they'll need the resty thingy in the car. Oh no, not arbitrary platform thing in big open space. How foreboding.
なんだこりゃ。
信じられない。こ
れが魔導科学の成果。黒い助の錬金術と最新の動力技術の融合ですか。これが1000年以上に及ぶ猛襲の果て。陰の名も道を失えば、ひょっとして
その猛襲が教団という傀儡を生み落とし、あまたの人々を犠牲にしてきた。
ああ、そして今もなおキーヤに司法という運命を。この場所の是非を問える立場に俺たちはない。だがそれでもこの先にキーヤやアリオスさん、俺たちは何としても行こう。みんな過去の猛襲と幻想を打ち払い、今のクロスベルをつかむために。
ええ、はい。
合点承知だ。
準備は万全です。行きましょう。
Wonder how many times they're gonna have that speech. Probably after every boss or every like scary moment in a boss of noteworthiness. It's a good track though. Wait, what do you mean Estelle isn't part of the Crossbell branch anymore? What am I supposed to do with all these Chestel quips I wrote? Burn them. Burn them until there's naught but ashes. Chance Desu! Well, okay, I'm gonna have to take off Scent again. Maybe I could replace it with Intimidation temporarily. Oh man, he still has 9 air like that, huh? Maybe I could get rid of Spirit Breaker and just put some green on there. Oh, that's his blue, right? These are both... I would have to upgrade this and then I could put heal on. At least then it'd be the blue and the green. I mean, I don't really need scent, right? Hold on a second. Why don't I just put heal here anyway? Oh. Right, because that got rid of green, so I could do like... That's already evade. I suppose I could just do like blind. That gives me what I want, right? I only had scent because it was blue and green, but I have blue right here. And I only need 3 blue. So, yeah, that's way better, and then I don't have to deal with scent. There we go. It is a nice break from the battle system we've heard for a million years. Sight was going to be the CBD's new mascot, but they wanted him to wear a trench coat and say the catchphrase, "Take a sight out of crime." Scent for men. Don't you just love a good musky scent? I also received the gift of the Septurian. There was a second item, but I used spatial annihilation to keep you from getting it. Well, that's rude. It's very rude. But yeah, let me take a peek just again really quick, because I'm pretty sure this whole second line, I just wanted to make sure that he got heals. That's it. That's the only thing I wanted out of it. Okay, it's actually perfect because I have as much water as I want, and there's no other water that I'd really want aside maybe Mercury Bell would kind of be better than that, just for the double cast or whatever. It would just kind of eliminate some wait period. Blind is not bad. I'll take it. And that gives me the evasion I want. And this gives me the spells I want, plus the action and the cast and the hit and all that good stuff. So yeah, okay, good. That's exactly how I want him then. Just want to make sure I wasn't like accidentally missing something. I mean, I suppose there's a possibility of... No, I had cast and speed, and that's all that matters, so we're good. Chance Desu! Come and give me, nerd. Whoop, 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 whoop. Wait, okay, it's just the one down there that had the side room then? Whoa. He had the death thing and then just died from the freeze instead. If a music group were to perform in this tower, would that make them an orchestra? Bro, you just said the normal thing, like... Sigh. It's like saying, if a grocery store contained groceries, would it be a grocery store? Oh, huh? Yeah, right? So clever. Love how all the enemies have death blow protection, so that when I get the death thingy, it doesn't ever apply. But when the enemies get it, you damn well better believe I'm gonna die. Why do I have like 2 people equipped with accessories that increase my chance of getting a team attack? I guess maybe they don't stack, perhaps, but still. Oh, somebody else has my other one. Must have been Wazzy. Chansu! Sweet. Sweet. There. Oh, that's a good upgrade. Oh, it's not 50%. That's the upgrade. Oh, that's huge. Okay, now that she has... Okay, I already had it set up. So now she got Magna Blaze and Spark Dine and Holy Breath. I would just need Ellie to get hers to level 5. Oh, come on. I know you want to come up here, silly kitty. Ah, yes, the meerkat simulators. That's what those are. They're ornaments, and they actually provide a function of doing absolutely nothing. But they're meerkats, but little robot meerkats, obviously. Now you must put something back, such as the law of equivalent exchange. This ain't no Full Metal Alchemist, buddy boy.
ける。
I mean, they have no choice but to dance to it. It's a bop. You have to. It's compulsory. It's the laws of boponomy.
気を引き締めないと。タン皆さんチャンスショット。私やはいせミリアさん私に力を。
This looks like a way back. It literally, yeah, it literally is because, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Haha, knocked you out.
そこかかってこい。私の番ね。行くぞ。行こう。はいせ戦闘終了。気を引き締めないと。
It's a shame they give you so much U material and so little to do with it. I suppose there are some exchanges you could have been done, but when I really wanted to have an opportunity to use that trade-in shop, the trade-in shop was taken from me. I wanted to kind of pool my materials and then see what I could really pick up at the end of the game, and then they took the shop away for the last like 3 chapters of the game, more or less. I know it's not 3 chapters, but it's like the intermission chapter, chapter 4, and the finale. I was hoping the airship would have like that trade shop available still, but they didn't. Akasha gear. Woo, yeah. Oh, wait. Why did only 6 people come to my unveiling ceremony? Okay.
So いえば動力ネットを遮断している制御ターミナルがある。
はい。その場所のせいでタワー上層へのハッキングが不可能になっています。そこを解除さえすれば主任がタワー上層の詳しい情報を掴んでくれると思いますが。
キーヤちゃんのいるフロアやベルたちの動向も分かりそうね。
なんとか抑える必要がありますね。
確か30回でしたね。はい。つまりこの中枢区画の最上層にあるので。
だったらこのまま上を目指せばいいってわけだ。
ああ、気合を入れよう。
Whee! Oh man, this guy's got a really, really, really long waistline. And you thought Lulu needed a lot of belts. I wouldn't really call this a crazy sight. It's geometric patterns with some arbitrary platforms with some lights going up. But it's rainbow, so it's whoa. Yeah, it's pretty simple stuff. Sorry to say. Just got some LEDs installed, yeah.
見たところ上層に抜けるには通るときは一気に駆け抜けるしか。
Come on. I knew you wanted to get up here. She was sitting on my other chair over here, and I just pulled the chair closer, and she immediately crawled over to get up on the desk, because I knew she wanted to be up here. She likes to play coy, like, oh, I didn't actually want to do that, but that's exactly what she wants. It's funny because she has this little spot. She is the one that got up in my lap. She has this little spot whenever I'm in the living room and I'm like kind of sitting down. She'll always kind of sit right with me every single time. And most of the time anyway. And she'll do this thing where she'll get up on the couch, look around, like look right at me in her spot where she's usually at. And it's kind of like I'm like, hey, come on over. And it's like, no, I didn't want to do that. And then she'll like turn around and prance off a little bit. And then 5 minutes later, she'll come back, do it again, and then usually lay down. It's so weird. I don't get it because like she's like my shadow basically. She follows me around most of the day if I go anywhere. And then she plays coy about getting on my lap when it's very obvious that's what she wants. Oh. Okay, apparently I missed that. Well, I don't think level 100 is gonna. Oh, it drains EP. Okay. I don't think level 100 is gonna be obtainable, but 95 will definitely be obtainable. Wait, yeah, that was how much XP I got, not what level I am. Where are they gonna go? Just a casual 7,000 damage with that. Nice. It's a good amount of stats for him as well. Why do you not have Holy Breath? Why is it in green? That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Oh, I see. I brought that elevator down, and then it allowed me to get up on the platform and take the elevator up. Nom 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 nom. Fuck. Well, that made everything way worse. The one, this is so fucking annoying. The one people, party members that oops, I didn't mean to do that. That can actually get a fucking attack off or paralyzed, but everybody else had the stupid shield thing that causes me to do 0 damage on that action. It's really fucking dumb. This is annoying. I can't do... Can't do spells because I've been drained, and I can't do actions because I'm paralyzed. Really fucking annoying. I got royally screwed on how everything happened there. It's very annoying. At least I gained a level on everybody, so I got full restores, so that's partly why it was annoying, because I knew I went in there with limited resources, and I knew I had a level up soon, and I didn't want to burn resources, because I knew I was going to get a full restore soon. Just annoying. Come on down here, bud. Water's nice. I lied, there is no water. You fool! You fell for the oldest trick in the book. What? Come here, buddy. Come on, 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 come on. Whoop, 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 whoop. I'm still getting good XP from the enemies, so I'm going to keep fighting them because they're easy as long as I can get preamps. And they still give like about 100 plus XP per battle, and that's usually only a handful of battles. Look at that, 300. So it looks like I can get maybe even 97. Heck, maybe it's like after a certain level, the game stops doing scaling and just lets you get as high as you want. That would be nice, actually, if the game uncapped XP from certain enemy types near the end of the game, so you could just grind to as high a level as you wanted. Or rather, max level, whatever that happens to be. I'm guessing the max level in this game is 100. But what's up here? Nothing, because we can't do anything with that. Disappointed with the lack of alternative paths for treasures. I like La Mulana's dungeons, though. I mean, there's definitely like a love-hate with La Mulana, because a lot of La Mulana is very, 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 very obtuse. But a lot of it is also incredibly awesome puzzle solving, so it's just one of those things where it's like you gotta accept the fact that part of that game is gonna be very annoying, but also part of it is gonna be amazing. That's probably trapped, right? I haven't seen that color on that chest yet. No, yeah, you can get through stuff and battles and everything very, very rapidly, and I think that's really, really something excellent about these games for sure. Like being able to just fast forward. I mean, to be fair, the original PSP releases did not have the fast forward, so this is a new function. And oops, and they can feel a bit sluggish in the OG if you don't use the fast forward. It can definitely feel pretty sluggish. I remember Sky 1, I didn't utilize it at all. Hi, I wanted in the live. Okay. Wind gem is probably the move bonus gem. Yeah, move 3. Has space on it. That's actually interesting because I mean, I could get that and then I'd get 3 more space. Who has it has to be water. The double wind arts, it can't be beat. But I could give it to her. Nah. I think we're good. Oh, you mean the this version of the game is nice because of it specifically? I will fight most things even if I'm only getting small amounts of XP, but if I start getting like 1 to 10, I'm out. That's it, done, you know? Can I activate this middle panel here? No, so the only way is through here. I was gonna say they better give me a full restore after draining me. Yep, yeah. I try not to skip any new cutscene or anything like that. But I tend to like absorb information very quickly, so watching the fast forward is perfectly fine. From like a getting all information perspective. You know, it's funny because I would say, well, you probably just take your time with it kind of thing, but like when I played Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I platinumed that in 160 hours, but that took less time than it took 7 to go through it the first time. Yeah, replays for sure. It's actually funny though, Mr. J, like whenever it's like you go to, you know, howlongtobeat.com, I'm usually about 60-80% of the time listed. I typically beat games a lot faster than the average person as well, but it's part of those ADHD superpowers where I absorb information really, really fast and then apply my strategies and I find what works and just go with it. But yeah, it was kind of funny how 7 took longer to get his first playthrough than I took to platinum the whole thing. And obviously I took my time if I platinum the game, right? It makes me wonder, like, what did he stop and do to smell the roses, you know? I mean, I look at a vista and I go, wow, that's pretty, and then I move on. I'm not sure what the difference is, but it is interesting how what is quick or what is taking your time for some people differs, because I've definitely had people complain that I rush through games, and it's like, no, I don't. Well, just because I don't stop and grind for 10 hours every dungeon, I'm rushing through it? Yeah, so the problem with me using that kind of website, Mr. J, is that I can make really accurate predictions based on how long the game it takes to the average person to beat it and where I am in the game currently, and then I will end up predicting myself into not being surprised. So that's one of the reasons why I will avoid as much information about a game as I can until I play it. Even how long it typically is. I know it seems ridiculous, like how is that a spoiler? And it's like, well, let me introduce you to my mind. It's a twisted place, but you know what I mean? Because it'll just be 500 things at once, all telling me like within a pretty good proximity as to what the typical flow of the game is going to be. I will say Sky is pretty boring, Iceburner. I know that's a rough thing to say with Mr. J there because that's his favorite, but like, coming from me, I feel like I'm pretty critical of video games. Sky was meh, it was like average, right? But these two have had that like meh aspect of it, but intermittently they just like, damn, you know, like chapter 2 here and chapter 4 I think were both really, really solid. So, I don't know. I mean, we're all at different stages of what we end up liking, but it does make me really excited for Cold Steel. So, but that being said, if you played Cold Steel and they're better than this, you're probably not going to like them. Yeah, but games like that make you think, you know? It doesn't matter that they move slowly because your brain is going a mile a minute trying to figure out all the class combinations and the strategies you want to utilize to not like have your characters die and stuff because there's permadeath in a lot of that. So it makes perfect sense. What's up, Azurin? 87 months! Dang, dude! Thank you, thank you. Yeah, because the depth of strategy kind of goes away because of the game's simplicity and sort of lightheartedness. It loses its value as a tactics game, especially when you factor in the judge system, which takes all of the things that you thought through in order to build your team and just says, no, fuck you. I mean, isn't that really what tactics and strategy games are? Is basically unique, complex puzzles using the math of your character's output and the strategies that are given. Yeah, I agree, Skyus. It's one of the reasons why I don't particularly care for Tactics Advance. The other reason I don't particularly care for Tactics Advance 1 and 2 is because the vast majority of the content is just side missions. So the game is do 50 side missions and then you get a story mission and then do 50 side missions. It's basically the same principles as like Kingdom Hearts 369 Days or Crisis Core or whatever, that if you try to avoid doing the side missions, you're gonna get trounced. You're gonna be way behind the 8 ball and you're just gonna get eliminated really, really easily. You can't just push the story. The only side sequel type game that has that mentality where 80% of the content is side content, so this includes things like Crisis Core, like the side Kingdom Hearts games, Final Fantasy X2, Lightning Returns is extremely guilty of this. Hell, in Lightning Returns, even the main story is the side story because there's only one section that actually gives main story content and progress out of the 4 areas that you go to. Anyway, those are just Final Fantasy games. Any franchise that has a main series and then a side series is guilty of this, where the vast majority of the content is side content, like mission selectors and stuff like that. But anyway, the only game that you can realistically overcome the obnoxious, oppressive scaling of those kinds of games, because they expect you to do all that side content so you can stay up to date on the levels, is Final Fantasy X2, actually. And the only reason I know that is because I used to speedrun it, and if I didn't speedrun it, I never would have known that I could do the things that I can do, because it's not exactly intuitive, but the systems in X2 are really, really, really strong, and there's some really neat things that you can do. But yeah, the speedrun of the game just goes right to the end, and you have some really neat things to take advantage of. However, you are very squishy, and if you mess it up, you're dead. So, you know, with a few extra levels and stuff here and there, you can use the same principles and overcome it without too much adversity. So that's the one game where you can actually just do main story. The problem with just, oh, you can do main story in X2 only, is that it's kind of hidden what main story is. You have to basically just jump between location after location until you figure out that there's story here. So The way I see it, Iceburner, is that RPGs are a vehicle for storytelling. The best stories in video games should be in RPGs, so we should be getting good stories out of RPGs. However, RPGs are not only a niche genre, but they're also much more expensive to make at the same level as like a shooter, because you need more areas, you need more content, you need more things, and you need a longer game. So because of that, the development of an RPG tends to be more expensive. However, I will say a lot of open world non-RPG games like Red Dead Redemption, although that might be an RPG, I don't know, I haven't played it, have high budgets as well. So it really depends on the game type nowadays. However, on average, RPGs tend to be more expensive. So because they're not very popular and they're more expensive, we end up sacrificing things like story and cutscene animations and, you know, mouth movements and movement in cutscenes. Cough, cough, these games. And what ends up happening is the story ends up being a vehicle for the RPG instead, for the game. So they don't deliver on really good stories, and they just throw in whatever generic shit in order to make sure that there's like something there to have the game attach itself to, and you're really just playing the game and the story is just there. And that's what I feel about these games a lot of the time, is that it's just a vehicle for the game and not a game being the vehicle for the story. Yep, that's exactly why the side games feel like cash grabs, because they kind of are. Yeah. You don't find that unappealing? Hey, fair enough. I mean, the only reason I mention that is because RPGs originally were created in order to tell complex stories that other games could not. Like, you get those text adventures and other things like that way back in the day, and it kind of evolved into, we'll do whatever we can on the NES and we'll do whatever we can on the SNES to try and tell a story. And because of those systems being so limited on memory, you had to have extreme limitations on the amount of text that you could have. And so stories were told very, very plainly back then, even on the SNES, heck, even on the PlayStation to an extent. But the reason stories were told very plainly on the PlayStation usually is because we had 10 years of telling extremely basic stories like go save the princess, and that's it. And that people accepted and played and enjoyed, especially as kids, and it took people like a while to take a step back and go like, wait, what's stopping us from making a movie script level story and telling it in our video game as best as we can with the hardware that we have? And thus Final Fantasy VII was born. You know, basically that's exactly how Final Fantasy VII was developed, because they sat there and they went, we can do better now. We have the memory to make a fully complex story, like an actual real story, instead of go beat the bad guy. So it's just taken a long time, because books existed before video games did. TV existed before video games did. And stories were told in complex ways back then too, you know? Hell, look at like the Twilight Zone. You know, that shit was trippy as hell. There's some excellent stories with some really neat concepts in there. Yeah, obviously you still have like the unevolved form of acting and script writing back then, but it's still there, and books have been around for ages, you know? It's funny that you mentioned Metal Gear Solid, because if it wasn't for Final Fantasy VII, guess who would be responsible for the story revolution in video games? That's right, Metal Gear Solid, because it came out like 3 months after Final Fantasy VII did. So which means that Metal Gear Solid was in development during Final Fantasy VII's development, and FF7 just beat him out, just barely. It's actually funny you say the story is overly complicated, because I find it to be remarkably plain. It's a lot of tropes and basic bullshit and hand-wavy, you know, unlogical explanations in order to just like make the story progress. However, when it does get down to the meat and potatoes of storytelling, it can get a little complex, but it can get really, really good. No, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that either, Iceburner. All I'm saying is that the original concept of RPGs was to tell a story, and the gameplay was secondary. And so my my mentality is similar because I played a lot of D&D, which is heavy storytelling. So I want good storytelling in my RPGs before anything else. There's two things that absolutely have to be nailed in an RPG for me, and that's storytelling and gameplay. And then after that, music. After everything else, it obviously the better it is, the better the game will be. But those three things especially are really, really important. Particularly the first two. But yeah, and I'm pretty open to a lot of different gameplay types. So I mean, I every single Final Fantasy has vastly different combat, and I think they're all really, really well done. And I enjoy all of them because of that. However, games like this tend to fall really heavily into the whole retro RPG style of gameplay. I will say that there's some unique aspects to it which I really enjoy, and that's that sort of grid-based system. It's one of the things that turned me onto Lunar a lot when it came out. I was really excited for that game. I pre-ordered it and I played that demo about 15 times, and as soon as I played that demo, I was just hooked. I was like, this is so cool. But like that grid system was really unique at the time, you know? Well, I will say this, Iceburner. Good gameplay can carry bad story, but bad gameplay cannot carry good story. There are very, very few examples of a good story carrying bad gameplay. Because when you play a game that's not fun to play, you don't want, it doesn't matter. You're not interested in the characters because the gameplay sucks. There are plenty of games where good gameplay can carry a story, like Final Fantasy X2. We actually asked this question in Discord because I wanted to prove a point. I actually had this discussion with my wife, and it wasn't like that she disagreed with me and I was trying to prove a point, but I wanted to make sure that I got it in my head right, that, you know, that applies. So like, can anybody give me an example of where a good story carries bad gameplay? What's up, Suntop? No worries, Iceburner. Either people are really, really thinking intently, using the internet searches, or cannot think of anything that applies. I'm making an absolutely baseless prediction based on nothing, and it's going to be 100% right.
ここから非常階段で直接。
よし、行ってみようぜ。
ロバーツ主任、引き続きバックアップをよろしくお願いします。ああ、上層エリアを調べながらエレベーターのセキュリティを解除してみるよ。
What do these do? These little moving panels. There, they're moving again. What do they do? What's their purpose? Go on, try to defend it. Weird office space too. Yeah, shit like that annoys me. Like, design something that logically makes sense. Don't just throw a bunch of geometric patterns and some LEDs around and big long platforms and call it good. That being said, Final Fantasy 13 is very guilty of it. So... Yep. I remember we did have an example when we were talking about it in Discord. But it was like one example and that was it. Yep, at the end of the day, a game is a game. It's got to be a game before it's anything else. So yeah, gameplay is super, super important. It needs to be solid. But story, in my opinion, for an RPG is second most important. those two things definitely need to be very, very good. And I think if you're putting a lot of time into storytelling, music naturally follows, because a good story will have a strong, like, musical connection to it, because you're composing music that relates directly to the story, the narrative, you have leitmotifs, that kind of thing, and it fits the tone and the scene well. So I feel like once you have a good story, that music kind of comes hand in hand. Oh boy, it's... what's his name? So they opened the door, they just heard us whispering. I feel like this should happen when we walk into the room, not any other time.
昨夜出された戒厳令について長官に問い合わせに来たんだ。そしたらそのまま拘束されてこちらのフロアに。
Restrained for speaking out against injustice. If your government imprisons you for criticizing it, you might be in a fascist state.
そうだったんですか。
いや、なんつうか。
Oh no, you definitely are, by the way.
上に問い合わせる気概が終わりとは思いませんでした。
Hang on, system detecting backbone. That's a nice joke.
どういう意味だね。第一、君たちは国防軍から指名手配されていたはずだろう。一体何をしているのかね。
いろいろありまして。
Which we're gonna tell you.
あなたは IBC の技術部にいた。
ああ、研究員のダビッドさ。
Oh, he has the same voice actor as the Michelle guy.
昨日マリアベルお嬢さんから技術部の解散を伝えられてね。相棒もいないし呆然としていたらこのフロアに連れてこられて。
まずはお互いの状況を確認した方が良さそうですね。
そんなことになっていたとは。独立国の無効宣言以来、雲行きが怪しいとは思ったが、どうしてこんなことに。
なんだか悪い夢でも見ているような気分です。
Yeah, I can agree with that. It's like one of those eye roll. You know what? If you're gonna have a simple, basic, no, not interesting dungeon, just make it short. You know, but yeah. And I agree. I think the combat is one of the better things about these games, and like there's definitely a lot of criticism in much of what they do. But I think at the end of the day, Trails games, while their fan base will typically really like try to lift them up, I think they're anywhere between 5 to 7 out of 10 on the scale for the most part. Like some of them are really decent, others are pretty meh, but none of them are bad. Except for third. Fuck third. Third sucks.
道理で 2,3 日前からタワーへのハッキングの仕方がさらに巧妙になってたわけだ。
それで副局長、結局このフロアに大統領サイドの関係者は。
大統領やマリアベル嬢はもちろん、国防長官や両兵どももいない。それに君たちのところにいたあの娘もな。
そうですか。
一体どのフロアに。とりあえず主任からの連絡を待つべきかと。現在大急ぎで上層エリアを調べてくれていると思います。
その間このフロアにいる他のメンツでも確認しておこうぜ。
I mean, honestly, if they leave the tower, that just makes us saving Crossbow all the more easy.
そうだな。一通り話を聞いてみるか。
副局長、この場は頼めますか。
ああ、任せておきたまえ。君たちもあれだ。真実をつかむ前に倒れてしまったら元も子もないぞ。
はい、肝に銘じておきます。
Oh, Shizuku.
キーヤちゃん、お父さん、どうして？
Well, she must have been doing this speech on repeat for the last 2 days then? Because she's been here for a while now. We just happen to walk in when she does this?
Shizuku-chan.
よかった、無事だったのね。しずくさんもオルキスタワーに連れてこられていたんですね。
あのおっさんのことだから別の場所かと思ったが、とにかく無事
It
で。
would make more sense if she just sit on the couch, or maybe there's a bed put in this room for her or something like that. Maybe asleep on the couch.
ロイドさん、
Instead, we just happen to walk in as soon as she decides to go off.
リオさんも、そっか。こんな顔
I don't like that either. The ultra convenient time you walk in to hear everything that you need from the good guys or the bad guys.
しずくちゃん、ひょっとして
目が見えるようになったの？はい、キーヤちゃんのおかげです。不思議な力で目の神経をつないでくれたみたいで、もう光だけじゃなくて色と形もすごい、まさに奇跡ですね。
いやー、何にせよ良かったじゃないか。
ああ、こればかりはキーヤもお手柄だったな。
はい、本当にキーヤちゃんには。でもしずくちゃん、
どうしたんだ？
キーヤちゃん、笑っていたけどとっても辛そうでした。これが自分の役割なんだ、自分の望みなんだって無理に言い聞かせてるみたいで、本当はディーターさんたちに協力なんてしたくないのに、ロイドさんたちのところに戻りたくてしょうがないのに。
そっか。
どうしてキーヤちゃんがあんなことに。それに私、しずくさん、
ありがとう。キーヤちゃんのことを思ってくれて。
Ooh, healing hugs.
一人ぼっちで辛かったわね。
しずくちゃん、俺たちはキーヤを取り戻しに来たんだ。あの子やアリオスさんたちがどこにいるか。
ごめんなさい、私何も知らなくって。キーヤちゃんは昨日から見かけていなくて、それとお父さんからはロイアリオスさんが。
It's a bomb.
この筒。
Oh, it's a petrified turd.
お父さんがロイドさんに渡してくれって。どうぞ。
これは
カイさんが使っていた。これは刀傷ということは、ロイドさんのお兄さんを手にかけたのはロイド。
It's kind of a brutal gift, but at the same time, it could be a good gift. Like, hey, you deserve your revenge. I'll be waiting.
ごめんなさい、本当にお父さんが、父がひどいことを。
しずくちゃん、負い目を感じる必要はないよ。本当にアリオスさんが兄貴を手にかけたと決まったわけじゃないし、どうやらまだ見えていない隠された真相がありそうだ。
Man, just own it. Because Arios is framed as a good guy, he just gets to have a additional twist that makes it not him that killed his dad or brother, whatever.
兄貴とアリオスさんが激しくやり合った可能性は高いだろう。刀傷の数を見る限り、あの風の牽制を相手に。だが兄貴の直接の死因は背後から銃で撃たれたことだ。
それって。
しずくちゃん、手紙も読ませてもらうよ。
はい。
ロイドへ、長らく渡せなかった品を、これを機会にお返しする。その品が全て。釈明をするつもりはない。なお、町に現れた魔導兵は白きアイオンが大金を通じて。
Yeah, why didn't we stop that bell when we were there?
白きアイオンを何とかすれば全て沈黙させられるだろう。
Or we could have just stopped the bell like we stopped the other two bells.
これは
白きアイオンってのはあの映像で見たやつか。ガレリア要塞をアイスみてえにくり抜きやがった。
Well, that does it. The white Aeon's probably the final boss, or a second to last. Whoever's actually behind everything is probably going to be the final boss.
でも風の牽制は一体どういうつもりで。
Zero break!
ロイドさん、まるであつらえたみたい。
ああ、不思議と手に馴染むよ。しずくちゃん、伝言ありがとう。ここから先はどうか俺たちにキーヤのことも、そしてアリオスさんのことも。
はい、お父さんはずっと悩んでいたんだと思います。お母さんのこと、私のこと、いろいろなことを考えているうちに後戻りができなくなって、それで。
大丈夫。後戻りができないなんて、そんなことがあるもんか。
お父さんのことは
Honestly, awakening those ions and defending the city against the bombardments probably was the right move regardless, because we'd be standing on a pile of rubble otherwise.
ま、こんな可愛い一人娘を泣かせるような不良親父は。
ですね。首に縄をかけてでも連れて帰りましょう。
しかし風の牽制を連れ戻す話はともかく、大統領の関係者たちはどこに行ったんでしょうか。
やっぱりキーヤちゃんもいないみたいですし。
My prediction is that while this is still the final dungeon, it'll be like we'll connect into like a dimensional space or something for the final dungeon, but it'll be like at the top of the tower or something.
伝言を残したということは、ひょっとしてタワーには。
おっと。
ああ、ロイド君たち、直通エレベーターのセキュリティやっと解除できたよ。
本当ですか。
よかった。これで。
ただ、どうも他のフロアにはほとんど人が残っていないんだ。こちらのサーチから逃れて隠れているとも思えないし。
それは。
おいおい、そんじゃキーボーたちは一体。
ただ一箇所、オルキスタワーの屋上に誰かがいるみたいだね。白い人形と一緒に。
エレベーターで屋上に行くことは可能なんですか？
I'm actually thinking that we won't get Kia back. I'm thinking we'll take Crossbell back, but we're not going to get Kia back.
了解です。
それでは失礼します。
Using the concept of getting the daughter figure type character in order to draw attention for the next games, which is exactly what they did with Sky.
わからん。行ってみるしかねえだろ。
They were hoping people would get attached to Ren and the like parental concepts that Estelle and Joshua were trying to impart on Ren.
必要なら1階まで戻って準備を整えておきましょう。
ああ。
Which felt very forced, but. Ooh, that's good. Wouldn't mind getting the higher tier attack gem too. I could go up to 15 fire. I actually don't lose anything? Really? Oh, I lose 40% accuracy is what I lose. Yeah, you know, I'll just get like a Toyota or something. It's fine. There's that banana phone.
もしもし。
タワーに突入したようだが、状況はどうなっている？
ああ、大詰めだ。
なるほど。確かに大詰めのようだ。
屋上の白い人形だけど、どうやら周囲100アージュに結界を展開しているらしい。こっちからは近づけないから、援護とかは期待すんなよ。
そうか。
まあこっちでなんとかするしかねえな。
そうなのか。
朗報ですね。
ああ、よく勝てたもんだぜ。
とにかく
Taking dubs. Oh my god, dude. That's definitely a very modern terminology.
はい。了解しました。
ぶっつけ本番はさすがに無茶やったか。
自業自得。現実世界でスティグマの力をあそこまで解放するなんて、姉様がいたらそんな無茶きっと怒ったと思う。
せやな、総長にもメルカバも壊してしもたし。
Really? You know, it's like super illegal to cut people's pay because of situations like that, especially when like they're responsible for engaging enemies and stuff. Like, that's what.
修理不能とかなったらドミニオンクビになるんかな。
If it's a company, that's what profits are for. They're for to, you know, obviously for profit of the individual company owners or whatever, but like mostly it's to accommodate for potential losses. If it's a military, that's what taxes are for. But hey, you know, let's cut the wages of this guy so we can pay for 0.00001% of this.
お前が聖騎士になったらサポートについてもええし。
He might get reprimanded and demoted or put on temporary leave or something.
おい。
よかった。本当に無事で、姉様の目指していた場所は。
The fact that we have this kind of language in video games so often and we just accept it as a possibility is crazy because it's highly illegal.
本当に無茶ばかりして。
リーズ、せやな。まだまだ先は長いか。これから先も呆れさせてしまうことがあるかもしれへんけど、懲りずに支えてくれるか。
当たり前。放っておけるわけない。
I gotta go to the bathroom really quick. Be a second. Oh. I imagine the doll guy will probably collect the pieces and repair it.
こんな大怪我でもおじいさんに直してもらえばすぐに元通りに。そんな信じない。絶対に。
思考ユニットに致命的な損傷を受けたんだ。
Shut the fuck up, Joshua. Like you know a goddamn thing about this. Shut your dumb fucking face. Shut up.
ゴルディアス級のシステムだとバックアップも取れない。
As you know, it's just common knowledge.
待ってる待ってる。大丈夫。必ず直してあげるから。
The amount of knowledge that they give Joshua is absolutely ridiculously obnoxious, and so anytime he opens his fat fucking mouth, I just want to punch it. And it just kind of it causes me to not give any credibility to him whatsoever. I agree, Kamen Rider. Thank you for the 110 bits. Oh no, pot of water, good. Like the amount of dumbass, obnoxious assumptions and like hand-wavy explanations that are given from Joshua makes me very, very critical of him. So even so, if he was an Ouroboros and everything, it still suggests that, like, I mean, he'd have to be an expert on everything, and he's just not. He's not. You know, he's not a mechanic and a perfect assassin warrior. And an architect, and an engineer, and a hacker. You know, he's not all of those things, and it's stupid when you just have a character be an everything character. There's a reason there's such a thing as a jack of all trades, because a jack of all trades doesn't have the time or resources to master any of them. I agree. Yeah, you could be like, you know, maybe we can take it to George or whatever.
おじさま。
ディータさん。
久しぶりだね、諸君。しかし、ランチの約束をした覚えはないのだが、ひょっとして日時を間違えてはいないかね。
アポイントなしの訪問、申し訳ありません。ですがこちらにも譲れない事情がありまして。
独立国の取り消し、それに市内の魔導兵などいろいろあります。
まずはとっととキーボーを返してもらおうか。
ああ、構わないよ。君たちは何か我々は別にケイヤ君に無理やり協力してもらっているわけではない。このクロスベルを取り巻いている途方もない困難、それを解決するために彼女は進んで協力してくれたのだ。
それはそう仕向けたものがおじさまたちのはずです。両兵団を陰で操り、クロスベル市を襲撃させることで帝国と共和国の資産を凍結することで自治州存亡の危機を演出した。真偽はともかく、やはり許されないと思います。
That's true. They probably wouldn't have declared war if he didn't freeze their assets. But I can see why they would freeze their assets, because they were instigating. But yeah. Even after his whole Ouroboros thing, he doesn't fucking know everything, you know? and they just use him as a hand wave to explain away anything and everything with intimate, perfect detail, and it's really, really silly.
白い歯が売りのナイスミドルにしちゃえげつなさすぎやしねえか。
ディーター大統領、いえ、ディーターさんと呼ばせてもらいます。それがあなたの正義ですか？
ああ、その通りだ。現実の政治は綺麗事ばかりではない。あの程度の政治工作ならばむしろ手ぬるいくらいだろう。12年前、帝国がリベールに侵攻するときに起こした悲劇、君たちは知っているか？
Oh, they're talking about that one thing with the where Joshua's from originally or something like that.
共和国が民主化するときに断行された血塗られた粛清は
Yep. Yeah, it made me very, very critical of his character, and I ended up not liking him because of it.
おじさまたちのしていることが正当化されるとでも？
正当化はされるものではない。力と意志を持ってするものだ。
Looks like
私は黒い助の当主だが、もともと一族の使命についてはさほど熱心なわけではなかった。そのあたりはむしろ娘の方が詳しいくらいだからね。だが始祖が夢見た新たなる司法の誕生が実現可能だと分かった時、私は狂気し、黒い助に生まれたことに感謝したものだよ。この激動の時代を収め、正義を広められるだけの力を手に入れられるのだからね。
正義。
それではあなたは自らの利益のためでも支配欲のためでもなく、正義を実現するためにここまでのことをしたと。
I mean, I could almost agree with him if it wasn't for his authoritarian ways. Like, there are ways of utilizing all of this technology and all this, like, the way everything has occurred in a non-aggressive, iron fist controlling way, you know?
それ以外にどんな理由があるというのだね。10年前 IBC の資産が大陸一を達成した時点で富を求める必要もなくなった。大陸全土を支配するという時代錯誤な幻想にも興味はない。
A rich person that's actually content with the amount of wealth and power that they have? That doesn't sound like rich people.
我慢がならないのだよ。国家という枠組みにとらわれて無益な争いを繰り広げるこの世界。
I mean, this is like big Tokugawa Ieyasu vibes. You know, you have all these little clans dotted around the country, warring with each other constantly, and his thought was to just basically conquer them all and unify them under the same banner, which is what Tokugawa Ieyasu did. But like, it feels like he's doing it a little bit differently, and there's this like very authoritarian pressure that he's putting on everybody that is not the same as just like bringing everybody to heel, you know?
その意味では独立国という形式にこだわっているわけでもない。
Not to mention, even when you do unify multiple nations or groups or tribes or whatever, you still have dissenters, you still have issues. And if I'm not mistaken, I want to say shortly after he supposedly unified Japan, there were like tons of assassinations, like, oh my god, like tons and tons and tons of killing and death afterwards in order to silence dissenting opinions, in order to make sure that people were in agreement with the unified Japan. So I mean, yeah, can't just do that. But then again, maybe that's exactly what they're portraying. They're trying to portray, you know, how that story played out a little bit.
マクダエル議長の宣言通り無効とされても構わないのさ。私が理想とする正義、世界にあまねく広まるのであれば その正義によって秩序が保たれ平和な世界が築かれるのであれば。
共感できなくはありませんけど。
Yeah, once again, that's like, it's very easy to agree with what he says, but it doesn't matter with what he says, it matters with what he does. If he's saying, oh, I want to bring peace and prosperity and justice to everybody, it's like, yeah, I mean, I think most people want peace and prosperity, but most people that, well, a lot of people that say they want peace and prosperity, that say it, right? They don't act it, and then they go and do things that, like, drive conflict, you know? And their idea of peace and prosperity is like conquering every nation and killing anybody that disagrees. You know what I mean? Like, that's not peace and prosperity, that's control. And you're gonna have a fake peace and prosperity under control because if anybody decides that they want to, like, criticize that establishment, they'll be executed. That's not peace and prosperity, that's control.
私にはただの絵空ごとにしか聞こえません。
It's a very common trope to have the villain be like, oh, I just want peace for everybody, and then ends up doing something like authoritarian and controlling. You know, it's a pretty common villain trope, I think, because they're trying to humanize the villain and make them relatable. But I feel like if that's all you do is just say, I want peace, and then have them do things that push them towards war, then you're not really writing the villain very well. That being said, I don't think Dieter is all that poorly written at all. I think a lot of what he was doing made sense, and the way the pieces moved around to make you, the player, feel like it was Erebonia and Calvard that were responsible for so much. I think that was really smart. The stupid thing is that he had complete and utter protection with just those 3 ions. He didn't have to worry about Calvard and Erebonia anymore. He could have brought them to the table for negotiations, and he could have had a very, very big sway, at the very least for independence, not necessarily for, you know, unifying them all. But instead he chose to go the violent route.
Dieter さん、俺はあなたの考えにはいろいろと勉強させてもらいました。ですが、あなたの正義については少し過大評価をしていたようです。俺たちは警察官で、しかも特務支援課の所属です。法というルールにのっとりながら市民に寄り添う形で正義を体現する。ですが、必ずしも正解があるとは限りませんし。
そうね。立場が異なれば正義のあり方も変わってくるものだし。
I mean, there are oftentimes agreeable terms to what justice is, but yes, justice can vary.
迷いながら、時には失敗しつつも正義を追い求めていく。
They weren't part of the cult, they created the cult intentionally to be more of a face of all the bad things they were doing. But the thing is that he's doing authoritarian actions, whether he believes it or not. Interesting choice of words, Berserk.
かつてディーターさんに言われたことでもありますよね。
なんつうか、あの時の演説と全然違うような気がするんだな。
あれは力と意志が足りていない状況において
Oh, I know. I know what it is. It was very cleverly worded.
その双方が揃っている状況で正義を行使しないこと。それは怠惰ではないのかね。
違う。
Time for Lloyd to give another speech, and then he'll have an exclamation mark like, "Ugh, your words are getting to me." But somebody like Dieter has too much conviction in his beliefs to be swayed by any word whatsoever. And that's also true. Justice has no set definition to be like, what he means by no set definition is like, what is considered just for a bad action is not necessarily going to be the same across all of history, right? Because it used to be, and in some countries still, if you stole something, you got your hands chopped off. It's not very fair, is it? That feels pretty ridiculous, right? So that was justice back then. It's definitely not just now.
それを追い求め続けることにこそみんなにとっての価値がある。あなたのしようとしていることは正義を型にはめて確一化し押し付けることでしかない。
I mean, isn't that what everybody kind of does in a way? You know, we stand on a moral high ground and we go, this is actually what is just, and we try to impart those values on others. And like, at what point does it become control, and at what point does it become inspiration? You know what I mean? Like, is he really? I mean, I don't really think that's what he's trying to do. I think he's just trying to bring everybody together, but he's just misguided. That's not really trying to give everybody a blanket perception of justice. They're not really talking about what his justice is.
クロスベルの政治状況に風穴を開けていくつもの改革を成し遂げた。その成果を否定するというのか。
それとこれとは話が別です。おじさまのすべてを否定するつもりはありませんし、学ぶところが多かったのは確かです。だからこそその欺瞞と勘違いを指摘せざるを得ません。あなたを尊敬していた者として間違いに気づいてほしい意味でも。
Through violence.
なんだ。これは魔導の力。気をつけてください。オルキスタワーから彼を中心に膨大な霊力が集まり。
ベルほどではないが、クロイス家の当主としてこの程度はたしなんでいてね。そしてこのオルキスタワーの霊視変換機能を利用すればこんなことも可能になるのだよ。
Spiritual conversion.
吸い込まれた。
視界と制御も良好だ。司法の力を受けつつ。
おじさま。霊的な位相空間から人形兵器をコントロールしている。
おいおい、そんなのありかよ。
What's up, Lone Fellow? They could have just had him do that and then not said anything about it, except for, oh my god, what is this? Okay, we gotta fight him, but no, they had to have some forced explanation. Yeah, that's what I said. I said this is gonna be the final boss or something close to it. We still haven't fought in the ogre and everything, so there's still a lot of characters we haven't fought, but they could definitely be like later game stuff, like Reverie stuff. I could see us not getting Kia back, but winning Crossbell back, and that's enough for credits, you know? Well, that's an ouchie.
私の番です。
Okay, so resistant to all debuffs and stat downs. Only higher elements will do full damage, which is what I prioritized anyway. Say political grenade. What is with the scaling of this game? What is with this bullshit? Why are there so many bosses that just fucking one-shot you? What the fuck? I had full buffs. What is going on? Why does this game, dude? That's gotta be like the 8th or 10th boss that just has random one-shot ability. How is that even remotely fair? My HP is like damn good. I've essentially capped my level because it's all soft cap. Everybody's got an HP up thingy. It's ridiculous. It's fucking stupid. I had full buffs too, so that means that anything less will result in a full wipe, even more so. She gets free casts. Are those considered arts? Whoops. But yeah, she has double space cast, so utilizing that to try and get everybody reflect. There we go. That actually worked quite well. Oh, speed. I thought it was speed and strength. Really? I can't get breath off in time? Huh. She can't even get breath off in time. Weird.
任せてくれ。
Okay. I figured that's what that was. Okay, didn't do anything at all. Really? Why? Is he just that fast? Oh, that dispelled all my shields too. What's the point, man? If I never actually can get off a shield, fine. You know what? There. I'll just put those up. Oh, okay, so that one just goes through everything, dispels all buffs, and does a lot of damage. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. That seems really good. Yeah, it's Wave of Ice nonsense. So buffing is completely pointless. Except for this, of course. Right, that's what that one was. That's fine.
Nice fight.
Hey, 3,000 experience. Nice. That means we didn't do it, by the way. Yeah, Todd, we did it. That means we did not did it. You know, if the machine gets scrapped, it doesn't matter how much power it gets, it still gets scrapped. You can't give power to something that gets obliterated. Like, if we actually won the fight, that's not how you beat a robot. Like, if you're fighting a tank, you don't run it out of gas, okay? You scrap it, right? So if we won the fight, it would be scrapped, not out of energy. Don't worry, Arios McLean will come and save us right when we're about to get blasted. Because our victories can't be our own.
消えた。霊力の供給が途絶えたみたいね。
やれやれ、マジで疲れたぜ。
やりやがったな。
どういうことだ。どうして司法からの供給がいきなり止まるのだ。
まあ余計なことをしている暇がなくなったからだろうね。
Villain teleport.
ノバルティス博士。
ノバルティス博士、一体どういうことだ。まさか結社が機体に何かを仕掛けていたのか。
前にも言ったように、あくまで今回は手伝いでね。
I'm afraid this game doesn't have something as awesome as Graph. Anybody got the Graph quote? Mine is the Holy Fist, or something along those lines.
そちらの最終型とともにね。
契約だと。バカな。この機体はこちらが結社から買い上げたものだ。持っていかれる道理などない。
いやいや、実は契約内容にちょっとした変更があってね。用済みになった機体をこちらに回収させてもらうよう取り計らってくれたのだよ。閣下のご令嬢、マリアベル・クロイス嬢がね。
その通りですわ。
Usurping her father.
ベル、これは一体。それに一体どこにいるんだ。
She put on her evil outfit, like I said. She has her sexy evil outfit on. Yeah, blossom, O fallen seed, and grant unto thee the power of the glorious mother of destruction.
キーヤさんたちと一緒に。確かにどのフロアにもいなかったみたいだけど。
アリオさん。
Some fancy telephone technology.
プラティシャリ、ワルダさんまで。
Everybody says a different name. It's so stupid. It's dumb. We can see who they are. We don't need you to fucking read out each name one at a time from a different character. It's so stupid. Do I not have fucking eyes? Am I that dumb? Come on. Jesus Christ. Everybody has to have a one-liner as well.
私を裏切ったというのか。
大統領、しかし私はもともとあなたの計画に協力していたわけではありません。先生とマリアベル城の計画に協力していただけです。
先生。
ああ、
I did not expect Chunky Lawyer to be the big bad. It's always the most unassuming. They do that a lot in these games where they make a character, totally normal character, never drops any hints about who they are or what they are, and then if you find out that they've been the big bad the whole time, you know, and it's kind of like you gotta at least give me something to grab onto.
リムウッド先生、確かに先生にはいろいろと相談に乗ってもらいはしたが。
ああ、君は本当に教えがいのある生徒だったよ。経営者としては超一流だし、政治家としても悪くはなかった。無双化すぎるという致命的な欠点を除けばね。
お父様はご自分の考えで全てがうまく運んだと思ってらっしゃるようですが。その実、先生の用意した
したシナリオに誘導されていただけですわ。教団の扱い、通商会議の段取り、クロスベル市襲撃から独立宣言まで。
Oh, you mean the super duper, like, omniscient predictability qualities of the villain is still a trope that they're utilizing? Oh, okay.
そのアイディアのもとを最初にお父様にささやいたのはどなたでしたかしら。
このまま君がうまくやれば表に出るつもりはなかったが、どうやらフィクサーとしてのみとどまってはいられないようだ。青きゼロの計画。
Azure Zero Project.
させてもらうよ。
青木。なんだそれは。
ゼロの司法の完成形、時空を支配し因果率を組み替える青の大樹、その新たなる誕生ですわ。
光は
青い光、南西湿地帯のあたりです。
あれは。
Don't tell me until I get there. Come on. I don't know if the game's gonna continue all the way into that place. It could just be saved for Reverie. I don't know. Big tree. Is it evil though? I mean, maybe the tree is actually like a tree of life.
まさに得意点の産物。かの潮の杭をはるかに超える予定外の奇跡というべきか。
待ってくれ。あの巨大な木がゼロの司法の完成決定。
キーヤちゃんはあの子は一体どこに。
何を言っているのかしら。キーヤさんならほら、そこから
I agree for it. Throw Dieter off the room for that haircut.
あの青の大樹こそキーヤさんそのものですわ。
Yeah, tree of life, just like the Aoife tree. Yes, yes.
そのあたりは安心するがいい。
I know who you meant for it.
だが、これより彼女は全ての調停者となる。
She's the arborist of all.
彼女にとっても、君たちにとっても悪い結果にはならないはずだ。できれば見守ってあげてほしい。
一体何を。
わけわからなさすぎだぜ。
本当そうだよね。でも楽しければそれでいいんじゃないね、リーシャ。
まあ邪魔するつもりなら遠慮なく相手をしてやる。
It's not even next to the skyscraper. It's not even in the city. It's across the lake. It was where the Disneyland place was.
これも契約のうちだな。こいつらの企みは知ったこっちゃないが、来るんなら今度こそ徹底的に潰してやるぜ。
It's gonna be a repeat of Sky 2 Final Dungeon, where we have a character for each party member that is story significant.
それとお父様、今までお世話になりましたわ。単純でロマンチストで愚かしくはありましたけれど、私お父様のことは決して嫌いではありませんでした。
It's a new branch of the Cross Bell Country place thing. Yes, yes, it's like exactly what it is.
役目がなければ私も最後まで付き合うんだが、まあせいぜい遠くの地で続報を聞かせてもらうとしよ
う。It's really important that he teleported there.
無駄だとは思うが、せいぜいあがいてみたまえ。
Stupid PS5. Their dumb, weird LAN cable issue.
有意義なデータを残してもらう意味でもね。
I would just like to turn that alert off, even if it does that thing, which it doesn't. I just want to turn it off. I'm also here.
二人とも
今のは一体、それにあの巨大な木のようなものは何だ。
それがなんと言ったらいい。
どうやらまだ終わりじゃないみたいだな。
課長、
下の方は大丈夫なんすか。
ああ、魔導兵どもが消えたんで無事タワーに乗り込めた。しかし一体何がどうなってやがる。
そ
さすがにびっくりだね。
まさかイアン先生が黒幕の一人だったとは。
なるほどな。
Of course it
政
does.
財界に国際情勢、警察にギルド、さまざまな裏事情にも通じている人物か。
Totally makes sense. Definitely not pulled out of left field.
確かに全て
Right
を
field.
段取れただろう。
The dugout.
問題は動機だが、今はそれどころじゃなさそうだ。
はい、ワジ、メルカバを呼んでもらえるか。
そう言うと思ったよ。
行くのか。
ええ、もはや警察の仕事とは言えないかもしれません。ですがキーヤと全ての真実があそこで待っている以上、俺には放っておけません。
私もです。ベルを止め。まあここまで来たら
おじきたちも手ぐすね引いて待ってるみてえだしな。
私も付き合わせてもらいます。
まあメルカバを提供するんだし、僕も付き合わせてもらうよ。バルドとの決着も。
私も彼女と決着をつける必要があります。私自身のけじめのためにも。
マクレインとイアン先生の両名については詳しい事情聴取の必要もあります。私も同行。
There still was no reason for them to attack Arkansas, by the way. I thought something might have been made clear later on, but the reason they had that scene was purely to make the one girl have a conflict with Rixia. That's it. It was only to make it so Rixia would have their own villain pairing kind of thing. So they did this thing in Sky as well, where they forced out a villain to have a specific interaction or history with one of the party members, so that every time you got to one of the 500 different villains at the top of the tower that you're climbing, you'd have some personal stake in it with one of your party members. So the whole thing with Shirley and Rixia was and Arkansas specifically was completely forced. There was no tactical reason for it. There was no reason other than to force in a conflict between Shirley and Rixia.
止めても無駄そうだな。
You know, characters can just have a motive without it having to force in a villain like that. Almost makes it feel like Shirley in general completely was created just for that. I know, right?
領の身柄も
It's a good idea, Kamen Rider.
市内とタワーの方は任せておけ。お前たちはお前たちで納得できるまでやってこい。特務支援課として何よりも
Doesn't matter. We already knew how crazy she was. We didn't need that at all whatsoever. It didn't actually add anything whatsoever to the story in a meaningful way. We already knew her personality was batshit crazy. I don't know, the way a lot of games are nowadays, if it's blue, it's weak to like green. Which is like earth or nature or tree. Ironic that a tree would be weak to tree though. But obviously it's not an actual tree. It's just tree shaped. We just know this because of reasons, even though I haven't even bothered to consider what all this is, or have I had any interaction with it. And it's artificial, and I was sent to guard the actual Septarian. But yeah, totally understand and know that this is the final form of the artificial Septarian. Sure. What does it even do? What is the tree doing? We see a big tree grow and we're just like, okay, cool, have your little tree, bye. New types? Isn't there just one new type, which is fairy, and which is not even new?
あの大樹がどんな力を持っているのか。
ただあの青い光からは尋常ならざるものを感じる。必要の力のすべて。特に幻。
もともとゼロの司法は
And what was it? Fairy was developed during like Gen 7 or something, a couple gens ago.
その過程で時と空まで合わせ持ったということかしら。
He's actually like one of the goddess's creations that are guardians of the Septarians, like the dragon.
というより、できないことはないと言ってもいいのかもしれん。
なんとまあ、エイドスに匹敵する力か。
いずれにしても俺たちのやることアリオスさん、マリアベルさん、イアン先生たち、彼らの真意を確かめつつこの手で
Pretty much.
キーヤを取り戻すだけだ。
Damn, I didn't even think about that second part.
はい、いやー、なんていうかマジで武者震いしてきたわね。
グレイス、どうしてお前がここにいる？マクダエル議長と一緒に。
うっさいわね。私の勝手でしょ。それにクロスベル市民だって今回の顛末は知りたがるはずよ。まあそのあたりのフォローは任せなさいって。
いまいち不安ですが。
いずれにせよ乗り込む前に準備はしといた方が良さそうだな。
そうですね。何が待ち受けているか。
One last opportunity to upgrade my characters, I guess.
今ならクロスベルのどこにでもメルカバで降りられるだろう。
Oh.
必要だったら指示するといい。
ああ。
Wonder if that also includes new jobs. Yep. Well, that won't take too long to do, so we'll do them. Not to mention the rewards are bound to be very good. I'll do those first. But before we do anything... yeah. Gotta save the world and all that stuff, but first, there's a pesky little monster that's causing some trouble. Alright, I'm gonna take my midday bio. We still got several hours left in the stream, but I need to eat something, so I'm just gonna take a quick break, use the restroom, grab some water, all that kind of stuff. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. Hang tight. And I'm gonna pet my cat first before we get up. There we go. Okay. You gotta get a high score in Pom Pom Party, obviously. All right, let's see where we get our requests. East Crossbow Highway, Ancient Battlefield, Knox Forest. Huh. Apparently I'm high enough level to just one-shot the high tier enemies. That's funny. They give really good Sepith, so it's actually worth it. It's a shame you don't get anything else, you only get Sepith. Found our quarry. I'll do the one-shot on all of those things. That actually might be reasonable grinding speed. It's a neat find. Just on the ground like that. It's worthless at this point in the game, but still interesting. Alright, let's see what we got here. Look at all the friends we're making today. So many friends. I win! Flawless victory. There's the ruby gem. I did suggest that I could replace the hit gem with the ruby, the hit gem with the ruby gem. That wouldn't be the worst idea. It really just depends on what my hit ends up being. Not to mention, I kind of like having Innocence Arc. Is that the one? No, it's a reflex. So he doesn't have that. Well, let's see if he ends up missing a lot. Not everybody has a hit gem and they don't miss a lot, so. I put the hit gems on mostly because space magic is good. Get that full restore again. Thank you. You the best. Okay. Ancient Battlefield. Who wouldn't want a country full of these beautiful blue flowers, though? How could you be critical of them? Okay, it's ancient battlefield, not the sun fort. So, oh, you know what? It's probably in that little hidden area. I guess this is still, yeah. Okay. Hey. B. C. Exterminate.
みんな気をつけて。了解です。
I win again! I'm good at this game.
Nice fight.
It was definitely a nice fight-o. There's the gold gem, which is basically the equivalent of the hit gem that I just replaced. Could definitely put that on her, which actually makes a lot of sense because... Oh, that's the EP cut one. Well, that's even better. I mean, I would rather EP cut over EP, right? And that would get her... Oh no, she'd need 11. What about this one? Gets her to 10. Well, there might be an EP one. That would get her to 11. Oh wait, she's time now. She's a time gal. I don't really care about that one. Well, no, I do, because isn't that the ultimate time spell? Where I need 11 space. Oh, I need 11 Mirage. In that case, I'd probably want the Mind Gem. This is technically worse, but she's my space gal. And so I'll give her the gold gem. She would need 21 and 11 time. So it's inverse. Well, not inverse, but... She's lacking that time. I suppose I could move... she's more for Mirage. She's set up for Mirage. I mean, I suppose I could move things along, but I mean, things like Hit Gem and the Gold Gem are both really solid for her. So her framing her as Mirage kind of feels misplaced. She doesn't have the cast gem. Oh, jeez. I need a cast too. How does she not have cast gem? That makes a lot of sense though. I mean, realistically though. Oh. Yeah, that actually makes more sense. Realistically, she could be any element that's of the higher elements because they all require a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, that gives me 3 times, so I could always just move like one of these down here or something and move like cast 1 up for hit 3 or something like that. It would still give me enough space at a higher tier anyway. But we'll figure it out. She's not really my primary spellcaster, but I will say magic tends to be best in this game because typically speaking, most of the enemies and bosses and stuff just knock you around like crazy. So the best thing to do is just prioritize casting so you don't need to move close to your opponent and you can just spam abilities. Especially when you prioritize a certain element with a bell and get the extra casting. So... You can get in the way. I guess the last one's gonna be the Mirage one, so I suppose we'll see what we can get from it. Once we have it, we can see the values for ourselves. Nox Forest. Magikong? That's like Magic Koopa for Donkey Kong! Oh my god. Oh my god. Donkey Kong is real! I guess we took over the prison or something at some point. Just felt like killing him. No, basically Rageson has programmed it to where it has a library of words that it can pull from that begin with those letters, and then it just gives them to him, spits them out randomly, basically. Wait. Is this considered the Nox Forest? Yeah, okay. So if you use this as a training ground, does that mean you've graduated from the School of Hard Knocks? The bot called me old? How dare that bot be honest? If I were like other people, I might change the bot's code to not be honest instead of spitting out honest things. I mean, there is a police academy. So that's kind of a fortress. You know, considering there's a bunch of wood and trees around us, I suppose everybody's going around here. Everybody that comes here knocks on wood. There we go. I knew I could get it. I don't know, these guys look scary. I think I might barely win. Oh, never mind. Yep, there's the silver gem. So does that mean... Wait, she wants time. She has the onyx gem, okay. And she's barely getting it, so I suppose at that point it's the EP one. Ah, damn, that means there's another silver gem. Do I have a mine 3? I do, she has it. I need one more Mirage. How can I get that? No water gems have a Mirage attached. I can't get rid of the Onyx or the Cast Gem. It'd need the time anyway. Honestly, it's this water that's getting in the way. I don't care about the water gem. I mean, I guess she needs the HP, but... oh well. Like, I could definitely get it. Although, can I get 21 and 11? I don't think I can. Oh well. These all enhance her anyway, so, like, whatever. It's all the same. She doesn't get the ultra spell. It's kind of almost to my favor just because of the casting cost being obnoxious, so. With that in mind, she has, oh, she needed, okay, she needs time instead of Mirage here if I want to get it for her, which is not entirely difficult to get because I only need 4. So really, she just needs an action 3 and then to put it here. But then I wouldn't have 21, would I? So she's not going to get it. That's fine. We're good as is. I need a cast 2 for sure and an action 3, definitely. As far as he goes... I mean, might as well, I suppose. And then she's mostly wind. The other things are just for support. Guess I could get rid of Spirit Breaker and upgrade that slot. Okay. For the hit percentage. Not that I necessarily think it's important anymore because I think hit only affects basic attacks. I don't think a lot of the... Because I've never seen myself miss with a craft, like ever, even when I have like hit rate down or anything like that. So I don't really think it's necessarily possible, which if I can't miss with melee attacks, then hit becomes irrelevant. But I was just thinking about the reflect spell, which has been useful for me. It's kind of hard to gauge whether or not an ability that does so much damage has magical or physical properties. And I think the best thing to do is just apply the reflect and just YOLO. I'm pretty sure every ability is going to be considered magic, and it just might as well, right? Kind of thing. Plus, it doesn't have a timer. And when I do reflect, it ends up being way more damage than anything else, so... I don't really need to overthink it though, because you really only need a basic set of spells in order to do whatever you need to do, especially considering the casting cost of spells is redonkulous. Okay, so let's go get our turn-ins first to see what we actually get. Because we might get a rank up with a bonus gem of some kind. Probably not. Power Suit Z. I'm guessing if I do all jobs, I could get rank 1. Okay. Power Suit Z. That is quite good. She needs it really badly. Wow. He needs it the most, honestly. It's a better upgrade for him anyway, but he's the only one that's going to be doing attacks. He's got the lowest speed, he needs some help. He's the one up front, so he's probably going to be taking the most hits, so the evasion helps him. So, yeah, that actually makes sense. I have Lloyd as basically like my whoopsie, everything's going to hell, stay alive character. He's got very high evasion and the status immunity. Okay. Pretty content with that. Ah. Well, that was my chance to get another cast 2. Because I need 1,000 time to get a cast 2, I'm pretty sure. Yep. The only thing that I actually wanted to make was a cast 2. I'm not too terribly far away from it. I could grind it out really easily. What I am going to do then is swap these around because it's more important that she has the cast 2 over him because she actually casts. He does healing every now and again. Like he's a backup healer. And then he casts fire. That's it. So I think that's about as good as I'm gonna get it. I would like another action 3, but once again, I need 1,500 time for that one. I think that's pretty much all I'm gonna get though. So any new, no, nothing new here because everything's always chapter oriented, so whatever. All right. Interesting that this game does the traditional, it's the end of the game, here's your airship, you can go to anywhere that you want to. Just select the option of the final dungeon when you want to go, you know? Because a lot of the time it's kind of like you're landlocked or your wings are clipped or something. Is this not where the tree is? Maybe you have to talk to an NPC to go to that spot specifically. But yeah, it's very rare that the game just lets you go, or very rare for a Legend of Heroes game to let you go wherever you want. I'm guessing then I gotta talk to the right NPC. Wow, you're referring to the tree as a weed to pull, and it's literally Kia. Oh, you know what? Maybe the Azure tree is just another selection on the thing that I didn't notice. Ah, yep, there it is.
青の大樹あそこに 準備はいい？
Let me, just in case, save it before we head off to the actual final dungeon after we've had 5 dungeons that felt like they were the final dungeon. By the way, when you have a final boss like this, or a final villain, I guess, the mastermind villain kind of character, it's not interesting to just continually peel back onion layers that don't have any kind of like suggestion that there might have been something at play there, you know? And it just, I don't know. Is it really, who can tell? We still got 7 games after this, so it's not a final dungeon until the whole story is told, I suppose.
青の大樹準備
Just drop us off at the top, it'll be fine. The base is actually at the roots, damn it. Oh, hey. I was wondering if that was gonna come back.
5時の方向に機影確認。破壊星座所属ベイウルフ号です。
現れたか。
赤い星座が運用している強襲揚陸。
ああ、俺がいた頃から強襲揚陸艦を運用するっていうのさ。もうあそこまで使いこなしてる。
今回の計画のため黒い助が資金を出したのかもしれないのね。
どうやら結社の技術も使われているみたいだけど、アッパス振り切れそう。
なんとかしてみよう。
ま、でかい上にごつそうだし速度じゃ負けないんじゃね？
Uh-oh. If you're going that fast and you just suddenly stopped, everybody would be a smear on the wall, by the way. Do we need a backstory? We don't need a fucking history lesson, Tio.
やってくれたね。右舷前方に回り込まれた。アッパス対衝撃フィールド。
了解だ。総員しゃがんで衝撃に備え。
よし、機種全面に対衝撃フィールドを集中。機雷源を強行突破しつつそのまま大樹へ向かうよ。
了解だ。
All or nothing play, let's go! Why not have the weapon systems shoot the mines ahead of you too? Grail lockets are also, oh, antis, okay, yeah, everybody's got a Grail locket on. Well, I know Lloyd has one, but the rest? I'm afraid they are little splotches of red and pink. Where do we dock? Just go that way. That looks safe. Let's go in there. Drove right into it.
アンカーで捕まえて白兵戦に持ち込んでやるつもりだったが、我らもまだ空中戦の連度は不足しているということだろう。まあ、あとはシグムント様たちに任せておけばいい。お嬢と副団長が羨ましいぜ。
This is basically forced story to let you know that the other two are still in the tree and they'll be bosses. Instead of just letting us encounter them and be like, oh man, we thought they were in the ship and they weren't. Oh man, now we gotta fight them. Oh man. you know? Yes! We got our arbitrary floaty platform dungeon. Yes! I knew we could do it. Come on, arbitrary floaty platform dungeon, let's go!
確かにでかい木だったが、ここまでじゃねえだろ。
空間そのものが歪んでしまっている。
Yeah, it's a really easy design to make. You just got to make some platforms, and it doesn't really matter what they look like or where they go or what they are formed into. It doesn't matter. It's a very easy way to make something and not have to care about the actual design of it. And the reason I talk about this is because having something that feels logical is harder to do. Like a really great example of something that feels really, really good, that's a dungeon and it's still long, is Karazhan, if you've ever done Karazhan in World of Warcraft. Because you go in and you have the stables and you have barracks and you have kitchens and you have this library, and then it starts to get all distorted and crazy. And you can see that they built the tower and then tore it apart afterwards to create this really cool environment. And it's really, really, really solid. It's one of the best designed dungeons ever. And it's ironic because in the same expansion, they have the fucking sun vault or whatever the hell it's called. Man, I forgot what it's called. The one where you fight the elf guy, the blood elf, the guy that's really rough. That was a really hard boss. And it's shit. It's just big open pink and orange nonsense, you know? But yeah, in the same expansion, you have like a Sunspire. I don't remember what it's called. You have an example of like one of the best dungeons ever made, ever, and one of the worst dungeons ever made ever, you know? They remade Karazhan? I stopped playing after Warlords of Draenor because a lot of reasons. Sunwell was Burning Crusade. Wait, what's Karazhan? Burning Crusade? I think Karazhan was Burning Crusade. No. Sunwell was after all that. Yeah, Sunwell was the last. It was still the same expansion, but that was at the end. No, it was like at the beginning you had the Karazhan, and then they released right before Black Temple. It was part of the Attuned to Black Temple. So you had the fish place or whatever you had to go to get one part of it, and then yeah, Karazhan was the first. That was the beginning. That's what I'm saying. But it was the patch where they released SSC, TK, Tempest Keep. That's the one. Not Sherpa Shrine Cavern. SSC and TK were the same patch that they released. Is Tempest Keep. That's what I'm talking about. That dungeon is awful design. And I'm not talking about what bosses are in there. The bosses are pretty solid. I'm talking about the dungeon itself. Remove all things from it. What is it? It's just big, weird, open thingies that make no sense. Karazhan makes sense. I don't really care. That's not the point. The point I'm making is that in the same expansion, they had one of the best designed dungeons and one of the worst designed dungeons from an aesthetic, making sense, logical perspective. You know, so the point I'm making is that Karazhan made sense from every room, from the first to the last. It had this sense of like belonging there and making sense. Tempest Keep was just big floating pink and orange turd. It didn't make any sense. There weren't barracks. There weren't places of work. There weren't places to operate the dungeon itself. Nothing. But Karazhan had like, you know, stables and barracks and libraries and all these different rooms, you know, that made sense. Different quarters, all this stuff. That's what I'm getting at. That's what this is. This is basically brown Tempest Keep, you know, just floaty, random turd dungeon. And so many RPGs are guilty of it, where they just give you floaty platform dungeon, and it's annoying. I get it once or twice, you know. You gotta just make something that feels weird and like you're in a different space or something. But that's kind of all this game does.
わかった。
We barely escaped by rushing straight out of here, or into here, but we can go anywhere we want now. Orc raid under the dungeons. Oh, Mactherodon. That wasn't a dungeon though. That was just like some big pit arena thing that they threw Mactherodon in. And he was being imprisoned there against his will.
絶対に何としても。
But that was also part of the initial release, if I'm not mistaken. Interestingly, I'm going to get over level 100, aren't I? Like, this has got to give me more than 2 levels. There's going to be plenty of bosses that'll give me whole levels by themselves. I imagine 105 might even be the final level here. There's got to be a level cap of some kind, though. What's weird to me is that in Trail's second chapter, it gave you an opportunity to buy those wind gems and stuff. But this one doesn't. Like the 4-star, the 4-tier, whoopsie, gems. You could buy them. Damn, he's in for like 5,000. That's some crazy good melee. Congratulations on reaching the end. You've got a long road ahead of you, but I know you can do it. Oh, come on. No, don't tell me that. Oh, we've already fought and killed a bunch of these guys in a level 100 chest. Really? They have like omniscience, they automatically detect me. Almost like a free treasure there, just saying, hey, look, you know, this is what this does for future reference. It's good proper conveyance on that. Nice fighto. Yeah, it's arbitrary floating platform dungeon. You may recognize it from 99% of all RPGs. You may recognize it from such RPGs as all of them. Well, I have to admit, there are not very many Final Fantasies with arbitrary floaty platform dungeons. Final Fantasy 13 is probably the most guilty of it. And it's only the beginning and the end that does it. A floating tower is not the same as arbitrary floaty platform dungeon. Arbitrary floating platform dungeon means the platforms that you're moving along make no sense and they're arbitrary. They have no place there other than just to be a place to walk on, and they don't make any sense in terms of like the overall design of the level. They're just there to have a place to put enemies. So a floating castle, you know, that's like Evil Fortress of Doom kind of stuff, but it can still be like a castle. I mean, look at Ultimisia's castle. It's kind of just floating there, but it's badass, and it feels like it's an actual castle, you know. Dude, these are the dumbest enemies on the field fucking ever. Are you joking me? Why do they just automatically detect me? I don't have scent on. Get the fuck out of here with your slow ass movement and auto detection bullshit. And slow movement. Come on. Get to your cap already. Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. These are gonna be enemies to avoid. Do they even give me anything worth caring about? Their XP is irrelevant. Okay, we avoid them. Whoa. What the? They also have omniscience, apparently. Well, that's super annoying. So I lost all of my craft points because of some bullshit one-shot nonsense. Cool, cool, cool. Quick, Adol, we have to get to the center of the Great Tree of Origins. Oh, sorry, wrong tree. Sewer dungeons are mandatory. There are plenty of RPGs that do not utilize sewer dungeons. However, I will say that it kind of makes sense to have sewer dungeons oftentimes. Because usually they're like places of escaping prison, imprisonment or something, you know? So like, okay, I get it. You know what? I'm not taking this shit video game. You done me dirty. I'm gonna just... I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna hit up the inn in my room and I'm gonna get all my craft points back. And since enemies are on the field, it doesn't matter. By the way, he also soaked all my EP out, so that's another reason why I just want to go back and hit up the inn, the room, the resting. And I don't have to leave to do it, just boom, done. I guess the Final Fantasy Fiesta is coming around soon, isn't it? Hell yeah. Woo. The other one was being an ass too, so... You know what? I kind of want to get level 100 before I go any further. Well, I'll screen transition, and I'll see if there's enemies on the field. Because if there are enemies on the field, then it means that's another room before we get to the boss. Looks like a boss room. Nope. Chance da! Did Pixie finally reach level 5? Oh, it already did a while ago, yeah. Which quartz? Master quartz is not 5. Hers? And hers. Okay. I gotta take a peek. Take a peek! At the end of the next battle here. Damn! What did you do? It must have been weak. Maybe Phantasm by the end of the game I'll get, but Wing ain't going. That's not happening. Alright, well, everybody's level 100 and they're still getting XP, so 100 is not the level cap. Although again, there's a soft cap, so the soft cap is probably no higher than 105. I hate XP soft caps. With how fast and smooth the battles go, man, you could just like collect XP really, really cleanly and just nope, you know? Oh, I should have used something else because that utilized what's her name, and now they get a bunch of attacks. Oh well. Rift Gem. These two games have been a big part of my life for 5 years. I'm not certain what future projects I'll take part in, but it's going to be hard to surpass the satisfaction I feel for these two. JJL. Little testimonial. Oh, this is basically Impede 3. Okay. Is there actually a way that I can utilize that? Because it is a strong gem. I suppose maybe like here? Like it would still have 10. What would it give me? It actually, wait. How does that not like give me anything? 6 time? Oh, very, very easy to hit the soft cap. I mean, it's basically guaranteed just by actually playing the game. The problem with soft caps is it forces the game to be at the difficulty the developers want. And so for those that like to grind and become powerful, it stymies that. So there are two kind of concepts in playing RPGs. Some people like to grind the ever-living crap out of the game and become powerful. Other people just want to play the intended difficulty and just kind of go at the normal pace of the game. There's no wrong way to run an RPG as long as you abide by the principles that both of those are the target audience. So when you eliminate the ability to do something like grind at your pace, you've effectively told half your audience to fuck off. Alternatively, if you force grinding by making things too difficult and overtuned, you've essentially told half your audience to fuck off as well. So there's like this principle that you don't want to limit the grinding, but you want to make it balanced so that you don't need to in order to advance, as long as you're playing the game and fighting most of the battles and stuff. And that's why scaling XP and forced soft caps and stuff are bad. They're just objectively bad. They provide no benefit to the player, and they only limit you. The end. That's it. You can grind without leveling. Yeah. Just by fighting battles and not getting any XP because of the soft caps? Yes, I know. Ah, shit. I'm actually surprised that he's actually doing damage with melees. It's kind of crazy. Because, like, the whole game, melees have just kind of been eh. I mean, I agree that melee should not be, like, overpowered or anything like that. But when you have limitation on craft points, melees have to actually be able to perform adequately in order to compete with magic that can just be spammed. And not only do you have the miss rate, which is pretty substantial in this game, I might add, that also punishes you for, wow, okay, using melees in certain situations, but it also eliminates the damage potential, making melee feel very, very weak, up until about now, actually. And it's always near the end, actually, I've found in Trails games, where all of a sudden you get tons of, like, physical opportunities. You know, look at his offense, 1,700 versus 1,000, 1,400, 1,100. Even he's only got 1,500. And a lot of it had to do with this leveling up and giving him 300 strength versus the 20 you get in the beginning. And then, of course, like the Ruby Gem of 15%, but also, you know, this weapon that came all at the same time. If Lloyd ends up adopting Kia, does that make him a dad detective? No. No, it does not. Yeah, with the transfer NPC, sure. Lots of games have opportunities like that. I was aware of that opportunity way early in the game. Wasn't gonna do it because that requires a ridiculous amount of grinding. The game isn't so, oh, hello. The game isn't so hard that I need to overgrind like crazy, but again, it doesn't matter. That's not the point I'm making. It's about the choice that the developer gives the player. And by taking it away, you've taken away a choice. You know how most games curb like the concept of overgrinding too early? They make it so XP requirement for the next level is exponential, so that you can't just fight the 10 XP imp for a few hours and get level 99, because by the time you reach level 20, you're gonna need thousands of XP instead of tens of XP. Like it's like you've never heard of like the other 99% of RPGs that don't have XP caps. You know what I mean? It's not like those haven't done it already, right? Wonder if this is gonna be considered magic and thus be reflected. Maybe I should. Nah, I'm not worried about the Hers is considered magic. Weird how some of them are considered magic and some are not. I'm just gonna reset the fight, I think. Maybe not. Well, it depends, actually. I can manage this. Unless he AoEs me to death right here. Sorry, Tia, you don't get XP there. Now she's behind. It won't really matter that much because more than likely she'll get all the extra XP and catch up in no time. Plus I have like some of the most defensive gear on her, so it should be fine. Oh, they're still the same level. Okay, I see. I was like, how did... I thought everybody gained a level there. What? Whoopsie. Yeah. I thought about it for a second. I was like, you know, I'm kind of just sort of like powering through this, but I can actually recover here, I think. Oh. How did I land a job inside the Azure tree? Let's just say the higher elements were active. Oh, that gets 1 belly chuckle and 2 knee slaps for me. Do your worst. Oh look, everybody's got 4 combo points already. Pretty much. Curia Bomb's also very nice. They're basically remedies. It's kind of interesting how frequently you get Curia Bombs as drops, considering how good they are as items. Do I not have like a map thing that I should have? Yeah. Yeah, me too. They're a special kind of annoying that just flies in the face of everything you gotta do, and usually the things you gotta do to get around it are very annoying. Keep going, only 10 more chests to unlock the secret chest ending. Sweet. What the? Whoa. Oh, this is no fair. They had that death thing. I was donezo if I didn't do that. So we gotta build up our points again. Ooh. Unfortunately, that means she will not have a damage dealing thing, but that oh shit button is a very nice oh shit button. It actually lets you kind of ignore buffing and doing any kind of like support, and you can just opt to Aura Rain heal yourself. Aura Rain 2 probably cleanses debuffs and all sorts of fun stuff, as well as being just good. What? Go, Randy, for 0 damage! Chance Death! Hello, trap chest with something good in it, more than likely. How are you doing this fine evening? I hope this weather is agreeable with you. Oh my goodness, there were enemies in there? I am so surprised. I am victorious! Light gem. Harmony is the fertile soul where our efforts converged in a strong solid tree capable of bearing wonderful fruit that wouldn't have been possible otherwise. Which one is this? Light gem is hit gem. Okay. I mean, right? Just hit. Got your 21, but she needed time instead of Mirage. I need 4 more time on there somehow without getting rid of any Mirage or any space. I just don't think it's possible. Well, actually, if I gave her something like Crow, then it would be very possible. Is there really anything I want out of this? I mean, why not give her Axe? You know? Why not? How did I not get any more time thingies? I didn't get any of the time thingies. That's crazy. So I could give her cannon. I could give... Well, does she have any wind? No, not enough to matter. Oh, it's coming from this anyway, so yeah. That's fine. I don't really need the ultimate ultra spell. It really is irrelevant. And it would be a very item spammy build in order to keep EP up, so. My prediction is boss in this next room. Can you imagine if they actually made this dungeon like lots of trees and roots and branches that you were climbing on and stuff instead? Like think like Dark Souls, the Great Hollow. I mean, that wasn't like the coolest design ever. It was a little bland and brown, but consider that concept and then improve on it, you know? Instead, you just get a bunch of random geometric patterns and platforms and stuff, and it's a tree, man. You had so many opportunities to go wild with some awesome designs. Quite possibly the easiest thing to make really, really interesting is a tree. Because everybody knows what a tree looks like, and everybody knows what tree imagery is like. And you just go from there, you know? I'm not taking a chance on these things. They like did like a possess type thing and they just kill you, so. Khalidbolg. Hold me, Noe, hold me, Noe. I ain't got nothing but love, babe. 8 days a seek. I don't know that song. Pretty good. Wow, it gives her 50% accuracy, which means she does not need a hit gem. I imagine they probably gave her that as a default for her weapon because she doesn't exactly have a lot of room for building. And so you usually use people with bad lines in order to get those utility ones like the tracking and stuff. Crossbell City wasn't built in a day. It took years of hard work to get us as far. So do me a favor and end this story in style. That reminds me, do I not have treasure chest tracking? Which means that I think I took it off. It's gotta be somebody in my party, doesn't it? Okay. Why not you then? Oh, that would get rid of his heal. You would think that, but I've played plenty of games that don't do that. Fucking, what the shit? Whatever. Are you kidding me? So fucking annoyed by this. Whiffed right by the fucking enemy, and then I'm just getting like one shot by everything. It's so annoying. So much for, like, I didn't use craft points because I'm thinking, no, I'm trying to build them up. And then you have fucking death on attack bullshit that I lose all my craft points anyway. It's so infuriating. Such a fucking frustrating mechanic. Would not be object to them taking that away so I can keep that. Especially considering like how important they are. It's just really annoying to just have enemies have death on attack so often and steal that away from you. I also know that I don't need the ultimate ultra spells of whatever in order to win this game, you know, so it'd be nice to get that kind of power, but I would have to rebuild everything, and I would also have to make some concessions on some of my build in order to get what I wanted. I'm guessing this will connect to the beginning. Yep. Good. I'm really glad because now I can get my crap points back. Which also means that we're definitely going to see a boss in this room.
バリアみてえなのに覆われちまっているが、
おそらく何らかの結界だと思いますが、
中央のはともかく左右のものは何なのかしら。
それらは領域について
Ha 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 ha! They lead to what are called domains. Yes, thank you for laughing.
ベルなの？
エリー、もちろんです。ようこそ青の大樹へ。あなた方に来てもらってキーヤさんも喜んでいるでしょう。いいえ。
ベル、
あなたたちの意図はともかく、何が何でも俺たちを阻むつもりではなさそうですね。
ええ、この神域はキーヤさんの内面そのもの。あなた方に来てほしいし来てほしくないという心の表れも、それが徘徊する守護者という形で現れているというわけですわ。
そんな仕組みが。精神的な内面だけでこれだけの空間を
ですが最後の宴です。より楽しんでいただけるよう別会場を用意させてもらいました。それがそれらの門ですわ。
別会場。
おいおい、もったいぶるのはやめてくれねえか。
簡単なことですわ。
Every time it's the first line in her dialogue, and it's not just her, it's like 90% of the characters, there's a fucking laugh or chuckle or lighthearted guffaw or something. I hate it. I hate it so much. Why? Why is that a thing? That makes no sense. It's so, like, game breaking. I can't focus on anything else in the story because of that. It's just, I mean, I can. It's just, it makes you care so little about it. And then she's gonna be like, because it's the first line. They said something, so her first line in the next bit is to laugh. Or or whatever you want to call that, chuckle or something. Every time. With her, it's every time. Every time. It's so dumb.
さすがに。だが中央の門はともかく左右の門に入る。
I think Jazzy, she was implying that she expected us to come and she wants us to come and we're part of some grand scheme. It's a very cliche way of letting the villain let you run amok and go through the dungeon without just, like, I don't know, having a bomb trap at the beginning that destroys you all.
はい、必要そうだったら一度メルカバに戻った方がいいかもしれませんね。
Why does it feel like each of these paths are going to be quite long? Not only that, but they force out having one super strong villain that ties in with somebody else's story. Like I talked about how Shirley and Rixia's conflict was so forced with them attacking Arkansas, even though there was no reason for them to. You know? But like, think about Trails in the Sky. Every single one of the bosses that you fought on the way up had some kind of connection to one of the characters' stories. And they did the exact same thing here. Oh, they're gonna make me bring Wazzy now. So I have to bring the character in question now instead of choosing to bring the character in question that relates to them. That one's already active, but whose is it? But I have Rixia in my party. I probably have to bring them both. Well, at least I don't have to say anybody that I care about.
しかもどうやら待ってるのは俺の方じゃなさそうだ。
なあ、できれば彼女のことは俺たちに
いいえ、私と彼女はある意味似たような境遇の存在です。私自身がこの先の道を見出すために私は彼女ともう一度。 壁が消えた。
これで領域って場所に行けるってわ。
相手が相手です。一方的に圧倒されないよう万全の体制で臨みましょう。
ええ。
Honestly, I'd rather sit Randy than Wazzy anyway, but it didn't seem like the game was going to let me do that. Maybe it will now, perhaps? Nope.
俺の力は最強。ああ、そうだ。あの野郎よりもな。
まったく。
ワジ。
どいてくれ。どうやら彼は。
わかった。
Yeah, it's a shame that the shortcut exists so you can get a party member and force you to choose your party members instead of it just being like, hey, here's a nice convenient way to get back and recover and everything.
ああ。だが今度ばかりは万全の体制で臨むとしようか。
はい。
Oh, you know what? Before I actually go in there, I actually wanted to get some stuff because I've gotten some Sepith now. There's only one thing I wanted to get actually, and that is cast 2, just one. And the rest I can upgrade slots from here on out. Heck, I even have enough to get something else. Cool. Just a bunch of crap, why not, right? There we go. Actually, I want to check something because I want to say that I forgot about the action 3 that I needed. Oh well. Everybody else is pretty much set up. Oh. I'm hoping they don't force me to use them in the party and they just let me bring them. What they could have done is just let you have 4 characters going with you, but only 2 could be used as support characters. That would have made more sense. Then you wouldn't have to go back and forth and everybody could still get XP and it wouldn't be a problem. Oh yes, they are full dungeons, as predicted. I always thought it was weird that they had Wald, or Wald, or whatever you want to pronounce it. It's supposed to be pronounced with a German pronunciation. But anyway, it was always weird to me that they had Wald, like, up there on the tower and everything. Like, he was just a throwaway to them. Like, they gave him some juice, he punched some shit around, the end. Like, he's nothing when it comes to the greater plan. He's not part of it, right? So it was always weird to me that they had him up there. And now I know why. It's so that they can have a Wazzy boss. That's it. That's all. That's all it is. It's just that they can have a Wazzy boss. Ugh. Same reason why they had Shirley attack Arkansas, because it doesn't make sense for the story. Just so that they can have a boss that relates to that character. To have some kind of forced conflict. It's not the greatest design or writing, but whatever. Yeah, he's getting like 3 times XP, so he'll catch up pretty fast. Or at least get to like 95, so there's that. Those bears are... You know, I should head back to the town and see if I can't turn in some stuff for some cool gems. Because there was, damn it. There was the whole thing I could turn in some stuff for some really good gems. Actually, I don't really care, to be honest. I mean, I suppose it wouldn't be too difficult to go back to town, right? How come Hiro-kun doesn't get a crit? I always hate how the enemies automatically get first strike on the second battle, on the chain battles. Like every single time, they always get to go first. It's annoying. Oh wow, that. Oh, I think it was already on the verge of leveling up. That's why. Well, it being level 4 does make it slightly more attractive to somebody else that might need Mirage. Like, what's her name? Offensive arts deal critical damage, 60% chance. This should be the replacement for her. Wait, was it her? Who needed it? Who needed the Mirage? Oh, time. It was time. She needed the time. So right now she has 8 Mirage, 4 Air, which I don't give a shit about any of that. Because she wants the time right now so she can get the ultimate Mirage, ultimate time spell. If I equip this one, no, this one, I have offensive arts deal critical damage, you know, versus Phantom, which is raises strength. Well, it's actually pretty good. But the chance to guarantee Barty advantage is pointless. Oh, this one doesn't have a second passive though. But I get 4 of the Mirage still. I think I gotta swap it over to Criminal, at least for now. I mean, the magic attack power, what's the difference there? It's exactly the same. So we're swapping. You can have Phantom. She gets that one. That gives her Reincarnation and Last Disaster. Reincarnation, I know it seems like a healing spell, but it's actually the best attack spell in the game for space. But she has the Uranus Bell, so she gets to double cast. Although I will say, oh, you know what oh, there she has. She has the gold gem, so minus 25% on casting cost. And she has EP3 for the extra 20% EP, so She's fine. Oh wow, her EP is only 590 max? Why does she have such a good orbiment then? I guess it's 3 lines instead of 2, but still. Damn, that's kind of a bummer. Whatever. Maybe I should prioritize healing on her and have her get this instead. Nah, it's fine. I'm good with it. Her magic power's still good, so whatever. Just in time for Phantom to get level 5. That's funny. Which means I'll never get the level 5 one with her. Right? Because Criminal's level 4 and it's got a ways to go. Yeah, it's going up very slow. Extremely slow. Big garlic godfather? That sounds like me. I do enjoy some garlic. Petrify 2. Hopefully that will help you overcome the last handful of barriers on the way. I mean, I did want to get another Action 3 because I forgot about that. And I might be close again, actually. Nope. 200 Sepith is also not that much. Alright, there should be a trap chest to the left. Oh, okay. I would say I'm a down-to-earth chest, but now I'm down to nothing. I was either 200 Earth or 2,000 Earth. I think it was 2,000 though. Yep. If I could just find 2,000 time. But never enough time, right? The worst part about this is, like, I feel I'm clearing through these dungeons really fast. Because, like, fast forward and battles being very fast and just, you know, zoom zoom, right? And it's still taking, like, fucking forever, right? Because they're so long. We've already done a dungeon-length dungeon, and now we have at least 2 more dungeon-length dungeons before the 3rd and 4th dungeon-length dungeon. Treasure what gets you? I don't think so. I think the actual movement around the field and getting the treasure is the fastest part about it. It's just that the dungeons are so long, there's a lot of treasure.
みんな気をつけて。私の番ですね。お任せを。ありがとうございます。
Oh, I forgot I gave her their heal back.
私の番ですね。はい、せい。まあまあですね。
やるじゃない。
A closer inspection of the chest reveals an inscription that says 4 doodles. Wow, this really is the inside of Kia's heart. Haha. This is Dudley's weapon. Likely his best in the game. Funny that I don't get Wazzy's best weapon in the walled level. That would make sense, especially considering the game forces me to use him. But that would make sense. Instead, I'll that actually might be it already, but yeah.
そこです。行くぞ。いや。覚悟。やあ。私の任せてくれ。ストップ。援護する。私の番。イリアさん。私に力を。そこです。よし。任せて。行きません。良いデータが取れました。
Oh, 96. Might even get more before we get to the end here. You're finally at the end. Don't give up. That's funny. You think this is the end? I mean, it's definitely the final dungeon, but it's... Yeah. There was a trapped chest. It was off to the left. Was it over here? There it is. Okay, it is up there. Okay. That means when I get up there, I'll go to the left. We're at the point where enemies are not really giving me XP. Like, they're giving me enough. That I might gain another level, but not enough that I'm sure they'll gain a level. Although, a lot of the time, what they'll do is they'll have like multiple tiers. Whoops. To where the first part of the dungeon, you know, will be level cap 95, and then the second part of the dungeon will be level cap 105 or 100, and then 105, and so on and so forth. Especially these longer dungeons. The longest time, I think, is when we get battles like this where I don't get a preemptive. All kidding aside, we really do believe in you. You got this. Gem made from high purity amber, all immense and amber glow. That's pretty good. Some good defenses. What was it? Yeah, it's defense and magic defense, and then some good speed. She's technically my priority. And it does prevent some debuffs that would compromise her. So since she doesn't have full immunity to debuffs, she only has 75%. Unless she can actually level up Wing. That will kind of guarantee that she doesn't get like silenced or something.
行くぞ。
正気まあまあですね。お疲れ様。
Okay, a ways for a level, so I don't think that we'll get one before whatever boss is in here. Well, actually, the chest boss might level me up.
正気私に力を。そこですみんな。チャンピオン。よしやってや。はいや行きます。そこです私から。
俺の番手。
覚悟や私これもみんなの勝利ですね。
Pretty sure if you vanish them, you don't get the XP. There's the chest in question, I think.
皆さん正気です。やはい
チャンスだ。よし上出来だ。
Wow, she built up her crap points very quickly. She had 0. She's up to 166 already. Love those increased crap point accessories. I think they're like insane for, I don't know, everything except for maybe bosses, but even then they're really good for bosses.
上腹を始めます。覚悟。はい。
I think I might, now that I can sit Dude Bro, I might keep Wazzy as my main backup. No, it still won't let me. Damn, I forgot. The phrases "forgive me, Father, for I've sinned," and "I'm sorry, Daddy, I've been bad" are the same. Perversion has ruined words like daddy. Okay, it actually did give you Wazzy's weapon here. I'm all the way at the back of this arbitrary platform nonsense in an empty room with nothing going on for it, sitting in the back of a cave. Obviously our paths would cross at some point.
Bardo.
Do やらその姿がてめえの仕事着ってわけだ。聖杯騎士だ。教会の極秘部隊だったか。
まあね。個人的にはテスタメンツの時のスタイルの方が好きだけど。ああ、ホストの時に着ているスーツなんかも悪くないかな。
相変わらず悪趣味な野郎だぜ。
This guy will probably have his laugh every time it's the first line of his spiel. So we're talking, and then when he talks next, oh, I didn't! Oh. Alright.
その割には旧市街のアパート、列車を脱線させたのだって。
There it is.
よく知ってやがるな。
知りたくもないのに勝手に耳に飛び込んできてね。
3 for 4.
なんだかある意味気が合ってるようなですね。
まあ腐れ縁だろうからな。
バルド、改めて確認させてくれ。君にその力を、いやグノーシスを与えたのは。
ああ、あの青い薬か。そういや、そんな名前を言ってやがった気もする
な。赤色の方じゃないのか。
確か魔人化するのは赤色の方だったはず。それなのにと
あの女曰く俺は合ってるそうだぜ。ヤバい方を使わなくても最大限の力を引き出せる素質があるらしい。まあそのあたりの理屈なんだ
よくねえっての。
まさかベルはあなた以外にもその薬を渡しているの？
さて、そんな様子はなかったがな。得体の知れねえアマだが、個人的には嫌いじゃねえぜ。自分自身の欲望にどこまでも忠実ってところはな。
そして君は彼女の還元にそそのかされて際限のない力を求めるようになったわけだ。
6。違うな。俺が力に焦がれるのは飲んだくれの親父が死んでから旧市街に一人放り出す。
Oh, we get to have his backstory so we can try to relate to him. Okay.
喧嘩に明け暮れながらバイパーとイグニスっていう聖域を手に入れて、てめえという喧嘩相手が現れて熱くなっていた時ですらそこでくすぶり。
It's always so poetic and wordy. Instead, most people would just be like, I grew up a shit life and you were the only thing that made any sense to me, and yet you betrayed me. I fucking hate you. Let's go. Please be like, oh, when I was a young warthog, you know, kind of shit. And it's just like, you need to have a Disney song now, right now. Okay. Seven.
てめえも見せてみろよ。力への渇望、俺と同類である証を。
いいだろう。だが僕のそれは。
何？
これは
金の文様。
スティグマ。
この印が現れたせいで全てを手に入れ、家族も故郷も未来も何もかも。
Exactly, Quiddo.
絶望しつつ慣れ合いながら偽りの生を生きている。それが僕、ワジヘミスフィア。
There's that talk about Timmy again.
青の聖典、ワジヘミスフィア。この金色の輝きを持って君の力を追わせてもらう。覚悟はいいかい？
上等だよ。てめえという煮えを食らうことで俺の力は完成する。さあ決着をつけるとしようぜ。
8 out of 11. 9 out of 12. 9 out of 12. He did exactly what I said he was gonna do. Ooh, they are tanky. This game is so imbalanced compared to all the others. What happened?
私の番ね。お任せを。
行くぞ。
Oh, now he's not gonna do it. Cool. Well, I wasted my immunity for nothing, so that's awesome. She had wind. Oh, it takes 0 from that.
俺の番だな。
お任せを。行きます。私の番です。
行くぞ。よし。
さてと。
私の番ね。
私の番です。ドライブ開始。
よし。
お任せを。バックライト。
やあ。さて。エニグマ任せて。
よし。
やあ。さて。ドライブ開始。
やあ。任せます。今のは。さてと。ありがとうございます。
I had a feeling
俺の番だな。
that I should have just popped it open, and I'm glad I did.
さて。覚悟。はい。ドライブ開始。
行くぞ。
さて。ドライブ開始。
任せて。
私の番です。エニグマこれ。
Alright, bye.
こんなところかしら。
Oh!
わしてめ
I didn't realize how much Timmy from South Park had a role in this game.
なんて野郎だ。
もうすでに体力は尽きているのに。
It should be drained of energy because what? Do you have an body energy tracker or something?
本
Just
当
like
ならあの雨の日
According to my calculations and my readings here with my body energy tracker, she should be at 1.2% body energy at this point.
全力と言いつつ君の身を案じてしまった。
Has it really been only 10 years? Feels like it was infinity ago.
聖杯の騎士でもスティグマの持ち主でもなくテスタメンツのリーダーワジ・ヘミスフィアとしての最高の一撃をお見舞いするよ。君と初めて会った時みたいにね。
上等だ。返り討ちにしてやる。
I don't know how to pull my sword up, but I can make a sound that takes a lot of time, and we can have a little bit of discussion here. How do I move my sword in all this time that we have? Guten Nacht just means good night, by the way. Consecutive normal punches! And bigger punch! Whew, good thing nobody dies in these games.
とどめまであの日と同じとはざまあねえな。本当に。
まあ魔人化した状態じゃあそこが限界ってことだろ。君の力を扱うセンスは本物だと思うし、ちゃんと修行を積んだらさらに強くなれると思うけどね。
言われなくてもあがいてやるぜワジ。いつかてめえを。だが今回だけはそれとてめえらがどうなろうと知ったこっちゃ、ね、あのガキが景気悪い面してんの気に食わねえ。せいぜい決まりだな。
バルド。
言われるまでもねって。
ありがとう。
What if we just flew to the other side of the tree? And just all these little traps and everything that they set up. Just went around them. It's not like there was a front door that we went into. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to catch your breath back on the bench. Actually, what are my choices? I think I'll keep him. He has a speed buff, which could be a game changer.
どうしても反動があってね。さすがにちょっと飛ばしすぎたかな。
無理もありません。あれほど巨大な相手に。
大丈夫なのか。
まあなんとかね。よっと。多分これでこの領域を解放したことになるはずだ。バルドは後で回収するとして一旦門のところに戻ろう。
わかった。
ほらよ、肩を貸すぜ。
中央の門の結界が
バルドさんの領域を多分この神域はそれぞれの人の領域ということはもう一方の領域を解放できれば
多分完全にあの結界が消滅するということ。
You ever notice that when you need to take out the bad guys, like shields and barriers and stuff, you need to take down all of the towers or crystals or whatever the hell that's protecting it? Whenever the bad guys need to take out the good guys' defensive structures, they only need to take out one generator of the 72 or whatever, you know? Like there could be like 3 towers that protect the bad guy, but you gotta take them all out. But there could be a million that protect the good guy, but they only need to take out one. It's part of those things that it's part of the drama struggle. So like the good guys typically have less technology, less fighting force, less everything, and the bad guys are usually like dominating all of the things. And so they have to appear to be way stronger, way more powerful, way more capable, way more everything, and against all odds you struggle and survive and defeat them. That's the whole reason for that. Yeah, I suppose they're reflective of their hearts. They're still boring though from a design perspective. To me, I think this just looks like one big hunting ground. You know? It's like she likes to hunt her prey, she likes to war. The chest has thrown its lid off. It's no longer holding back its empty contents. So to me, this just looks like a hunting ground, well, space hunting ground. Whoops. For her to go and hunt at her leisure, you know? Hey, what's up, Crossroads? What's going on? Welcome in, welcome in. Looks like we might be clearing up this game tonight, so come on in, kick your feet up and relax for what will probably be the conclusion of this game. Probably, maybe. What are we up to today? Ooh, and the 4-on-7 too! I remember there being some pretty rough bosses in Code Veronica, yeah. I imagine you got through it though? Oh, gotta keep my eyes on the back there to see if there's some. No, it looks like. Ah, okay. It's just an alternative path. So this path and the other path are the same. That's alright. I'm sure you'll get it. Oh, she got it. That should be 100% status ailment resistance. Yeah. I'll keep that defensive thing on her just because it does give her 100 defenses, so. Polaris dress. Whether light or dark, rain or shine, up or down, we know you can win this. Polaris dress. Yeah. Thank you for bringing your friends over again. I appreciate it. For those of you coming in, I'm BGG. I've been streaming for a million years, and kind of just play everything, you know? I love video games of all kinds, and they're my favorite things, so... I like doing this. I like being here. I like hanging out. I like talking about games. Feel free to talk about whatever video game, as long as it's not a spoiler or any backseating, then we're good to go. Looks like everything is leveled up except for criminals, so I don't expect that we'll actually ever level up. Oh, I wonder if I can get rid of some stuff on her now. Because the only... well... I mean... okay, let's check out the list first. And see if there's anything that I want that's higher tier. That's the quartz. I want the arts. Don't care about any of that. It'd be Ragnadorian. I would need 10 space. She doesn't even have 19 wind, but she is very close to 19 wind and 10 space. So I would need wind and space. Is there even anything that combines those two? Scent. No, that's earth. Move. That would give me what I needed, but I'd have to get rid of either action 3 or cast 2. It's not exactly like move is a great buff for her either. So I'd be getting rid of 20% speed just to have a better spell. I guess I could get rid of that. I could give her... so that would give me what I needed, right? Yeah. I don't really care about Mine 3. But at the same time, the bonus... so the bonus magic power that I get, which is almost 100, might be more valuable to me than what I get from getting Ragnadorian, you know? Not to mention it gives her Galleon Tower, which if her wind isn't useful, then I have Galleon Tower to fall back on, you know? I feel like it's just not worth it. If there's one thing I've learned about this game's scaling, it's that a small amount can really make a huge difference because of the way this game scales. It's very linear, so once you break past damage thresholds, every little bit gives you a lot more. This is the beginning again, right? Yeah. So if like, you know, you're starting to actually do a little bit of damage, so having 100 more power is not just like, oh, 10% more damage because, you know, you go from like 1,000 to 1,100. It's more like 50% more damage because you're past that defense threshold, and this is like a multiplier of all your excess offense versus their defense, you know? I applied for a domain at the Orbital Network, not to move to a domain. Stupid crossbow bureaucracy mix-ups. That's kind of funny. Okay, this is only going to be obtained by coming up through here because there's no changey thingy. So that means we've done everything that we can in this side. Now we got to go this way. Did I? No. I was going to say, did I equip the chest gem on Noelle and then sit her? That would have been funny. Which does give me the idea to give it to him. No, I tried this. It didn't work. I need it in my available team, which is silly. Prevents poison, blind, burn. Gem made from high purity sapphire elements, blue gold. I like this for her. I would lose 5 speed, but I get that off that magic power. Honestly, it's probably better on her. Because she's primarily a magic caster. Oh, apparently I have an extra Grail locket? Well, how about that? Boy, howdy. I think she should get it. Yeah, mostly just because it doesn't really matter who has status immunity that much. And she already has status immunity from her thingy, so she doesn't need it. So yeah, better on her. Just because I don't want to get rid of these on her. And so somebody's still benefiting from status immunity. Wow, her magic offense is way worse than I expected it to be after the end of the game. So is hers, to be honest. Gosh, that means like... Oh no, she has the good one. That's right. That's why it's so high. Okay. That's like 200 more than what anybody else has. So with that in mind... Okay, your magic power is still way better. Alright, fine. I wonder if her attack, you know, her attack being reflected means that her attack probably it scales with magic power, because she just hit really hard there. Life is too short to carry a grudge, as they say, success is the best revenge. Yeah. I agree. But yeah, I think her weapon attack scales with magic, because after increasing her attack power by 100, or magic power by 100, and her basic attack was hitting for like that's 5,000, that's 3,000. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Tio hit for 3,000, and she hit for 1,500, but she has 300 more attack power? Yeah, I don't think so. Her weapon scales with magic power. That's good to finally know. I had my curiosity on that since the first game, and I could never fully, for sure, say one way or the other, because the way a lot of these games scale is very slowly. And so until you get to the second game where you know your stats really take off, you can't really be for sure whether or not it scales that way, because then the numbers don't go up very much. But at the end of the second game, when you carry over your levels and you start getting the higher stats, you see just how much more damage you can do. Doesn't really start to pick up until like level 100. Just kind of a weird design, but whatever. It is what it is. I don't want to use that because I see that trap chest. I don't want to do any of this stuff. I'm just gonna have to beat the snot out of them because I don't want to use any of my... Whatever. Oh no, it's a box full of dinosaurs again. gimme, gimme. Baka you. Like you're Baka. I came from a long line of paper, plastic, and glass assassins. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am known as Bin. Bin as in yin, as in, okay. Got it, fine. Ooh, 10% death blow now. Alright, her attack power is almost as good as hers, which kind of makes me want to give her... Oh, I need an action 3. Kind of makes me want to give her an attack gem, you know? 1708 would be very close to him. Maybe I should prioritize her attack. I mean, yeah, she can, like, bust out the big space spells and everything, but is that really going to be... She can cast it once, right? Well, 20% reduction. Still. I'll just keep it as is for now. If it's a problem, then we can revert. Change it up. Even if it is hard way, it's still the right way. You can do it. Oh. I mean, it was the wrong way because there was a chest. But it's not the wrong way if there's a chest, so. I guess you could say that you have all the elements of a hero in the making. Ha 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 ha, because I got Sepith. Oh, you humorous little Dickens, you. No. Oh, I did. I kept telling the others I was just water weight. Maybe now they'll believe me, because it was 2,000 water Sepith. Oh, that's so funny. Wait, oh, we're back here, but we get to go all the way through. Yeah, we completed a complete loop. It's just as I said from before. I actually leveled up. Boop. Uh-oh. Wait. They give me a rest point probably before the boss. How's it going, Kim? No, you. There it is. Wow, we couldn't see 15 feet in front of us until she said something.
お行儀よく待ってたじゃねえか。いつものお前だったら我慢できずに襲ってくるだろう。
ブーブー、ひどいなランディ兄は。まあ確かにランディ兄たちだけならサクッと出撃して殲滅してるけどさ。
おい。
フリーダムすぎます。冗談なんかじゃないのよね。さてと、リーシャ、気合は十分みたいだね。アルカンシェルでの続き、最高に気持ちいい殺し合いを始めるとしようか。そのためにシャーリーはここで待ってたんだからさ。
お断りします。
ちょっと待ってよ。 ここまで来てそんなのってありなの？
確かにあなたと私はどこか似ているのかもしれない。私は院として物心ついた時にはそう育てられていました。あなたも多分気づいた時には戦場という世界にいたのでしょう。
まあね、実践が9歳からっていうのはランディ兄と同じだったかな。
親父もおじきもイカれてるとしか言いようがねえけど。
でもシャーリーは一度だって嫌だなんて思ったことはないよ。確かに痛いし辛いこともあるけど、戦場ってキラキラしてるし何よりもワクワクできるから。リーシャはそうじゃなかったの？
残念ながら好きでも嫌いでもありませんでした。それは私にとって空気みたいな当たり前で、標的の命を奪うことすらその意味ではあなたよりも人らしくはなかったでしょう。
リーシャ
さん。かわいそうだね。でもよかったじゃない。アルカンシェルっていう他の楽しみが見つけられて、シャーリーもリーシャがインであるかどうかなんて別にどうでもいいし。いいです。
お前マジでイカれてるぞ。自分が何をやったのか。
アルカンシェルを襲ったこと？だってああでもしないとリーシャは本気でシャーリーと殺し合ってくれないでしょ。悪いとは思うけど仕方ないよね。
話が通じないね。
大丈夫、彼女のことは分かります。もし私が陰の道に喜びを見出していたら、きっと彼女と同じものになっていたでしょうから。シャーリーさん、私は死にたくはありません。クロスベルに来るまで私はいつ死んでも構わないと思っていました。いいえ、自分が死ぬということを意識すらしたことがありませんでした。でも今は生きていたい。生きて新たにつかめた光を大切な人たちと一緒に追い求めていきたいんです。だからあなたとの殺し合いには
I will be fighting you to the pain!
リーシャさ
ん。よく言ったぜ、リーシャちゃん。
だったらなんでわざわざこんな場所に来たのさ。リーシャもシャーリーと戦いたかったんじゃないの？再起不能になったイリアの仇を取りたかったんじゃないの？
イリアさんは絶対に何があっても復活します。その意味で私があなたに復讐する理由はあります。復讐されたいのであればイリアさんが復活した時にでも彼女に会いに来てください。多分きついビンタを一発
確かにイリアさんならその程度で済ましそうですね。
私がわざわざロイドさんたちについてきた理由、それはあなたと
I know, right?
私自身に証明するためです。今の私があなたよりも強いと。暗闇の果て、新たな光を見出した私に
Hey, what's up,
決め
Limited?
られた荘園の道しか知らないあなたは及ばない。それを証明してみせます。
本当リーシャは最高だよ。単なる殺し合いなんかずっとワクワクする。本当にクロスベルに来てよかった。
Oh,
いい
okay.
よ。それじゃあ早速始めよう。
Tarantula demon things. Those look lovely.
ランディ兄たちもついでに相手をしてあげる。シャーリーたちの戦いにちゃんとついてきなよね。
抜かせ迎撃開始。全力でリーシャを援護する。
それじゃあとことん楽しもうか。絶対に負けられない。ドライブ覚悟。エニグマ
行くぞ。
駆動。
エニグマ
私の
駆動。
Grants magic reflect. Just permanently? Okay. Well, so much for half of my buffs. That's fine. What?
俺の番だな。行くぞ。
We haven't seen reincarnation, so let's check it out. Sweet. Space just like ate him. $14,000. Yeah, that was no small amount of damage. Oops, that was an accident. This is why I gave myself the immunity shield, because I knew it was coming. There's no way she wasn't gonna get a craft attack. Get dunked on, nerd.
さあ、次に行きましょう。参ったな。本当に証明されちゃったよ。でもそれってちょっと反則だよね。ランディ兄たちはともかく一人だけの力じゃないみたいだし、それこそが私の手に入れたものですから、文句があるならあなたも手に入れたらどうですか？今んとこシャーリーには無理かな。
Yeah, we're definitely in the final dungeon though. I think probably one main more section, then we'll have a boss, and then probably the final boss right after that, or the final boss rush after that.
今だったら思い残すことだからやりません。 話はちゃんと聞いてください。
Well, actually 2 bosses and then the final boss rush. More than likely.
ああ、
1 or 2.
最高の気分のままいけると思ったのに
こらガキが生言ってんじゃねえ。
ランディにひどいな。言っとくけどパパがお待ちかねだからね。覚悟決めた方がいいと思うよ。
分かってるっつうの。
お兄さんたちもまあせいぜい頑張りなよ。あの牽制もすごいしお嬢さんもヤバそうだし。でもまああの子なんか辛そうだったから笑顔を取り戻すために頑張るのもありかも。
I wanted to get to it this year, actually. I wanted to play Radiator Stories this year, but then I kind of got involved in this, and I would say definitely not this year, but possibly next year. I think there's a really good chance of it next year, actually. As long as I'm still able to be here streaming for you guys, I think there's a really good chance. Because I won't have like any other big projects. It'll just kind of be like whatever I want to play and then whatever is coming out. They're all very long. If it wasn't for the fast forward, these games would be like 80, 90 hours, but instead we get through them in about 50, 60, so. It's mostly just an extraordinarily large amount of dialogue.
すまねえな俺の身内が。
でもキーヤのことを気遣ってくれたみたいだな。リーシャ、体の方は大丈夫か？
はい、皆さんがいてくれたおかげです。それと私の中にいるイリアさんがだから勝てたんだと思います。
なるほどね。
確かにそれではシャーリーさんに勝ち目、負けるわけがありません。これでこの領域も解放できたと思います。一旦門まで戻りましょうか。
あ
あ、あいつは目を覚ますまで放っておくしかねえか。
Conveniently, everybody gets knocked out just long enough for me to go finish the dungeon. I don't think the length of the games will improve with the later ones, but I do think the quality overall will improve.
今のタイミングなら何人か頭を吹き飛ばせたのに、本当もう調子狂っちゃうよ。ダメだ、今度こそ落ちる。やっぱりスカウト受けた方がいいのかな。
That'd be smart, Jazzy. If it's 80 hours of good storytelling.
どうやら2つの領域を解放した。
There are parts of the story that are excellent. 80 hours of it though? Maybe 20% of it is really good, and the rest is just like painful.
一度メルカバに戻っても良さそうだ。
A lot of people like to claim that Trails in the Sky stories are like god tier. There's some parts of it that are like insanely good, like so damn good, especially if you're invested. And then the vast majority of it is just like anime tropey cliche nonsense, overwriting, over explanation, over elaboration. So it's like there's definitely some stuff worth like getting excited about in these games, but you know, you gotta, it's like playing Final Fantasy 14 or like asking somebody to play FF14 and just be like, bro, you just gotta get through the first 2 expansions that each take 500 hours for the story to get good. Oh, is that all? You know? Good lord. Apparently I've been getting some smoking items through this whole thing. True, that's true. I mean, to some people, they love it. Like Mr. J, he loves every bit of it, and that there's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely. Okay, I thought they said that I should come back here and talk to somebody. I wanted to come back for the restore. I didn't care about anything else. But yeah, if you don't particularly care for the, I guess the nicest way to say it would be the slow burn. But there's a lot of cliches and tropiness and over elaborations. And then there's like intermittent, not good suggestive content. If you catch my drift.
注意してください。エニグマ、私の番です。エニグマ、私の番ですね。
任せてくっつったそこだ
Oh.
手こずはっ
戦闘終了。気を引き締めないと。
Hmm. Interesting. So is this... It's not even Cecile. You know? Okay. This is bigger than I expected this to be. It's more like the stuff with Kia or Tita or whatever.
そこです。私の番です。任せて。さあ、先を急ぎましょう。
Yeah, quite a few peaks and valleys. That's a nice way to put it too. And again, it really depends on the kinds of things that interest you. To you, it might be the best thing ever, but the objective statement is these are the things that it contains, you know? Whether you like that or not. I get pretty worn out by it personally, but it's not like a deal breaker, you know? But I'm definitely not going to sit here and pretend that I think this story is God tier, you know? There are definitely aspects of it that I'm incredibly drawn in by. Sorry I had to kill Stitch. Try to be honest, at least with my judgment of a game, and not just be like, well, I love it, thus it's awesome kind of thing. But at the same time, I don't want to insult people that do enjoy it, because at the end of the day, it's very opinion oriented, obviously. There are objective qualities to it that I can try to point out. When the SSS needed to recruit a skilled negotiator marksman and second in command, there was only one candidate that was eligible. Sigh. Some things are legit critiques where, yeah, story structure, execution, and such can be handled in better ways and approach, and some others I feel lean more towards personal tastes and quips that I don't consider right or wrong. I'm curious what you think are the personal taste things, because like if it's a tropey anime thing, obviously some people are gonna like those, some people won't like those, but I will say there's an objective quality to what those do to a story. When you bloat a story full of things that are nonsensical and everything, it drags the rest of the story down, and it has an impact on how you feel about it. But some people also may see that and go, wow, look at how much writing is on the screen and how much, you know, they talk about, and I like these things because I think they're funny constantly every time, and that's fine, you know, kind of thing. So yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from. But like, imagine a Stephen King novel with a bunch of anime tropes and cliches and, you know, anime-isms. You know what I mean? Not exactly novel quality, right? And there's an objective quality to that, where a known skilled writer would not implement these things in a million years. So, you know, there is an objective quality to art, regardless how many people may actually like those things. And it's kind of one of those hard to swallow pills, because you kind of have to like step aside and be like, this doesn't have an impact on me as a person. It's just what is or isn't considered good, you know? Wow, Mazzy caught up real fast. He's already equal level now. That being said, I've actually never read a Stephen King book ever. Wait. Who wrote Congo? That wasn't Stephen King, was it? No, I don't think so. It's actually funny because I don't normally read books that are not in my interest, and I don't remember how it came to be, but I picked up the book Congo and I was like, eh, whatever, I don't have anything else to read or something like that, and I ended up really enjoying the book, and it just so happened to be like right before Michael Crichton. Okay, just so happened to be right before the movie came out. Michael Crichton makes sense actually, because I did read the Jurassic Park book, and I might have been like, oh yeah, I enjoyed that, so you know I'll read Congo because that's also Michael Crichton. That might have been it actually. There was a period of time when I was trying to branch out my authors that I typically read instead of just reading like R.A. Salvatore and Ed Greenwood or something. The thing about tropes, though, is that they're a way to make tropes interesting, but the way games like this or other animes do it, it's the exact same as all the others before it have done it, you know? The like, oh, I'm not hungry, stomach grumbles, ha ha ha, that wasn't me. Okay, I guess I'll go and eat with you guys, you know what I mean? Like, it's the same fucking scene in every anime or anime story every single time. That's what I'm talking about. You can have tropes and then write them differently, you know? Be it by happenstance or fate, I've lived out a wonderful dream. Thank you all for sharing it with me, J.A. It's mine 4, right? Yeah, I feel like I should really put this on her. But then if I get 11, don't I do something? No. Haha, there's my Luciferian wing. And she has the AP to take advantage of this. And she has the Pluto Bell, which will let her. I'll allow it now. There was some discourse around the thing that I didn't want to have at the time, so I put it on the blacklist. But yeah, it's fine. The fan translation crew, yeah, that's what I figured they were. Like, supporters of the game, such people that were helped work on it, that were the fans and stuff, yeah. That's what it seemed like to me, too. My cat wants to play Flash 1 second. I've actually been getting back into reading a little bit. I just read Ready Player One, and I got a few other books that I'm anxious to get into, just finding that time, you know? What the hell? I guess she didn't want to play fetch. She just brought me a mouse so I could look at it, I guess. By the way, I do have a package I want to open, and I will be opening it if it's within a reasonable amount of time, once we get to the end of the game, the credits and everything. But it is an adjacent, I'm pretty sure I know what's in it, and it's adjacent to all of this, so I think you guys will get a kick out of it. But yeah, I do have a package that I forgot to open. I meant to open it before I started. Thank you for the Geofront for giving me the chance to help release the definitive version of the Crossbell arc in English. I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did, AG. Yeah. I don't know. It's such a weird thing because I do enjoy parts of these games immensely, but then I see a lot of the other parts that are definitely not as great. You know, it's for me, it's not a game that delivers like 100%. It's a game that delivers a lot of the time, but there's so much in between where it doesn't that it can feel a bit rough. Crossbell's been through everything this year. What's another barrier to? Nothing, so go finish the story the only way you know how. If it wasn't obvious that the end was coming. I think I wouldn't want to say forcing myself to play. I think, but getting myself to play these 5 games, when I get into Cold Steel, I'm gonna feel very invested, and I think I'm gonna enjoy those quite a bit more. I think it's really just like, it really is just kind of playing like A Realm Reborn, just so you can play the rest of it, you know, kind of thing. A Realm Reborn story is A Realm Reborn, but the rest of it, while it also has significant flaws, when it picks up really nicely. For Final Fantasy XIV. There's a lot of FF14 in this game, actually, where there's just a lot of like overwriting, drawn out kind of thing. And the reason it's acceptable there is because it's an MMO. Like you have to draw it out. You know, you need a lot of filler. Chief Roberts recently put Tio in charge of porting Pom Pom Party to a brand new portable console. She called it the Tio Geo Pocket. Cold Steel 3 was your introduction. It was a lot of fun. Couldn't play Cold Steel 4 because every time we loaded the first major state, the loading screen would freeze. Hopefully there was a patch for that. Oh shit. 15 ATS seems very low for her ultimate weapon, you know? Surprised it's not like 100 or something. Huh. That seems pretty critical. You know what? You should try playing it on Switch too. Interesting that you would start with Cold Steel 3 when it says like 3 right in the name there, you know. But then again, I mean, Final Fantasy, right? There's no narrative connection between any of the games, so. I'm a big stickler for playing things in order, so I would immediately do research about how the games came out in order and whether or not they're narratively connected. Which is why we did it in the order that we did. I was always like, I've known about Kaseki for a while, and I never really put much thought into it. And then, oh shit. Then when I learned that they were all pretty much available, and there was an order to go by, kind of just started picking them up and going for it, you know. Is that only obtainable if I go back to the beginning? I think I can only get that chest if I go all the way back. I don't think it'll take too much time, but... Lucifer and Wings, let's go. We haven't seen the spell yet. $21,000. It was a crit, but still. 21,000 is bonkers amounts of damage in this game. Started with Cold Steel 3 because they announced they were releasing the first 2 games in North America, but there was no release date. As far as I know, they still haven't released the first 2 Cold Steel games in America, unless I missed it. I don't think... I didn't know about the rest of the series until after I started Cold Steel 3. Cold Steel 1. Cold Steel 2. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I got that right. US releases. These are like the special editions as well. In fact, every Legend of Heroes game has been released in English now, as far as I know. I can just avoid all the enemies. It won't take long to go all the way back. You know what? Hold on. There actually might be fuck it. I'm not gonna sit here and bounce back and forth. I'm just gonna go back. I know how to get there. I saw it and I chose to go a different path, and when I kept going I should have known better. The latest Horizon isn't even out in Japanese. It's not out, period. So they're completely caught up on all the localization to get all the Legend of Heroes games in English. So Horizons, which comes out next year, will be the first one to get a parallel release in all the countries that it's releasing in. What? Horizon is out in Japanese? What? I thought for sure that was the first one that was actually getting the proper release. Horizon's already out. Oh. Well, well, well. There it is. We don't know actually if it's in what month it is, I thought. I thought they just said 2026 and we don't know what month. Though it had its ups and downs, I'm grateful for the opportunity working on these 2 games. Cool. Where did these come from? Okay. Okay. As long as the ladies can equip the Strega, yeah, that's fine. Then we're good. Might as well go grab my crap points while I'm here. That's not true, Jazzy. Well, rather, that's impossible to determine there was an announcement when they talked about the Switch 2 version of the game that there would be a delay, but that doesn't mean it's because of the Switch 2 version. What it means is they weren't allowed to announce that there was a Switch 2 version until recently because the Switch wasn't even out yet, right? And they just happened to announce it at the same time. And the thing is, developers get those dev kits sometimes years in advance. So if they wanted to make a Switch 2 version, they had decided that way long ago. Like, making a new version of a game, like porting it over a new console, is not a 6-month job or whatever. Like, they started that at the beginning, you know? So... I mean, I can kind of agree with that, Kyriak, but also part of me is like, it's not that difficult to make that, and they can do both, you know? They can continue the series and make some like simple remakes, especially considering that the remake of Sky isn't even like a remake. It's more like, what if Trails in the Sky had the Cold Steel engine instead, you know? And so make a few 3D models, redo the story in the exact same way as Sky is. It's really not that big of a project because you don't really have to create that many assets. You use a lot of assets from the previous games like they do with this, etc., etc., etc. It's not that big of a deal, I think. It's probably a small project handled by a few people. Yeah, these games don't sell very well. We actually did some research, and each one of these games sells about 600,000, is being pretty generous. So not even selling 1 million per copy puts them in a position where they don't exactly have a lot to work with. Yep, that's about right. And that's including like re-releases and ports and people buying multiple versions. Let me guess, this takes me back down, doesn't it? I friggin' called it. I knew it. Yeah, I would say we got a good 10 years of Trails. Maybe more. That's a pretty long time, honestly. Yeah, also it's really important to note that ports and soft remasters, ports, remasters, and soft remakes are tools of keeping a company afloat, basically. So if you rely on a singular game every so many years, you're basically hoping that the profits from that game will carry you, because you still got to pay the bills, keep the lights on during development. If you don't have a game out there that you're selling, you're not getting anything coming in. So games like soft remakes like Trails in the Sky 1, they're basically easy, quick little projects that came to company afloat, and there's still things that people want, you know? I mean, the remasters like Saga Frontier and Legend of Mana did wonderfully because they were games that were locked on the PlayStation and people were now able to get them in a much better environment, you know? So the Sky remake is a small project. They don't really need a whole lot of hands on deck for that one. It's a soft remake, which basically means that technically it's a brand new engine built from the ground up and the game is going to play differently, but it's probably going to be identical to Sky 1, just in 3D with the Cold Steel engine. It's like Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. They wanted a Switch release of that game that was locked on the Wii with only 500,000 copies produced ever, but they wanted people to experience it. So all they did was basically make Xenoblade Chronicles 1 with the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 engine, and it's like identical. It's just better looking, you know? The delay to Horizon is most likely a means to not compete with the Sky remake. I don't think it's that we didn't get Horizon and it's taken the place of a main release game, because Horizon's already out in Japan, as you mentioned, right? A port of it to the Western audience is less important. It's more like we're going to delay it because we don't want to compete with ourselves. And Horizon 2 or whatever, the next game, is probably not going to be for several years. So if we space things out a little bit, it'll be better for overall sales. Because, of course it is, right? So it's not taking the place of it. It's more like they're just going to release it later, but it's not going to impact the overall release schedule. Like the next game after Horizon will still have the same release date. You know what I mean? It's not a delay or a pushback. It's just moving this over here and everything else is the same. Oh, well, if it's a different localization team, then it's not even a small project per se. They're not even working on it. They outsourced it. So I'm sure at this point they know, like, the Sky remake and Horizon localization was probably an accidental whoopsie. These are going to land on the same day. Let's change that up. Now from here on out, they can plan their release schedule more competently. So you're not going to even know whether or not they're finished and whether or not they should be coming out around the same time, because they're not going to do that. Yep, exactly, Jazzy. Second chapter remake will be very quick and easy because they're relatively simple games, and you already have all the assets from first chapter. You just need the script. You just need the script, the translation, and assigning the assets, and that's about it. Very, very small project in comparison. Now suddenly it's not just their inner thoughts, it's like they can see me directly.
ああ、正直 IBC 前で見せつけられた圧倒的な力から判断する限り俺たちの勝ち目は薄いだろう。
確かに実戦経験が違いすぎるね。
オーガロッソ、噂には聞いていましたが。
だがここを越えない限り俺たちは前に進めねえ。俺自身のけりを2年前につけられなかったけじめをつけるためにもどうか
ああ、もちろんだ。
言わずもがなです。
当たり前じゃない。
微力でよければ。
ぜひ助立ちさせてください。
All right. Hold on a second. I think I'm gonna do the package that I have to open right now because I'm thinking about it, and we're definitely gonna go later. And I know the person that sent it is probably gonna be going to sleep pretty soon, and I want to give them an opportunity to see me open and everything. But I think it's a good opportunity to just do it now. I didn't want to interrupt the game for it, but I think it's kind of game adjacent, so I think it's fine. But I kind of wanted to open this morning, and I just forgot. But yeah, hopefully they're here. If not, I'll let them know when I opened it. But let's open this here. I think it'll be interesting for y'all because it's adjacent. There it is. Just a little guy, right? God damn, what is this tape made of? Anyway, this was sent by, I'm pretty sure this was sent by Common Rider. Yep, it is exactly what I think it is. Oh, can't see what it is. PSP games. They're not? Oh shit, I have no idea. These are the original Legend of Heroes games. Before Trails in the Sky and the Crossbell arc and all that kind of stuff. They're like basically not part of the overall Legend of Heroes games, but they're just called the Legend of Heroes. That's what these are. They're not part of the overall thing, but they are made by Falcom. As you can see right there. You can see, like, looking at the visuals, it's like an early form of the Legend of Heroes style. It almost looks like Tales of Fantasia a little bit. But yeah. Oh, there's actually 4 and 5 of these? So there's 5 of them? And these are only the first 3. The Gagarv trilogy, yeah. Anyway, I thought this was cool, especially considering the UMD cases were falling apart, so you had to replace them. Oh. Oh dear. Oh yeah, I see. Literally, the UMD case. Okay, I'll have to mess with this later. But yeah, this UMD casing is also falling apart. They don't have manuals, which is not that big of a deal. But that's okay. That second one, I'll have to mess around with it a little bit more closely because it looks like the little casing of the little clamshell of the UMD is coming off. So that's basically just little mini discs. But yeah, there you go. I thought this was really neat and really adjacent to what we're playing right here. And I was really excited about those. So they're games that I definitely might check out. I'm not sure if I'll do viewer choice. Really depends on Kamen Rider. But I just thought it'd be neat. I thought you guys would get a kick out of it. And I wanted to do it before it got too late because this game is definitely going to go late tonight. So I just wanted to open them up while it was still, you know, somewhat daytime. There you go. Thank you, Kamen Rider, by the way. Really, really cool. Really, really neat. I'm curious about these games and looking into them and see what they're all about. So let me just go clean up everything here and I'll be right back. Got a little scamp. I always play in order of release, period, full stop. Because there are going to be little hints and things dropped into those games based on the order that you played them. If you play, even if they're like chronologically different, it doesn't matter, you know? They're made in that order. They should be played in that order. Either way, Kamen Rider, that is a super cool thing. Adjacent to what we're doing this year. It feels personal and it's really awesome. So again, thank you for sending those my way. I never even knew those existed. So yeah. That's fine, don't worry about it, we'll figure it out. We will make it work. Probably this sounds like me. I'm very thankful. It's one of those things that I would almost positively never get a chance to play. So it's, yeah. You bought them used 10 years ago, damn. No judgment. Like, you send me a game, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, well, no manual, blah, kind of shit. Do I prefer manual? Who doesn't? Don't worry about it. I'm thankful. Well, the important thing is getting access to a game and being able to play it. And you've given me access to a game I didn't even know existed. So that's pretty awesome. I'll call that a win any day. Like a bunch of jumping mouths. Oh. That's why it seems like I build up my thingy faster. Because you only lose as much of the burst gauge as you use. Well, awesome. So if I burst now... So I only lose half of it. Notice how I'm getting more XP, by the way. It's because this is a new tier of enemy. And so the level soft cap is increased again. That'll actually give me access to that trap chest, so... Well, as much as it's neat to have valuable games, I'm not in the market of, I'm not in the mind of reselling my games. I've only ever traded in a couple games a long time ago when I was very desperate. I always do everything I can to not trade in or sell my games. Like, it's not just that I enjoy collecting games because, you know, I love games, but I enjoy playing them and keeping them for my memories, you know? So I want to be able to play them again. Do I have more games that I could ever play in my lifetime again? No. No, I don't. The chest is empty. Is that so? Is that all you have to say for yourself? Damn. This thing's got a lot of HP. Oh, wow. Interesting. I wonder if they're doing this on purpose. Where there's no more chest messages. Either as like a sort of fourth wall break, suggesting that the chest messages have been destroyed by what's his name because he's such a destructive person, or they just are saying, hey, that's it, you know, we've run out of chess messages, we won't be doing it in the next game. I don't know if they do or not. Don't spoil it, please. It's the end, you know. I mean, it also happened at the beginning of the other one, the last one, 0, but then like, haha, I got you know, so. In my opinion, I think they should retire it if they haven't already. I really appreciate it. I think it's really neat, but like, I think they've run about as far as they can with it, you know? Pretty close to level up, so I want to try not to use any items or anything. Chrono, 63 months! Thank you. Hope you're having a good one. You're just in time for a possible game finale here, so yeah. There's that level up. Catastrophe. If burn was actually applicable to any kind of enemy outside of a boss or outside of regular enemies, like some bosses or something, I might actually care about Randy. But because every boss, especially near the end of the game, is just immune to everything, no interest. It's really one of the, I think one of the bigger flaws of the series is that bosses like that just tend to be immune to everything once you get past like the 3/4 point. You can still have bosses vulnerable to like stat downs and stuff, you know? It doesn't break the game. It makes the things that you've, you know, built actually be useful. It's one of my criticisms of the gameplay, actually. Passionate badge. Power passionate rogue. Oh, strength 100%. Well. Not 100%, 100. Damn. Oh man, this is a hard one. Do I just hope that I don't have to worry about debuffs? I could almost put the Grail locket on like her or something. I need her to have that actually, because the immunity is super useful. Ugh. We'll see how much her damage goes down, because it's doing 10,000 with her big spell. If that goes down too much. No, let me think about this. It's actually funny that you get immunity to blind on somebody that's built, that's an accessory built for magic. But I'm thinking about it. Isn't this kind of 6 in one, half a dozen in the other? If I'm losing 100 of magic power versus 100 physical power, you know? Maybe I should just not worry about it and just equip the... Feels like they're not beating my face over the, or beating my head, my face over with status ailments anymore. Yeah. No, that's fine. I'm totally fine with that. Like I said, I'll have to do a little bit of repairing on it to make sure it doesn't scratch up the disc or become unusable, you know, that's all. Are we gonna be surprised by his yep. Ugh. Hey, no worries, Blair. You gotta do what you gotta do. Hold on. Hello, BGG. I have missed you. I've been so busy with school, I haven't been on Twitch in forever. Idiots. This game looks interesting. If it was made for babies. There you go. G-Plastic? Yeah. It is what it is. I thought you meant the like actual case, not the shell for the UMD. Both work. It's fine.
その通りだ。俺とハルといったら闘神と両兵王くらいだったが、その二人が相打ちになった後では俺が最強と言えるかもしれん。あくまで現時点ではな。ランドルフ、もはやお前も気づいているはずだ。このクロスベルの状況と You
know, if he was gonna be the leader of the Jaegers or whatever, he could have just turned it into a normal mercenary force and not one that's so destructive. Everybody's gonna want to retaliate. Oh, also, Blair, yo, don't worry about it, man. You gotta take care of you. Take care of you. You know, I'll be here. Hopefully. But yeah, everyone's gonna want to retaliate against everybody, and it'll take a lot of patience and care to not have any kind of conflict start from this, but of course it's going to because there are people that want to start wars. I never understood people that want to start wars. Why? Especially when it's not even about like resources, you know, like I get a war of resources, you know, because your people need land to live on or something. Fine. Okay, whatever. I get it. Kill everybody else so your people can live. Still fucking dumb. But like people that just like want to war. Why? Like the whole premise that everybody claims war is about is so that you can get peace. So like war is like it's like a necessary thing in order to prepare for peace or whatever. How about you just don't go to war, okay, and don't hurt other people, and there you go, you got your peace. Wow, wasn't that fucking easy? You know what I mean? And it's like, I just don't understand people that want to see other people die en masse and fight and suffer for what? For your enjoyment or something? It's ridiculous. It's one of those things I will never, for as long as I live, understand how people can want that kind of thing ever. Like, not a shred of empathy to want to war. That's not the same as wanting war. Wanting war it has nothing to do with resources, religion, or greed. It's wanting war. Or like the same with profit. Like it's not the same. Wanting war, not willing to make a sacrifice because it gets you something in return. Yes, I'm aware of all those factors. I already excluded those. I made a specific comment about those things and how they don't apply to my comment. See, the thing is, you could be greedy and want a war over conflict, but the people are the ones that decide if they're going to be accepting of going to war, right? And they're going to sit there and go, "Woohoo, let's go to war." You know what I mean? They're the ones, right? He's actually surprised. Come on, I thought you were supposed to be smart. I'm done living on the battlefield. Instead, I'm going to live on the battlefield on a different side. They all did this, by the way. They gave their little rousing speech, and then the bad guy had laughed. Exactly like this. All three of them did.
なんて時
いいだろう。その頼りなき足場を持って貴様の抗いを認めよう。だが分かっている。そこまで言い切ったからにはもはや手加減はできぬと。
望むところだ。親父とあんたから学んだ戦意と持てる力の全てをかけて最強のであるあんたを打ちのめさせてもらう。
面白い。ならば俺は貴様を食らって闘心を継ぐことにしよう。不出来な息子を持った兄貴へのせめてもの手向けとしてな。さあ受けてみろ。戦場を食らい蹂躙し尽くすオーガロッソの総戦部を。
来るわ。迎撃開始。全力でランディを援護する。
What are these little crystals gonna do, I wonder? I really want to try this. As far as I can tell, it just permanently grants magic reflect as long as she channels it. Oh, that was a fast cast.
私の番です。ドライブ任せて。
行くぞ。
私の番です。みんな。
That was weird.
ありがとう。
私の番ですね。私の番です。
ありがとうございます。
Good timing on that shield.
任せてくれ。
任せて。
Okay, so I don't understand then. It doesn't make any sense. They said that you had to channel this thing, but you obviously don't channel it, so I'm confused. Ouchie.
任せてくれ。エニグマ。
お任せを。
や。
Oh, he stole my double attack, jerk.
はい。ドライブ開始。
俺の番だな。
Oh, there's an aura field thingy now. Damn it, I just noticed that a second too late, that his HP was too low.
ありがとう。
Oh, she's going crit though. Boom.
ありがとうございます。
I had pure one shot. Like, so stupid, dude. Such a fucking dumb design. Every boss in this game so far has had, well, every boss in the game since the halfway point has had some stupid party-wide one shot. It's so fucking dumb. There's not like a field where you can move out of it or something you can do to interrupt it. It just, you're dead. And it's fucking dumb. Every boss in the game has been doing this, just about. Complete brain-dead design and balance in this game. Clearly that was my fault for, I don't know. Didn't pay the toll or something such nonsense. I'm resetting the fight again. Oh, that didn't take too long. It's gonna be a one shot there anyway. Darn, I can't get Wazzy's team attack thing. Oh, there it is. There's the extend. Oh, that's gonna take one of those charges. Well, he's gonna do his thing, and I can't do anything about it. Oh, apparently it's close range. That's how I avoid dying to it. I could just get my burst. Oh, you know what? There is like things that give me burst gauge. Do have some items that do give me burst gauge. Really? All that and I didn't get my gauge up? 3,000 to extend it. That's pretty good, actually. I didn't get a Lucifen wing during that time, unfortunately. Yeah, I got the rest bullshit.
まさかあんな足場でそこまで踏ん張るとは。だがそれもまた今の貴様の力か。
悪いが貫き通させてもらう。あんたと親父には握りをしちまうけど
な。今さらなんだ。それに一番の不義理は一言も言わなかったが、兄貴も心配していたぞ。
そうか、親父が。
だが少しは兄貴に顔向けできる顔になったよ。その強がりがどこまで貫き通せるか、これからの生き様で証明してみせろ。
I don't think this is controversial, but even with full buffs, especially with full buffs, I don't think, as long as you're leveled relevantly, that any enemy or boss should have an attack that does so much damage that it one-shots the entire team. A one-shot attack like on a single target, I can accept that, fine, whatever. It's like a death spell. You can res them pretty easily as long as resources are fine. Like in Dragon Quest, that would be bad because Dragon Quest resing is very, very difficult to do. But like in this, resing's pretty easy. Final Fantasy resing's pretty easy. Whatever. But I think it's extremely poor design to have an AoE attack that has the potential of one-shotting the entire team. Period. Period. Do a lot of damage, maybe off the weak one, fine, you know. But everybody else should be able to live pretty easily, and any kind of attack like that should have a huge like drawback, like they don't get a turn for another turn or something, like a recovery turn, so you can actually recover. Something along those lines. Maybe not a full recovery turn, but just maybe a longer respawn on your action or whatever, like refresh. Something along those lines. Or be balanced in such a way that the game knows that you should be able to get one or two or three turns or whatever to recover. Because if they just go again and then make another attack and kill you before you get a chance to cast a healing spell, you know? It's just stupid. Having to bank on immunities and hoping that you figure out that it's only an area of effect around a character or something along those lines, it's just stupid. Like, at the very least, it should be a cast so you know to get out of it, right? There are definitely bosses like Bahamut, where it has essentially a one-shot with the Mega Flare. I mean, you can live through it actually pretty easily, but still the point is that it's meant to be one-shot. You're supposed to put up reflex, you're supposed to prepare for it, and or you're supposed to out-damage it. Like, that's the actual design of Mega Flares. You're supposed to out-damage it, like, before it gets a chance to cast. Those are fine as well, as long as it has a strong mechanic attached to it. The way this game is doing it is garbage-assel shit butt fart. It stinks. And it's like on every boss, which makes all the encounters extremely shallow. Bridge going back? Yeah.
やっぱり領域を解放すると解除される仕組みみたいね。
よっしゃ、これで先に進めるな。
でもさすがに激しい戦いだったし、一度メルカバに戻って。
そうだな。報告がてら戻ろうか。
I'd love to if there's actually a way back, but it doesn't seem like there is. Oh wait, there was that elevator, wasn't there? I like how it's part of the story that you want to go back, but it's like you trudge to this huge long dungeon, and you have no energy left, and it's like dire situation, and you just go back and rest and take a breather for as long as you want, while the enemy is just kind of sitting there like, oh, what's taking them so long? Jeez. Action 3. Oh yeah, she has the Onyx gem. I was like, she doesn't have an action. Yeah, action 3. The last gem I ever want to make. Right there, done. Unless they give me access to the higher tier ones, which I'm not sure why they don't do. Now the big question is, do we have another chunk of dungeon ahead of us? Or is it just gonna be boss rush? Looks like chunk of dungeon it is. Looks like it might be another level cap. Yep. So level cap's gonna be around 112. What's it? Hello? Analog keeps messing up. The series set my path in life with its incredible focus on attention to detail. It was led to find a community group of friends and passionate fans. Together we made two wonders we can be eternally proud of. Well, how about that? Sure. I think that's better on her anyway. The fan translator testimonials are kind of nice, you know. I mean, I may not have the same passion that they had about these games, but like, it doesn't mean that theirs is unjustified. You know, it's their experiences and their interests, and those things have given them purpose and led them to something that gives them happiness, and that's awesome. You know, not everybody is gonna love everything But doing the right thing was easy, it wouldn't be heroic. If heroes were common, they wouldn't write legends about them. Yeah. You know what's really funny about the name Legend of Heroes? If they started making these games today, I would think that they were some cheap like gacha game thing, because there's so many like bad gacha games with like Hero of Legend or Fighter of Warrior, you know, or some other nonsense where it's just really bad English kind of thing. To be fair, all gacha games are bad, but a bad gacha game is something special. No, god damn it. Mushroom zombie heroes, oh boy. Yeah, a lot of it tries to appeal to multiple franchises regardless of how well they may or may not match. But to be fair, Mushroom Zombie Hero refers to Left 4 Dead, probably. And it's not like random zombies and also Mario, you know? Either way, yes, a name like that will definitely be something like a gacha game where just the name doesn't make sense. It's just random things that you typically see in a game title or things in the games themselves. Really bad. It's usually because they're like, they're not originally made in English. And so they take vague concepts that they don't really understand and slap it together in the localization, because the localization teams are usually done by Google Translate or something like that. From Zero to Azure, this has been an unforgettable journey. It was fun at times and most definitely stressful at times, but still, thank you for supporting us. It means the world and changed mind. www.changemylife.com. I don't know if that's a website, don't go to it. Chansio! Kinda feel like getting a level first because I'm pretty close, but I'll use craft points anyway, so I don't think it'll matter. Biddling. Trails means the world to me, too. I'm grateful I could share my world and my favorite story in it with you. Thank you for giving us a chance, DST. Dragonspine Trophy? Wow. So that was the Mirage one, finally. Right? Yeah, there's the Venus Bell. Oh, because I have the... Okay. Oh, I should probably... Oh. She's Mirage, he's Space. How about that? Should probably have worked that the other way. I just found that Space spells, things seem to work well with her. Oh well. That means... If I want to do this, I would have to switch it up, so that's not going to happen. She's got the Pluto Bell. That's not going to happen. He doesn't have a bell, but he doesn't really have any Mirage spells at all. I can't get rid of that. It's too good. The only one that makes sense is Wazzy. But like, there would have to be getting rid of that. But he's got so much just Mirage, you know? I guess Avalon Gate's not a terrible one. I think he needed like a couple more space in order to get what he wanted. Or something like that. What is the final Mirage spell? So it's 11 space and 21. So he's already got it. I would just need 2 space somewhere. The best thing to do would take mine 3 and find something like this. Oh. There you go. I could actually sub in Wazzy and it would be fine, but I like my setup really, really well, so... Man, he's completely caught up in level. Like, even to XP, he's only a couple hundred behind. I think the biggest thing that bothers me about these final dungeons, or any of the dungeons for that matter, but the final dungeon specifically because it's so long, they're not trying to show me anything. They're not trying to show me something special. They're not trying to be like, hey, look at this, isn't this interesting? They're not showing inside of some twisted tree, you know, kind of thing. It's just long for the sake of long with stuff. And that's it, you know what I mean? Like, think about the final dungeon of FF7. It's actually pretty short, but it's so badass. Like, it gives you like, whoa, we're really going down into this crater and shit's happening kind of vibe, you know? It feels like it's special. I know I use Final Fantasy as an example a lot of the time, And it does feel a little unfair because, I mean, like, oh yeah, good luck trying to beat Final Fantasy, right? But, I mean, at the same time, that game is also 15 years younger than this one.
お疲れ様です。そこです。私のターン。
And it's good to make examples that are, you know, knowledge, you know, people know about, and good examples that show you what's possible as well. You know.
みんなチャンスよ。はい、
よし、その程度じゃ俺たちは止められない。
へい。
よし、一気に行くぞ。
チャンスで。データ収集終了しました。ターン、そこです。みんなチャンスよ。行きます。ターン。
行くぞ。行こう。
Oh, they're immune to death anyway, I think, yeah. So it doesn't matter that I got that.
そこです。データ収集終了しました。ターン。
It's a good thing I got this ambush, or else the fight might drag on.
そこです。
Uh-huh.
任せてくれ。迎撃完了。みんな先に進もう。
へい。
Stupid height bullshit in this. So fucking stupid. He was down the tiniest little step and I couldn't get him. Fucking dumb. Of fucking course. I'm so fucking infuriated by that. This makes me unreasonably mad. So stupid. Fucking hate it. Wouldn't let me ambush it. So it, when I finally get in the encounter, just one little fucking guy, and it wouldn't let me kill him before he got his turn. And then I get a death, lose all my fucking craft points, and I refuse to and my EP. So I refuse to go on. I'm just gonna go all the way back to the ship because fuck you, you fucking piece of shit game. Fuck you. So stupid. God, that just makes me unreasonably upset, man. The whole damn thing just looks the same. Imagine trying to do this without fast forward. Like 5-minute walk back without encounters. Swear, Final Fantasy, or not Final Fantasy, but just any game with random encounters in their final dungeons would be a shorter walk back with encounters. which way is which. This is why those death tiles are dumb. Explained in a single encounter. Been keeping track of every single thing you've taken from me and my friends. Expect a lengthy call out in the future. There you go. That's it. That's why those death tiles on the AT gauge or whatever are stupid. I don't think I need to explain myself. If you don't get it, you're never gonna get it. Is it trying to run from me? Unlikely I'll gain a level anymore. But it wouldn't be too much trouble to get another. Oh, well, with things like this, I might gain a level. It's like 500 though, right? Yeah, 400. It does cover a lot of... I was so close to a way back too. Son of a bitch. If I just gone up a little bit. Of course I would have had to use a bunch of resources for that boss. But whatever, it's fine. If this is a way back, then it's possible that we're getting really close to the final set. I don't think there's going to be another dungeon section. I think we've done all the dungeon sections. Or rather, this one that we're on is the last one. But who can say? That looks final. That's fine. I'm like 1,000 experience from a level up. I'd have to fight like 10 battles, which admittedly wouldn't take that long. Fuck it, let's go. You know? There's nothing recent. Oh, there we go. The way I see it is it'll only take a minute or two to get that, and it might save me a whole bunch of heartache. Let's see how much I get here. 50. Never mind. I changed my mind. Especially, that means I would need like 4 of those things to get 90 XP, and it's not guaranteed, so. Oh, that right. We got a whole other dungeon to do.
どうやらここが新域の終点みたいだな。
Really? So there is another dungeon within the dungeon. This dungeon is 5 dungeons long. It's literally 5 dungeons within a dungeon that's 2 dungeons long. I actually expected Arios to be like after we fight whoever is up at the top. Like 2 bosses, one being Arios and then the final boss kind of thing. But we're gonna have a whole ass dungeon for him, aren't we? So I guess... Guess we'll probably end up getting a few levels here. Enough talk, how about you?
ついに来ちまったか。ええ、私たち特務支援課の最大のライバルにして目標。思えば私たちが知り合った時からの縁ですよね。
ああ、ジオフロントに潜って竜たちを助けるときに。
そうだったんですか。
まさに因縁の関係だね。
行こう。アリオスさんが待っている。
ええ。
合点承知だぜ。
ここが牽制の内面か。
無数の戒め。あの人はどれだけのものを背負って。
たく抱え込みすぎなんだっつうの。
オーガロスも桁違いだったけど、今度の相手は多分鋼の聖女以上に。だが俺たちもここで引くわけにはいかない。
I was like 20 levels ago, so I think it's definitely going to be harder by a stat measurement.
そして俺たちの全身全霊をもって牽制の領域に挑もう。
Oh. Or whatever.
ついにここまで。3年前のあの日にたどり着いた。兄貴、待っててくれ。あの日の闇をきっと照らし出してみせる。
What? I was trapped. I am surprised by this turn of events.
行くぞ。俺の番だな。みんな大丈夫か？
Argem key. I don't know. Seems to me like 8 blades, 1 leaf would be more impressive. I don't get that. Okay, fine. A silver key obtained to domain of penance can open a gate to its corresponding color. Ugh. I mean, that was a required trap chest. Well, I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Trap chests are basically guarantees of good loot. The game just lied to me in the worst way possible through treasure. Why is he the divine blade of wind? Because he's Arios. I'm sorry, that was pretty McLame. His name is Arios McLane. Tisk. It's better to just be a treasure chest.
チャンスだ。よし、上出来だ。
This definitely seems like the right way. Oh, I see. Okay. That will raise the drawbridge, which will be a shortcut back. The fact that each of these areas are so big that you need a shortcut back is really aggravating.
Nice fight.
None of these areas should be that big. Unless, of course, like, yeah, period. Like, the only way that you should need a shortcut back is if you get to the end of it, you know? But it shouldn't even be that long to begin with. Okay.
戦闘終了。やれやれです。そこです。よし。一気に行くぞ。そこです。シュッ。さあ、次に行きましょう。
There's the last story box. So that's 61 out of 61. Meaning, it's safe to assume that this will be the last dungeon section. Is that how it's gonna be?
そこです。皆さん、正気です。上出来かしら。へい。行きまへい。任せてくれと。迎撃完了。
Wow. What did he hit him with?
先に進もう。
Right, Tonfas. Right.
Hey. よし。行ってや。行きまた。私の番です。覚悟や。さてと。よし。やってや。
みんな大丈夫か。
Daijobu Des. Thanks for asking.
チャンスよ。そこ。俺の番。行ってや。私のターン。正気。
よし、行こう。迎撃完了。みんな先に進もう。
This is gonna be the gold key, I guess.
油断は禁物よ。お任せを。まあまあですね。
No. Psst, want to know a secret? Exploit to respawn all the chests you've opened so far? Get this. All you have to do is go to the title screen and select new game. That's mean. It's time gem better be cast 3. It is cast 3. Gee, come here. Who do I give this to? So many yummy options. I don't think she's gonna get anything out of it, so I think I should prioritize my major caster. So. Gee. Hey. Yeah. I won't get anything new from that, but it doesn't matter. Wow, just look at that. Look at how decked out she is. She has full gems and bells. Full gems and bells. You could say she's got all the bells and whistles. Makes me wonder. Like, I could give her... Yeah, I could give her Action 3 and give the Onyx Gem to somebody else if they needed the time. Like, she's really close. But, yeah. Wait. I see. I missed something over here.
敵将 私の番ですね。エニグマ、
俺の番だな。行くぞ。
私の番です。はい、良いデータが取れました。
Damn, I was one dungeon away from talking chest retirement too. Oh. And then I stole his key so he couldn't retire. Eleven months ago, the SSS gained its foremost rival in Arios. It's only fitting they'd have to overcome to see the story through the end. You can do this. Wait, are they suggesting Arios is the final boss? That would... I mean, there's Shirley, though. Well, not Shirley, but what's her name? The other one. Belle. Ooh, it's not bad. It's not a bad accessory. I feel like this is one of those accessories that I should have gotten kind of mid-game, because it's not like super broken, but it has a lot of good stuff on it. And the fact that it doesn't have like full status immunity, you know, kind of shows that it's like, it's not that big. It would kind of be good on her over the Grail Locket. Whoa, I have a Grail Locket unequipped. Oh, damn it. Alright, let's just put it on him then. One-shotting that thing is pretty damn wild, I have to admit. Because those things are tanky, which means I had to have done 20,000-30,000 damage or something like that. Great, I'm gonna use all my fucking... I should not have had to have used all that. Which means I'm probably gonna build up my burst on some random enemies. Whoops. I guess I kind of utilized all that, so it's fine. Besides, I'll go back and restore before I have to do this anyway. Oh, my burst is almost full up anyway. Lol. Guess I didn't need to go back and go and grind it back up. Realms of pixels. It's a realm full of pixels. What's the confusion? You don't like pixels? What do you got against pixels, man? And then Realms? Can't possibly be against Realms. Realms of Pixel. Well, that just sounds disappointing. Come here. Gee, you are such a goober. I mean, even my Cloud Strive Hero Final Fantasy VII emote is 4 pixels. That means my game is my emote is 4 times as good as that game. Notice how every boss ascent is like this, you know, big stairway leading to a platform and everything. Like there's nothing organic about it. Wow, we're very surprised by him being here when he's 15 feet in front of me. I just couldn't open my eyes, I guess. What am I, Mr. Magoo or something?
あの長官の格好はしてねえんだな。
黒い寿司の妖精とはいえ、もともと無理のある人事だからな。独立国の無効宣言があった以上、俺にあれを着る資格はない。国防長官でも遊撃士でもなく、ただの無頼の剣士としてここに立っていると思うがいい。
どうしてそこまで。律儀すぎです。
参ったな。聞きたいことがいろいろありすぎて整理できていないんですけど、まずは答え合わせをしても。
ああ、元よりそのつもりだ。聞くがいい。ただ一つのことを除いて。
それでは辛いことを聞くようで申し訳ありませんが、5年前の事故について。
ああ、もはや隠す必要もあるまい。5年前表通りで起きた、お前たちも気づいているように、あれは帝国と共和国の諜報戦の結果として起きたものだ。
やはりそれで。
ああ、鞘の命は失われ、雫の光は奪われた。あれから5年、両国の諜報機関が整備されたことで無意な破壊工作はなくなったが、数十年にわたる暗闘の結果、鞘たちと同じような被害者は少なからず出ていた。ロイド、お前の両親やイアン先生の家族を含めてな。
なんだと。
ロイドのご両親が初耳です。
俺の両親は15年前就航したばかりの飛行船の事故で俺は物心ついたばかりで、じゃあその時にイアン先生の家族というのも。
ああ、奥さんとお子さん2人がそれに乗っていたと聞いている。俺には雫が残されたが、全てを失った彼の嘆きと悲しみ、そしてその時ガイとイアン先生も同じ遺族として知り合っているはずだ。
なるほど、そんな因縁があったとはね。
そして5年前の事件の後、俺は警察を辞め、警察への失望。
Wait. Wait. He was supposed to be so little that he didn't even really remember it, yet Guy was old enough to be on the police force? Which means he had to have been at least like 18, 20, which means he had to have been like 16, 14 at the very, very, very youngest. Too young? That doesn't make any sense.
鞘を失った悲しみからその気になればいくらでもある遊撃士の仕事に没頭することでな。
アリオスさん、
今まで因が殺めた標的たちの家族、
ずっと疑問に思っていたことがあったんです。どうしてディーターさんたちと。
確かにおじさまやベルは経済や金融、黒い助に関係する教団の情報には詳しそうだけど。
帝国と共和国の水面。
Oh, okay, I see, I see.
そのあたりの事情にまで通じているのは違和感がある。
お互い接点がない両名なのに大統領になったディーターさんはアリオスさんを国防長官に指名した。
なるほど、そういうことか。その両者を結びつけたのがあの熊ひげ先生。
ああ、違いますか。
その通りだ。警察時代お前たちと同じく俺とガイもイアン先生の情報には随分と助けられたものだった。教団のロッジ制圧作戦でも民間のアドバイザーとして協力していたくらいの情報通だ。そして遊撃士になった後も彼とは頻繁に情報交換していた。一方で先生は IBC のホームを通じてクロイス親子と昔から親交があった。そしてあらゆる情報と要素は先生のところに集約統合され、クロイス氏は彼に誘導されるままさまざまな政治工作と司法の力によるその裏で彼とマリアベル城によって真の計画が進められているとも知らずに。
真の計画？
青きゼロの計画。
そう、サヤたちの事故についても先生はいち早く真相に気づいていた。そして俺に事情を打ち明け、俺も計画に協力することとなった。これが
全てはイアン先生と。
とんでもねえ話だ。
これも同じく疑問に思っていたことですが、キーヤを太陽の砦の地下から連れ出したのは、そしてシュバルツオークションに出品される。
そういえば確かにその問題も完全には明らかになっていません。
ああ、その通りだ。それに関しては先生ではなくマリアベル城の主導だったがな。どうやら彼女はヨアヒムの動きを完全に把握していたようでな。彼女の転移術で俺たちはたやすく最下層の祭壇にたどり着き、あの子を
How convenient.
から解放した。そして俺はレミフェリア方面から運ばれてきたローゼンベルク人形とあの子をすり替えた。
Teleportation is so dumb. Don't put it in your game, I'm telling you, unless it has significant drawbacks or dangers involved in it. Like, teleport in D&D is insane. Like, you can accidentally teleport into a wall and you just vaporize, you just explode, basically. You know what I mean? Severe limitations. Not to mention it's a 7th level spell, very, very high level. So, like, yeah. Honestly, the biggest reason that D&D even has teleport is a convenience factor for when you want to do like high-level campaigning and you don't want to have to spend months going across the world and stuff. But yeah, teleporting so freely like that is just the dumbest mechanic you can put in your game. It just, the integrity, it's like time travel. Your integrity goes right out the window. There are ways to have pieces move around the field very rapidly or across large spaces without doing teleporting. Or just have them fucking move. You know? Have like a lift waiting or something. Just orchestrate your story so that they're able to get away in a way that you are comfortable with. It's not hard, just write it. You know? Yeah, right. Because fast travel is not teleporting, it's fast travel. It's implying that you traveled all the way there, it's just loading screen, you know? I'm talking about narrative teleporting.
オークションの場で彼女が目覚めることになったら動揺する客とマルコーニを前に IBC の名を出してあの子の保護を買って出るつもりだった。ヘイユエが動いたら別の展開もあっただろうが、いずれにせよあの時はこの俺も会場内にどんな展開になったとしても収集できる体制は。
Of course he did, because you're super duper ultra smart that can predict even when I'm going to pee. To the second, every single day. I know that he'll wake up and have water at 6:52 a.m. and I hate ultra predictive bullshit. General concepts, yeah. You knew someone would react a certain way, fine.
そしてもう一つはあのような得意な状況で司法を目覚めさせることで潜在能力を見極めるということだ。
キーヤの潜在能力を見極める。
I mean, it's such an insane ability to just be able to go from one place to another instantaneously. Like, just teleporting behind somebody, boom, done. You know? Stab him in the back, you win. Not to mention, like, the traveling that you can do. I mean, if teleporting was as freely used as they actually show it in a lot of video games, the villain would never lose. You can teleport literally anywhere in the world at any point in time to do exactly what you need whenever you want to do it. You win. Like, that's it. There's no problems, you know? It's just... It's lazy is what it is. No, fast travel in Baldur's Gate 3 is just fast travel. World of Warcraft does do portals, but I mean, you know, having like a like closed point in space where two spots are connected is different than free teleporting. Like if you were to summon this huge gate and a portal opened up, you know something is coming, and you can adapt. But even that's kind of pretty busted. It really depends on the universe too. Like in things like Marvel Universe. Marvel Universe has everything. It doesn't matter. All of it. All of the most ridiculous, overpowered things you could possibly imagine, Marvel Universe has it. But that it's designed that way to be absolutely ridiculous, you know? Oh, I thought you were so ultra smart though.
一緒に暮らすことになったのも含めて。
ダメだ。わけがわからね
え。ベル、一体何のつもりで？
それじゃ、兄貴が亡くなった日のこと。その真実を教えてもらえますか
？That's gonna be the I was gonna say that's gonna be the one thing he won't say.
サヤを亡くして警察を離れてから2年、俺はイアン先生たちの計画に協力し、いずれも後ろぐらい陰謀めいた工作ばかりだ。だがギルド関係者をはじめ、それを誰かに感づかれることはついになかった。
Yeah, like I said, if you're going to be using teleportation, there needs to be huge restrictions. Either it's very limited, or it's it takes a tremendous amount of energy or resources, or some kind of drawback. And even then, I would be reluctant to use it. What I think the most unbelievable part of this whole story is that Grimwood is just like some bookworm, and he lost his family in an airplane crash and just decided that he would, I don't know, learn every intimate secret about the entire world and all the underground societies and groups that control the world secretly, and he just happened to like say, hey, all of you do my bidding, and they were like, okay.
Guy Bunnings.
And for what? For what purpose exactly? We don't even know his motive yet.
Guy はあいつは凄まじいほどの嗅覚と粘り強さで 帝国と共和国による暗闘。
It's gonna be Grimwood that killed him.
ハルトマン議長とルバーチェ、そして DG 教団残党の動き、そのさらに背後にある黒い助の計画にまで、そしてあの雨の日、ガイは俺を着工したばかりの
I also find it hilarious that like he has all this conviction about who killed his brother, and he just learned that somebody killed his parents, and he's just like, yeah, whatever.
無論計画の詳細までは掴んでいなかったが、ガイの推測は驚くほど的確で、計画の全体像を捉えていた。教団とマフィアを利用したクロイス氏の政界進出、外国勢力の仕業に見せかけてクロスベル氏を襲撃させることで独立の機運を煽ること、さらにはクロイス家の何かで大陸全土を威圧主導すること、信じがたいことにそんなことまで指摘してのけた。
That's also very unbelievable to say, hey, they're totally gonna manufacture something that could take over the world. Where would you even get that kind of like line of logic from? You know, I mean, I guess you could have picked up some evidence that had some documents that had some like, you know, blueprints or something like that. Sure, but you're just saying he predicted it, cause super detective or something. You need evidence to draw conclusions.
手を引けという俺の言葉をガイは受
What's up, lone fellow?
俺たちは雨の中死闘を始めた。武術の腕は俺がやや上だが、何十号と打ち合い、お互いの体力を奪い合いながら、そしてガイは命を落とすこととなった。当然あいつのトンファーを現場から持ち去ったのは俺だ。トンファーに無数に刻まれた刀傷から犯人を特定されたくなかったからだ。これがあの雨の日起こった事件のその後マフィアの手下が現れ、ガイのバッジを持っていかれたのは、いずれにしてもこれで大体の疑問には答えられただろう。
いいえ、当然知っているでしょうが、兄貴の死因はそのことについての説明がなかったみたいですが。
警察にいた頃に拳銃の扱いは習得している。しつこく食い下がってくる面倒な相手に業を煮やして使ったまでだが。
それは嘘だ。そんな死闘の中で別の獲物を構える余裕などましてや相手の背中からとどめを刺すなんて。
まあ道理ってやつだな。
一体誰がガイさんを撃ったのか。
Who shot the sheriff?
話してください。
Something, something, deputy.
ガイを死に追いやったのは俺以外の何者でもない。そして俺はかつての相棒を犠牲にしてまで計画に協力する道を選んだ。そして今もなお痛いけな少女の思いを利用して全てはサヤのため、そして雫の未来のために。
The best way to avenge losing the loss of life that makes you hollow inside is to take a bunch of lives away from other people that make them hollow inside as well. An eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind.
アリオさん、
しずくちゃんがこんなことして喜ぶとでも。
喜ぶわけがない。だがクロスベルという血の呪いはあの子から、そしてクロスベルが大陸のこの位置にある以上、呪いは決して消えることはない。
It's terrible advice, Locke.
人の言うことは超越した奇跡でも起きない限りは。3年前ガイは俺のことを一言も責めず、そして司法となったキーヤは雫の目を直してくれた。もはや後戻りできる道理はない。
Oh, I think it's just an effect that the pillars have on some of them, like a little shadow flame or something. Or it could be something up on the ceiling.
見事兄の仇を討って大切なものを取り戻すための道を。
わかりました。だが兄貴の仇を取るつもりはガイ・バニングスの意志を継いで立ち上がったささやかな部署としてしずくちゃんをはじめ大勢の人々の思いを託されたあなたという壁を乗り越えキーヤを取り戻して本当の意味で事件を解決してみせる
さすがは俺らのリーダー。
オルキスタワーで待ってるしずくちゃんのためにも絶対に引けません。
このノリが支援家だよね。
全力でお手伝いします。
いいだろう。
I'm guessing he's gonna be the boss without ads. Oh, never mind.
八王一刀流二の型奥義回伝アリオス・マクレイン一身上の都合により義に背き道を外れ勝手を貫かせてもらう
Can't wait to see his one-shot ability.
特務支援家
Okay!
八王が奥義
Oh, good. He starts with a crit. I'm sure this will be fine.
ここは引けません。
Actually, was fine.
ドライブ開始。さてと。エニグマ駆動。はい。エニグマ
任せてくれ。
エニグマ駆動。お任せを。エニグマ駆動。
任せてくれ。
任せて。私の番ですね。
Where is Tio? She's not on the cast thing. She should be having a 50% chance or 50% increased cast speed, and she like we're just getting like 8 turns. Before she can finish one cast. Oh, and then cool, she got confused right before she was about to finish. Fucking awesome. No, super cool. I love it. Oh, good thing I used my shield ability. So stupid, man. Maybe the 50% time cast gem is bugged and it's 50% longer. Also trying to get my burst gauge and like it's like it refuses to increase. think the thing's just like immune to magic down there. I get the impression that he's gonna do his ultimate again. Feel like I should. Oops. I didn't mean to do the healing one. Fat fingered it. Damn it. That's so expensive. Basically need to use full restores in order to be able to cast it again. Feel like this is bad. Okay, it's not that bad. Well, okay. It's also because I'm fast forwarding it for the animation speed, so that also affects it. It's not so bad if you don't fast forward it.
Lloyd, 他の者たちも本当に強くなったな。
I just did like a few push-ups a day, you know, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, run 5 miles every day, just normal workout.
目標になってくれたからです。
確かに、あんたがいなけりゃここまでは来られなかったかもな。
同感です。
いつも目指すべき壁としてはるか先にいてくれましたから。
まったくそのように言われる資格など。
アリオスさん、あの日兄貴を撃ったのは
Hey, I called it.
イアン先生ですね。
そいつは
He has to be important or else there's no reason for us to stand against him.
なぜそう思う？
単なる消去法です。事件の背景を考えると、先生以外に容疑者がいるとしたら、ただディーターさんには計画のすべては伝えられていないようだし、だがイアン先生は兄貴ともかなり親しいようでした。そして 国外
How do you know it wasn't the mafioso that
自衛の
took
必要
his
がある先
badge?
生ならば拳銃に慣れていてもおかしくない。どうですか？
60点だな。だが9大点はつけざるを得ないようだ。
Like Grimwood just came out of nowhere. There's no reason for us to have anything against him. He's just randomly the villain, I guess. And so the only way to actually give us a reason to want to go after him is by making him the one that killed Guy. So
アリオス、お互い限界みたいだし、今日のところは休戦にしねえか。
何よバカな。知られた以上お前をここから返すわけにはいかん。来月の式を無事迎えたくば殺す気でかかってくるがいい。
なのできるわけねえだろ。そしたらお前やしずくちゃんを式に呼べねえだろうが。安心しろ、お前らの計画は誰にも話しちゃいない。ダドリーあたりに協力してもらおうかと思ったが、あいつも融通きかねえからな。セルゲイさんにだってまだ相談してないんだぜ。
お前それを聞いて俺が好都合と判断するとは思わないのか？
いや、だってお前不器用だし。じゃなかったらこんな場所にのこのこ一人では来ねえだろう。とにかくこの辺りにして今から飲みにでも行こうぜ。そうでなくてもここ2年ろくに話もできなかったし、弟と彼女の自慢話くらいさせろっつうの。
相変わらずだな。弟は確かもう
yeah, no worries, Mr. J. I gotta finish this today, you know. I'm not gonna wait until Tuesday and have 2 hours of game left, you know. So we gotta stay up late. We gotta stay up late.
まあいいや。雨だしガランテにでも。
先生。
あ、なるほど。黒幕はあんただったか。
悪いなガイ君。ご両親のことを考えたら君も誘うべきかと思ったが、多分君は絶対に賛同しないと。
先生。
当たりですよ。先生がついてるなら多分その計画ってのも。でもきっと俺の代わりは現れますよ。
ああ、そうだろうな。
ガイ、しっかりしろ。
ああ、こんなことになるならロイドとセシルに。
ガイさん、そんなことが。
因果な話だ。
ありがとう。兄貴の最後を教えてくれて。
I don't know if being shot in the heart would be instantaneous. You probably wouldn't be able to breathe and speak though. You'd probably just, your lungs would probably fill up with blood rather quickly, and then you would just choke as you're suffocating from the lack of oxygen to your brain. So it would probably be decently quick, but I don't think you'd be able to talk. Also, it's possible that it missed his heart. It kind of seemed pretty close. Either way, definitely should not have been able to talk if he was shot in the chest like that, lungs or heart. Because you got to be able to breathe to talk, and his blood would have been filled, or his heart would have been filled, or lungs would have been filled with blood. So. They say it takes you like 3 minutes to die from lack of oxygen to your brain, so he would be aware for a while or unconscious from suffocating, but yeah.
ロイド。これでやっと兄貴に届けた気がする。ありがとう。みんなのおかげだよ。
何言ってんだっつうの。
ロイドさんの意志がアリウスさんという壁を、そしてガイさんの死という過去の暗闇に光を当てた。 私たちはその手伝いをしただけだわ。
Yep. Villain monologues can get pretty tiring.
そうですね。
マリアベル城に熊ひげ先生。
ああ、最後の領域も解放した。とりあえず新域の終点に戻ろう。
あれは昇降機のようですね。それじゃあの上にキーヤちゃんが。
ああ、間違いねえだろ。
アリオスさんは超えたが、あの得体の知れない、できれば一度メルカバに戻って絶対に何としても。
ああ、
各地を回れるのもこれが最後になりそうですね。
Much more than Sky. It still suffers from a lot of the pitfalls of overwriting and tropiness, you know? But quite a bit more than Sky, yeah. Definitely not gonna gain another level, but I want to build my burst up really quick. And that goes real fast with team attacks, so. Okay, there's my team, there's my burst gauge. Now we go back and get our craft points. But yeah, we'll say that there's quite a bit more to enjoy out of these ones. If you can stomach all the grab stuff and you pay attention when the story really starts to hit, then there's some good stuff there. But it's a long path of before you get to the you know what I mean? Especially since I think all the way through Sky, that means 3 games, I didn't find anything of particular interest in the storytelling. So I mean, it's worth it to play Sky the 3 first games because they're just neat RPGs. They're fine. They're like, you know, pretty decent, okay RPGs, right? But you know, pay attention to the story and the lore, and then when you get into these games, it'll feel a little bit better. So it's not like you're playing garbage. Well, except for third. Trails third is absolute trashy, but there's some story elements in there that are worth paying attention to, I suppose. So yeah, I am enjoying it. I'm really excited to get to Cold Steel. We're not gonna go right into it though. We're gonna play something else next week. It'll still be a good time. I think y'all have a good time with what I got planned for Tuesday. Obviously, we got our viewer choice game on Sunday, Monday, which is Sands of Destruction on the DS, kind of lesser known RPG. I think we'll finish that up more than likely. Oh, you're staying up late, Dragon?
Yeah, それだけじゃねえ。
The memories.
過去の出来事みてえなのも紛れ込んでるみてえだ。
現実世界のかけら、時空を超えて連関してゆく因果。
You're 14, Tio. Shut the fuck up.
ありえないとは言い切れないみたいだね。
ゼロの司法。
Why use such like unnecessarily over elaborate speech for something like it feels like it's connecting space and time together? You know, something that is more her age. Or like anybody's age. That's one of the biggest problems that I have with this game is so much of it reads like a textbook, you know? everybody, whenever they're explaining something, it's so like right out of an encyclopedia or something, you know? It's an essay, it's not a conversation. And then they have their one little line that's like, hey, look at me, I have personality. It's totally not one-dimensional. And that can be kind of just frustrating. And then like 90% of the time, whenever a character starts to talk, they have some kind of chuckle or guffaw or laugh or something. That's really annoying. So there's definitely a lot of things that I don't particularly care for, but there are points, like Chapter 2 in this game, which are really, really, like, really freaking good. A little bit of Chapter 3 was really nice, and some Chapter 4 stuff was really good. Although I will say the finale has just kind of been like, everything's leading into some, like, you know, generic kill a god RPG thing kind of deal, so it's a little less interesting, but nice. That sounds like a good time. I love me some couchside gaming with friends and stuff. Get some good snacks in there. Hell yeah. Oh, I missed that a little bit. Damn. I'm gonna make me some friends. It's like a big cocoon or something. That's a shame. They have this. Oh, never mind. I thought I was doing some like rainbowy water drop effect, and it was kind of cool, but then never mind. I don't know what I saw there then. I was gonna say that would be kind of a loss to only have that if you went to the side optional lane, not just as a required thing to have some of the water to walk on kind of thing, but it didn't do what I thought it did, so never mind. I suppose anything's edible at least once. How nice of them to just sit right there in front of the teleporter, all nice and symmetrical. Oh ho 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 ho. Every time it's her time to talk, she will laugh. I have not seen a single point where she hasn't. So now that Kia has talked, the next time that Mariabelle talks, she'll be like, oh, and then blah 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 blah. And it's not just her, it's like pretty much every villain or bad guy, and most of the good guys too. And it's just like, why was that the voice direction, if they even had any? Yeah, this is clearly the final boss, though. Well, final boss rush, anyway. I'm actually really looking forward to the English VA, because Japanese VA tends to be exceedingly generic and repetitive and the same archetypes over and over and over again, and that fucking laughing every time. So Cold Steel will have English VA. Okay, now that Mariabelle has stopped talking and somebody else is talking, the next time Mariabelle talks...
まずは戻ってじっくり話をす
Oh
る。
yeah, who was like when Jeff was playing it or something?
そうですね。家族会議というやつです。みんなありがとう。でもキーヤ、ここを動くことはできないから。だからキーヤちゃん、どうして？
何かあるんだな。司法としての力に。
それは。
So it seems like it was a particular point of frustration for him too. Maybe it was more of a joke and a fun thing for him, but for me it's like every time I hear a character laugh before they have to say something, it's like another needle under my fingernail. And pretty soon I'm just gonna want to snap the disc in half.
キーヤさん、言って差し上げたらいかがかしら。
There it is again.
こんなことをしているの。すべてロイドさんたちのためだ。
なんだと。
Now that she has stopped talking, the next time Mariabelle talks, it will be. Oh, we're going into encyclopedia mode. That's why.
時と空の力が備わっています。因果と認識に干渉する幻の力と時空間に干渉する力が合わさって世界を紡ぐ力をキーヤさんは手に入れたのです。
True, true, true. Good point, Locke.
世界を紡ぐ力。
それは
また尋常じゃない言葉が飛び出してきたね。
それこそ青きゼロの計画の目的にして根幹とも。
They just knew about it, and that was the way they were going to get revenge on their for their family dying, was just learning about this thing and then deciding that they were going to do that real quick. You know, this is a fun little hobby.
世界を紡ぐ、すなわち因果律を操作し。
はあ？
世界を組み替える。世界の事象のすべてが持つシステムのネットワーク。それを過去と現在と未来において。
There we go.
さすがティオさんは飲み込みが早いですわね。そう、動力ネットにおいて最上位の管理者が震える権限に近いものがありますわね。
争いを生み出す現実そのものを改変し、例えば帝国と共和国にクロスベルが従属、クロスベルがその2国の上位にある宗主国として君臨する現実へと変えることも。
ありえません。
それはエイドスにすら不可能な所業のはず
I
だ。
feel like Adios created all of this, so her power is beyond that. If that's the case, if a god created this world, then it would stand to reason that all the powers within that world would be very easily to manifest with said god. So, otherwise, how would they be able to create something that they themselves cannot do? If it is in fact creation and not like science experiment gone wrong.
さすがににわかには信じられません。
4 for 4.
言いますわね。あなたたちだって一度それに助けられていますのに。
助けられたって、まさか先ほど見た。
数ヶ月前、教団のロッジに潜入した時。
Huh?
私を見つけて。
The Sun Fort? What's the Sun Fort? Wait, what?
どうやらロイドさんは思い出したみたいですわね。
Which one was the Sun Fort?
すでに一度ごく小規模ですが、あなた方が暴走したヨアヒムに殺されてしまったという現実の改変が。
The last dungeon of the last game.
マジなのか。
最初の時、ロイドたちはエステルたちやレンってこと そんなに仲良くならなかった。それが原因で4人だけで乗り込んで。
それを知ったキーヤさんは司法としての力を暴走させて過去の因果率に干渉したのです。その結果、あなた方が殲滅天使の問題を解決するという因果が導かれ。
Well, shit. That's actually kind of cool. I didn't expect that. What's really interesting is, like, how do you live with yourself? No, well, I mean, some people with certain levels of conviction may have a hard time living with themselves knowing that their life was borrowed, essentially. There's like that survivor guilt kind of thing, and along those lines kind of deal. But what's interesting is it kind of calls into question the integrity of everything that's happened. You know what I mean? If she was able to rewrite those realities, why didn't she just rewrite it so that cult wasn't there doing all that bullshit stuff to begin with, and take away all those other horrible things that caused us to die? Instead, they just like rewinded time and let a couple seeds blossom a little bit, you know?
リベールの遊撃士2人があなた方の助太刀に現れ、そして本来あなた方が殺された場面で殲滅天使が助けに来たのです。
Does that mean all the times I was about to die, which is like 90% of the time when I fought a boss and somebody came to save me last time, that was just like a whoopsie doodle, and then we rewinded time again? Man, I guess they're framing it as a rewriting reality and not a time travel.
さすがにショックだったみたいですね。ですが、ゼロの司法の持つ現実を組み替える力の真髄、あなた方の悲劇を回避するなど、この青の大樹キーヤさんの力を増幅し、七葉脈を通じて世界そのものとリンクできる真珠があれば悲劇を回避できるどころか、先ほど先生がおっしゃっていたレベルで
それがこの解除の力。
おいおい、シャレになってねえぞ。
そうか、オリジナルの始まりの地と同じ。
素敵でしょ。こんな素敵なものがあればもう何も怖くない。世界のすべてに幸福を与え、悲しい思いをすることもない。
Yes, with your evil laugh, that sounds exactly what you want to do.
人はあらゆる不安から解放され、良きものだけを追求できる。
If you could manipulate reality, you wouldn't need to, like, pursue the greater good. You would just make it. Just be done.
まさしく錬金術の奥義、アルスマグナというものですわ。ベル、あなたは
イアン先生、本当にそれで。
何事にも備えは必要だ。人間の歴史はあらゆるリスクにどう対処するかの歴史でもある。そしてキーヤ君はそれを制御できる素晴らしい力を持っている。それは否定のできない。
その結果、キーヤをそんな場所に押し込めることにな。かつての幻の司法はやがて心を病み、自らを消すという結末に至ったと聞いています。あなた方は本当に一人の女の子にそんな重責を押し付けるつもりなんですか？
ロイド、それは
そうならないように私たちがいるわけです。キーヤさんに世界改変の責任を全て押し付けるのではなく、先生のような有識者がより正しい方向へ世界を変える道しるべを
And pray tell, what is your so-called right direction
そ
then?
れならば話は別でしょ。
Boy, I sure am anxious to know what you think a perfect world is.
民主主義的なプロセスを全て否定するというの？
民主主義の弊害はエリー君もよく知っているはずだ。ともすれば修具政治に陥り、大切なことを迅速に決めることもままならなくなってしまうシステム。
Every system has its flaws, but some more than others.
現実ではないかね。
Like an authoritarian rule is like on paper the best, right? A wise hand to guide the people forward in a fair and just way. Good fucking luck finding that person, because it doesn't exist. And the most altruistic person in the world is gonna make a lot of mistakes. They're gonna think that they're doing good and end up doing so much wrong for so many other people. Like, it just doesn't work. The best way to handle it is to try and garner the vote of the people as a whole. Even though so many voters are so dumb, it doesn't matter. Can't really get a better system than that with our limited knowledge. Democracy is the worst system of government ever created except for all the others. Right? Exactly what I mean. Yeah, exactly. If you look at all other forms of government, they're way worse when it comes to suffering and you know, weighted fairness, and just, it's bad. Then when they get annoyed that their system doesn't work, they become aggressive and punishing, and it's bad. So yeah, no matter how altruistic and kind you might think a particular leader is, when you get to an authoritarian system, it's just always bad. Plain and simple, full stop. Doesn't matter. Your favorite person, my favorite person, doesn't matter. So Mr. Grimwood couldn't sit the fuck down over here.
君たちもまた私たちの試みに協力してほしいのだ。新たな時代を開くためには君たち若者の意見も必要だ。そして君たちならば、ここにたどり着いた君たちならば、これからの時代に何が必要なのかどうかね。この手。
Oh, if I accept, do I get credits?
イアン先生、結局先ほどの質問には先生は本当にそれでいいんですか？あらゆるものには尊厳がある。人にも社会にも歴史にも間違っていたり悲劇を生み出す結果につながったとしても、それをなかったことにするのは関わった人たちの、例えば悲劇から立ち直ることで、本当は先生にも分かっているんでしょう。
ロイド、確かに人は時には間違いを犯し、
だがその過ちをなかったことにしていては、
共に学び力を合わせ前に進んでいくことの意味。
確かにそいつがバッサリと切り捨てられちまうってわけだ。
ロイド、
キーヤ、俺たちと一緒に帰ろう。もうこれ以上俺たちのために無理をする必要はない。
Why doesn't Kia just blip them out of existence and then blip the tree out of existence? Done deal. Everything goes back to normal. Blip.
前に俺たちが
She doesn't want to be in there.
命を落としたという時も辛くて苦しくてごめんな、キーヤ。俺たちが不甲斐ないせいで。
そんなことない。あれはキーヤが勝手にやったことだから。だからロイドが謝ることなんて。
だったらキーヤ、どうしてずっとキーヤも気づいているんだろう。俺たちの死を悲しむあまり因果率ってのを操作して、それがやっぱりズルだったってことを。
キーヤ、
死んじまう結末が良かったとはさすがに言えねえが、それでも反則技ってのはどうしても言えちまうかもな。
イアン先生、それについては政治も同じだと思います。時には王道でなく邪道が必要になる時もあるでしょう。ですが邪道を前提とするのはやはり間違っています。
エリー君、
キーヤちゃんという個人の超越的な力に頼ること、それはもはや政治ではなくただの神頼みとしか思えません。困難な状況を
Are you trying to say that all the likes I get on Facebook for sending thoughts and prayers doesn't mean anything? What? But there's so many likes. It's gotta do something.
それが真の政治だと思います。
多分キーヤの力がなければクロスベルが深刻な危機に直面する可能性は高いと思います。大陸全土の混乱、経済危機、そして帝国は内戦が終了したい。それでも俺たちはキーヤに全てを押し付けるのが正しい選択だとは与えられるだけの奇跡に頼ったら俺たち自身が成長できないから。だから苦しくても今は筋を通すべきだと思う。
ロイド、
ここまでか。自分では支援のつもりではないと思っていたのだが、やはりどこか欺瞞があったようだ。
Well, he's gonna be dead by bell about 2 seconds.
ガイ君に諭されているような気分だったよ。
先生、
すまない。君に言えた義理ではなかったな。キーヤ君、いろいろと惑わせてすまなかった。君は君自身の判断で、君にはもうそれができるはずだ。
先生。
そしてマリアベル君、どうやら私の出番はここまでのようだ。
構いませんわ。もともと先生には計画の総合的なプランニングをお願いしていただけですから、今までお疲れ様でした。
What? I'm so surprised by this turn of events. Oh my gosh. What? He just needs to walk it off.
これも因果応報か。ガイ君、ロイド君。
ごめんなさい。Oops. My take is that she'll Mirage Septium thingy him back eventually.
使えない道具を処分したというだけですが、その意味ではキーヤさん、あなたも例外ではなくて。
キーヤ！おい、うちの子に何しやがる！
これ以上迷うので意志を持たぬ愛らしい人形のようになる。もともと黒い助の秘術によって生を与えられたホムンクルス、どのように扱おうの私の勝手ではなく。
I was right about her being a doll, by the way. So
言っていいことと悪いことがあるわよ。
it's not entirely incorrect if she's not technically human. You can't guarantee that she has free will and actually feels pain. It could just be a reaction, you know?
いいでしょう。私はマリアベル・クロイス。エイドスを超える司法を求め、全てを犠牲にしてきた一族の末裔。
How come she hasn't had Kia make her a goddess herself? You know? She's been sitting this whole time. She could have been like, Kia, make me ultimate power. Gimme, 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 gimme. Instead, nah. That way she wouldn't have been under duress. Well, it wouldn't have been a stressful situation where she could have betrayed Maribel. Before we got here, she would have reluctantly done it. Done deal. Impossible to kill. Lion wins. Okay. Wow, this arena looks almost identical to the Disgaea 2 final boss arena. I could just go over here and like, yeah, that might be the plan. And then just start my burst. So I already have the buffs up. Can't really do anything about getting in there and hitting. I'm gonna take advantage of all the spell casts. Ooh, good thing we're in these magic coffins to protect us from all of this. This is just the ride. Wait, she gets to go again?
終幕と行きましょう。さて、
Oh, these are like forced phase transitions that I bypassed. That's funny. Okay. Like how she keeps teleporting me back. It's funny. It's like, no, go back there. I don't really want to use a craft. I think this is gonna do it anyway, yeah. Alright. Hey, Criminal actually reached level 5 before the end of it. Oh. Doesn't, I mean, it's 90% chance of hearts doing crit damage. It should have been 100, but, I mean, we're going into the final form probably. I'm guessing there's 2 forms, like most of this stuff. So, this will be, that was the first form. The next one will be a much, much longer fight, I'm sure. Pretty sure, what you call it? I forget what it's called. Supernova. It's like 1 minute and 20 seconds or something. But the summons, those take a long time. I will say, when I think about FF7 summons, I'm like, man, those are so long, but they were so cool back in the day. And then when I see other attack animations that are just as long, they're usually just never as good.
こまでにしてもうこれ以上私たちが戦う
I think a lot of the reason why they made them so long is because the frame rate was so bad on the PlayStation, they had to slow it down to make it visible, you know? That's why when you play FF13, after you play FF12, that game moves so fast, it's all over the place, you know, the cameras and everything.
あなたの頼みならばと思わなくもありませんけど、知っているでしょ？私が可愛い子ほどいじめたくなってしまう性格。
何を？
ところでキーヤさん、あのことをロイドさんたちは知っているのかしら？
How many true natures does she have? I mean, it's like we've heard that we haven't seen her true nature like 8 times now, where it's like, hey, she's just a girl, or a doll, but now she's actually a girl, but now she's actually got some kind of power, but now she's actually like 500 years old, but now she's actually this. It just they keep calling it her true nature. Which one is it?
その様子では伝えていないみたいですが、ちょうどいいですわ。ここで彼らにも教えてあげるとしましょうか。
やだ、やめて、ペル、お願い。
どういうことだ？つうかお嬢さん、うちのキーボーをあんまいじめんじゃねえっての。
あなた方は
It'd be so much better, by the way, if the characters are spread across the field afterwards, you know? It'd be kind of a nice touch to show there was actually some battle movement.
黒い助が教団に託した本物の魂を持たないホムンクルス。教団が犠牲にしてあまたの魂をつなぎ合わせただけのまがいものの人形を。
今さらそれがどうした？そんなのはとっくにサイドから聞いて知っている。
キーヤがキーヤとして私たちのそばにいること、それ以上に大切なことはないはずです。
キーヤさん、あなたは本当に幸せ者ですわね。ロイドさんたちの、関わったすべての人間の好意と愛情を集めることができた。
And before she affected their love for her.
あなたの力に。
Yeah. She made them love her.
今なんて。あなた方は不思議に思わなかったのかしら。多分出会ったばかりの頃からキーヤさんが愛しくて守りたくて仕方がなかったのでしょう。それはなぜだと思います？
Why didn't Kia also make it for Mariabel then?
おいおい、何をバカな。
あのヨアヒムはもちろんマフィアや魔獣ですらキーヤさんを積極的に害そうとはしなかった。誰とでもすぐに仲良くなり無条件で愛されてしまう女の子、その異常さを誰一人として疑問に思わなかったのではなくて。
違うの。
いいえ、違いません。あなたには無意識のうちに周りの人間の心と魂をつかむ力がある。誰もがあなたを愛し守るよう因果と認識を操作してしまう力が。
Does call into question the motive of the characters for this entire story, though. Makes it feel like it's not your will that took you here.
神器は
青い神。
キア
これぞゼロの司法と青の大樹が完全に一
Still
体
don't know
化した
Maribel's
終わり
motive.
にして始ま
We
り
just
の
know
見
she
解
wants his power, but for what? And it just kind of muddies things.
全ての
Like,
時
I
空
don't
間
know
の
why
因
I'm
果
stopping
を
her,
操
other
り
than, like, I know
エイ
that
ロスの課した
what
糧
she
をも打
is
ち破
doing
り
is bad, but not
真
what
に
she
して
wants is
義な
bad.
る地上の神青のデミウルゴスですわ
そんなごたく知ったことか全てはキアあの子を取り戻して
Let's bring Kia back by beating the shit out of her.
難しい話なんてのはそれからでも遅くはねえだろ
Standard policy, police brutality, in effect.
何としてもあそこからキーヤちゃんを解放しないと。
みんなこれが最後の戦いだ全身全霊俺たちの全てをあの青き存在にぶつけるぞ
Can we go back and get Shirley's chainsaw? Just dig right in, you know? Okay. Oh, they have magic reflect and immunity. Those are not going to be easy ads to kill. Wow. This actually makes AoE magic very difficult. I also have 10,000 HP, so it's not that much. So, I mean, I could do something like this and just get rid of the immunities as I do damage to the boss. But I could also just do like an attack. You know, I could do something like oh yeah, that'll work.
行きます。
任せてくれ
That did a tremendous amount of damage relative to his life bar. You refresh the barriers. Thank you for making that a little bit easier on me. Can't use her because everything she does is magic. But I could do like a something like that on her. It's probably considered magic, and they still have the reflect up. That's gonna be a very fast cast. I was kind of hoping it'd be a little bit slower. Why do I feel like I need to kill the ads? You know? That was considered magic, apparently. Like, that's way too little HP, right? Yeah, they're just gonna rewind time. That's what I thought. I think I have to have the ads dead before I finish off the boss. Something like that. Oh. Nope, I think that was just a face transition, weirdly. Let me see what they're... Okay, no resistance to wind. Well, all the ads were down when I did that. It didn't seem to change anything. Yeah, I mean, this is like last boss, last form kind of thing, more than likely, so we just wanted to finish it out so I don't have to wait a whole weekend before getting back into it and playing for 2 hours. It's being vague about what I need to do. Maybe it has something to do with the ads. Maybe it's just a X number of phase transitions that I need to do. Oh, I already have reflect on everybody. What am I doing? There we go. I killed it before it got a time to do anything during the fight. Yeah, now we go to the real fight, I think. That was mechanical, some weird puzzle to figure out. This is the fight itself. Oh, this is that fight in Super Mario RPG with the crystals. My guess is that each of these crystals has a particular elemental affinity and resistance. Oh, they're all dead now. Oh, did Tia get fucking voided out? I can't burst. Son of a bitch. I can't burst now. There she is. I lost a lot of my stuff, so I'm just gonna be using another burst orb. Is that like an art counterattack? Okay, that makes burst completely pointless. Because if I use any kind of strong spell during burst, then he just invises one of my party members and they lose all their EP. So all I can do is like basic attacks. Or some shit. Good timing on that because... Oh, never mind, I got interrupted. Where's my Mega Elixir type thing? That Zerum powder is pretty close. Okay, these don't have anything particular properties. They're just little adds that do damage, so I can just kill them. In case he decided to interrupt me or some bullshit, I just wanted to be ready with another spell. Why does Tia have no MP again? Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Those things have all sorts of shields on them now. Take kind of an annoying amount of time to get through them now. I guess I could try to hit them. Whoops. So many things that just stop me from doing anything. It's like I really can barely even do anything because it just keeps on stopping me from doing anything. Constant interrupts. I do burst. I just spam that burst item and just keep doing bursts, but the game is basically saying, no, you're not allowed to. Although, what I can do... Well, that actually works. What do I need to though? Because I'm gonna do that. Get dunked on, nerd. Alright, what do I need to do here? I need to get L or MP. Other than that, there's not really buffs or debuffs I really feel like I need to do. Wouldn't mind doing that, but it's fine. I'm just going to Zerum Powder her next so I can put up the shield again. Otherwise, it's just kind of like do damage, right? Without delaying anybody else's turn. I think just regular attacks, all I can really do. 30,000 is not bad, so I'm fine with that. I'm going to save her MP for when I need to bring down the ads again. Oh. Zerum Powder really the only thing that like gives you HP and MP? That's unfortunate. Okay, it means I need to use an EP charge and then use her ultimate to heal. Didn't give her EP back. What?
私の番ね。
Well, he's gonna crit. That's gonna suck. Every fucking time. She just never gets to cast. Ever, ever, ever.
私の番ね。 ありがとうございます。俺の番だな。
Oh, cool. I don't get a chance to interrupt or do anything. I get no actions before his... Oh, that's bad. He dispelled my barrier first. That's fucking bullshit. I'm gonna die from this, aren't I? I'm gonna be very annoyed if this kills me. Do I actually get a chance to cast a spell before he does his bullshit interrupt? Finally? That's the one that takes him out too. It's about damn time. The last final dungeon in the last game was only a few hours long. This was like... It was basically 3 final dungeons, and the final dungeon itself was like 8 final dungeons, all in one final dungeon. It was just obnoxiously long and unnecessary. A lot of these little moments could have been bosses in other dungeons to finalize a particular character's story element, but instead they just heavily bookended it at the end. I mean, the game is already like really, really stretched thin.
司法のように。それって
自らの存在の因果を解き消滅したっていう。
But hey, you guys aren't complaining, right? You guys are happy to get more stream, right? Surely I'm just as entertaining 11 hours into my stream as I am too.
なんですの。
どうするつもりだ。
大丈夫だ。そこで待っていて
Come on, just say it. Watashi love you, Des.
俺が必ずこの子をキアをこの手で。
Well, Lloyd's dead. Oh well. Roll credits. Let's get this over with. Oh. Oh, my lights went off in the background. That's how late it is. My lights are on a timer.
ここはみんなはキアはどこに行ったんだ。どう考えても普通の場所じゃなさそうだ。むやみに動き回るわけにもいかなさそうだけどどうしてだろう。こんなに何もない場所なのになぜか不安や恐れは。一体この場所は。
どんな状況でも慌てずに踏みとどまってだいぶ捜査官として板についてきたじゃないか。
Oh, of course he gets his last moments with his brother.
なんだどうしたロイド。久しぶりの再会に口も聞けないくらい驚いたのか。
兄貴なのか。
兄貴だなんてカッコつけてんじゃねえっての。前みたいに兄ちゃんって呼べばいいだろうが2人しかいないんだから遠慮なく甘えていいんだぜ。
放っておいてくれよ。でもその減らず口間違いなく兄貴みたいだな。夢でもないみたいだし。一体どういうことなんだ。
ああ、どうやらここはあの子の内面の一部らしいな。あらゆる可能性を内包しつつ世界を再構成できる。どうやら
ゼロの世界。兄ちゃんが兄貴が現れているのも関係があるのか。
ああ、おそらくあの子は過去の時空間に干渉することで俺という存在を知ったんだろう。そしてお前やセシル、アリオスやティオたちのためにも俺を蘇らせようとしたのかもしれん。
兄貴を蘇らせる。
まあ正確には今の世界を俺が死ななかった世界に紡ぎ直すってことだろうけどな。どうだロイド、お兄様が戻ってきたら嬉しいか、それともうざったいか。
そんなの嬉しいに決まってるだろ。でもそれは
It's a big moral question.
俺が死んだ後の時間をそこで頑張ってきた人々の努力を否定することにもなる。まあ当然そうなるだろうな。
Some people wouldn't care. They're like, I don't give a shit. I want this person back. Other people will be like, what's better? You know, never having lost them to begin with, or losing all the friendships that I made along the way that I'll never get back.
特務支援課だったか。俺も参加してお前らと一緒にいろんな事件を解決している世界もあり得たのかもしれねえが、それは今のお前らの世界じゃない。
はあ、本当にそんな世界があったらどんなに楽しくて嬉しくて、それでも。
ああ、それでいい。お前がそう言えるようになったのを俺は誇りに思うぜ。本当に
Now,
あの甘えん坊がよくここまででかくなったもんな。
兄ちゃんなんかに甘えた記憶はないっての。 セシル姉にならともかく。
そうだったな。セシルも自分のために歩き始めてもいい頃合いだ。なんだったらお前思い切ってアタックしてみたらどうだ。天然ボケだからなかなか気づいてくれなさそうだけどな。
うるさい。セシル姉をバカにするな。兄ちゃんなんかにはもったいない。最高の女性なんだからな。
違いない。まあお前も自分の相手はちゃんと見つけておけよ。仲間同士でつるむのが楽しいってのもわかるけどよ。
Yeah. At least the final boss was reasonable. There were some slight annoyances, but I thought it was a pretty decent final boss. I feel like the whole we just get to interrupt you and silence you repeatedly forever and infinity. Just one of the mechanics that these games do that's very annoying.
いろいろあったみてえだが、いい子に育ってくれて何よりだぜ。エリーってのは才色兼備で行動力もあるお嬢様だったか。ランディってのもバカっぽくてなかなか楽しそうなやつみてえだし、いい仲間に恵まれたみたいだな。
I mean, I literally lost my actual big brother, but there have been games that have definitely drawn from that and made me feel things, but this one, for whatever reason, I never made the connection, nor did I ever like have that feeling, and the game has not really made me feel very much emotion because hard to when it just drags out for so long, you lose a little bit of that connection. So like realistically, this should be so parallel for me that I should be breaking down into tears, and yet I don't really feel anything because I don't have a strong connection to the characters. They don't really feel like they have strong personalities for me. They just feel like anime tropes. And because the story is just like so like just stretched thin, it's just hard for me to get any kind of emotion. But I mean, I'm not trying to trivialize your experience or anything like that. I'm just saying like why I don't feel anything here.
ああ、もちろんだ。俺はお前たちの近くにいる。泣きたくなったら、甘えたくなったら、いつでも呼んでくれりゃいい。
わかった。でも、どんなに苦しくても、壁は乗り越えられると思う。みんながいて、その向こうにある明日をつかむためだった。
And y'all know I'm no stranger to being torn apart emotionally by video games.
安心して見守っていてくれよな。
生意気言いやがって。今のお前ならあの子を本当の意味で見つけられるはずだ。殻の中に閉じこもったお姫様を見つけ出して。
ああ、さよなら、兄貴。
Oh, it's late. Sorry, I don't mean to yawn in the middle of this.
生きている限り壁はいつだって現れるもん。
It was funny because I should relate the most to Lloyd of any other character in these games because I feel like I have a strong sense of justice and what's right and wrong, and I also lost my big brother, and yet I don't know.
乗り越える意志とその先にどんな光を見出すか。気晴れよ。
I feel like if I have that moment where I just go groan and go, oh my god, why is this taking so long? It's so drawn out. It's so like forced, whatever. I feel like that's like the moment where you stop having an emotional connection. It's more of like an interest. Like when we got to chapter 2 in this game, I was just in it. I was zoned in, and it was awesome. But it never once had like an emotional reaction to any of the characters. But I also think a lot of the lack of movement and actual cutscenes in this game don't help. I feel like a proper like cutscene would really help drive it home a little bit. You know, intermittent cutscenes. I mean, they have some. Why don't they do more? You know, maybe Cold Steel has a lot of cutscene animations, FMVs.
耳を澄ませて感じていたら、キーヤの心の声がどこにいるかがわかる。
そっか。でもキーヤ、ロイドにそんな風にしてもらう資格なんて だってキーヤは
キーヤ、それは生まれがどうであろうと。
Couldn't she shape reality to just not make her a Septarian of Mirage or everything or whatever? Just make her a human.
違わないよ。キーヤは本物の人間じゃないし、心や魂だって本物じゃない。そんな風に優しくしてもらえる、守ってもらえる資格なんてなかった。それなのにキーヤは。
なあ、キーヤ。キーヤが俺たちのところに来てからどれだけの幸せを俺たちにくれたと思う？多分それはキーヤが感じた幸せと同じか。キーヤはさ、俺たちといて
楽しかった。すごく幸せだった。でもそれはロイドたちがそう感じるようにキーヤが仕向けただけかもしれない。大切なみんなの心を操っていただけかもしれない。そんなのって
I think the lights being turned off in the background have caused the light up front to be detected as a lot more bright.
こら、あのな、きっかけはどうかは知らないよ。俺たちには操られた実感もないし、それにそんな風にだったら別に操られた。
Is that her powers over you saying that, or is that you saying that? Can't tell.
無条件に愛らしくて守りたくなる存在だろ。
Okay, I definitely have unconditional love for my cats. Ain't that right, buddy?
キーヤのそうした力だってせいぜいその程度じゃないのか。そして俺たちの過ごした時間はそんな力なんかじゃ測る。俺と一緒に料理の練習をしたり、同じベッドで寝て寝坊したこと、エリーと一緒に本を読んだり、みんなの洗濯物を屋上に干したこと。
When did that happen?
ティオと一緒に掃除をしたり、ミッシーの限定グッズを買ったこと、ランディと一緒にポーカーを。
Wait. Is Tio a scalper? Okay, my opinion of Tio just dropped significantly. She bought the entire stock of limited edition merchandise. What do you think she's doing with that? She's a scalper. And the rest! Lloyd, Tio, Ellie, and the rest.
それが嘘だったなんて本当にキーヤは思うのか？
それは嘘じゃないと思う。
だったらそれが俺たちにとっての真実だ。そしてその真実がある限り、この先どんな困難が迫ろうと俺たちは決して負けはしない。だからキーヤ、一人で全部背負う必要はないんだ。それはキーヤも含めて俺たち全員で頑張ればいい。それが仲間で家族っていうものだろ。相変わらずいいタックルだ。さあ帰ろう。みんなが俺たちを待っている。
Well, I think that's it.
このまま抱っこするから。
No more inputs are required by me.
捕まっているんだぞ。
Let's see if that's actually the last time I need inputs. or if it's just because the sequence is playing out. Sometimes they'll take away inputs, I've noticed, because they are speaking during a cutscene or a scene or movement or whatever. We just left her standing there like she's not gonna do anything. Yeah, there we go, we're still in it.
ロイド、よかった。キーヤも大丈夫ですか？
どうやら元の姿に戻ったみてえだが。
ああ、もう大丈夫だ。ほらキーヤ、みんなに言うことがあるだろ。
ごめんなさい。ずっと心配かけて、勝手なことばかりして。
Listen, I know she's not the best villain in the world, but she's not that bad, okay?
それから来てくれてありがとう。キーヤちゃん、お礼なんて必要ないです。
まあ帰ったらお尻ペンペンくらいは覚悟しろよ。
ああ、もう泣くことないだろ。
やれやれ。
これが絆。
まったくつまらない幕引きですわね。
マリアベルさん。
ベル、まだやるつもりなの？
やるも何も。キーヤさんから司法の力は失われてしまった。黒い助の千年の猛襲とともに本当に
Let's make another one. You have all the energies and powers and documents and how to do it. Just do it again.
教団の悪夢も本当の意味で終わりですか？
We're not gonna kill her. We're not gonna arrest her. She's probably gonna do convenient villain teleport out of here. I guess her tower would be appropriated. Is that the right word? No, that's not the right word. Confiscated.
特にエレボニアはどちらの勢力が内戦に勝利しても侵攻してくる可能性は高いはず。そうなればカルバードも対抗して。
Maybe if they didn't give you an evil voice, an evil outfit, and an evil laugh all the time, and you were actually just like, no, it's okay, we're gonna stop this, and we're not gonna change too much, just we're gonna be at peace instead. Maybe, hey, then your motives actually might have carried weight, but they wrote you to be a villain, even though what you were doing was altruistic. That being said, the road to hell is paved with good intention, right? But that, like, I talked about this before, how when they had that tower scene where everybody was up on the top of the tower after they had first, like, taken control of everything, and then we got arrested. Every character in that scene could have been voiced nice and sweet and kind, and not had evil villain laughs and not had evil music play, and it would have seemed like the good guys won, because everything that they said suggested that they were bringing peace to the world, and instead they just voiced them evil, so it seemed bad. And one of the biggest flaws of this game's writing is that the characters oftentimes aren't necessarily doing good or bad things. They're just doing things, but then they're given evil laughs at the beginning, bad music playing, and I'm going to pet the cat. You know, and I'm going to pet the cat. You know what I mean? I'm going to pet the cat and then her affection will be mine. I'm going to pet the cat and then her affection will be mine. You know, like that's the difference in this game all over the place. And it's like it lacks the competence in writing to give the characters the actions that they need to be perceived as bad, and banks on an evil sounding voice to do the work for them. Because like I said, like what Dieter did in the beginning, stopping the invasion with those like those mechas to defend Crossbell, the city would have been leveled. He saved the city, you know?
分かっていますわよね。
It was only afterwards, after everything had been done, all the stuff of escaping the jail and everything, where they were like, yeah, actually he's doing an authoritarian thing, so you know. You could have built that up all the way through the game, but chose to like make the player question the integrity of the writing until you just finally like hand waved it away. No, it should have been built up from the beginning. We should have not necessarily suspected him, but at the very least what he was doing should have been very framed as not good. But instead, it was actually quite good, but framed bad. And then they made him say that he was, you know, taking control of everything way afterwards. Oh, I definitely give all the affection to the cats in various ways. Pets, plays, boobs on the snoot. The usual. Menacing boobs on the snoot, of course.
天霊賞による横やりもなくなりそうだし、教会も少しは力になれるはずさ。
私も及ばずながら力になります。
付き合いきれませんわね。まあ、そういうことならば、せいぜい頑張るといいでしょう。ベル！
マリアベルさん。
ああ、イアン先生ですけど、仮死状態にしただけですわ。きちんと処置すれば助かるでしょう。
Oh, how convenient.
それと司法の力が失われたことでもって数時間せいぜい早めに脱出なさい。
Wow, it's crazy how you know this exact thing. Whoa, it's like you have so much experience with septarian mega trees or something. Be real.
どうして
今回の顛末がどうなってもウロボロスのマスター殿に欠けた人の代わりを務めるよう望まれていたので。
Why would you tell us this?
使徒結社の最高幹部ですか。
ベル、あなたエリー、そんな顔しないでちょうだい。大陸がこうなってしまった。
You know, I think the most unbelievable part of this story is that the society has an objective, and they could have taken this power for themselves and achieved their objective like that instantaneously, but they just said, oh, we activated it, we don't care anymore. With the power this great, like this power is insane. It is the ultimate power. There is no power greater than this, because you can shape reality to whatever you want it to be, which means all things are possible with that power. Which means, why would you just like let it fall into the hands of somebody else? Especially considering the way that they shape the world may change everything about what your objective was. So I think that's probably the biggest plot hole in all of it.
あなた方の悪あがきを。ベル、それとお父様ですけど、極刑は勘弁してあげて
I don't think capital punishment exists in
クロ
this.
スベルの立て直しに少しは役に立つでしょうから。それでは皆さん、ごきげんよう。
Yay, nobody ever gets punished. And your deeds all go unrewarded. Huzzah.
ベル、最後まで勝手なんだから。
確かに致命傷じゃない。
Oh, Dr. Lloyd is on the case apparently.
みんな手分けしてイアン先生をメルカバに運ぼう。それにアリオスさんたちも解放して運ぶ必要があるだろう。
あと数時間で大樹が崩壊するそうですから、
急ぐ必要がありそうです。
アッパスやみんなに連絡して手分けをするとしようか。
それにしても最後までマリアベルさんはマリアベルさんでした。
ああ、あんだけのことをしたのにどこか憎みきれねえ。あれも人徳ってやつなのかね。
ベルは多分どこまでも自分に正直なんだと思う。
Really? That's weird because she seemed like an entirely different person the entirety of last game and half of this game. Weird. It's almost like you don't actually know her. Yep. It's very unrewarding. I felt similarly about other games in the series. The only time it actually felt like you got closure in a case was actually not even the last game, because there were so many loose ends still. So it's like, yeah, you stopped the cult, but that just felt like the beginning, the tip of the iceberg, which of course it was. It's one of the other flaws of these stories that I don't particularly care for. 9 times out of 10, whenever you fight a super strong enemy, instead of you winning the battle, you lose the battle and they're about to finish you off, and then someone will come in and rescue you, which literally happened on the final fucking boss of the last game. And it's just like, it just makes you feel like you didn't do anything. You know, you didn't actually win. You didn't actually achieve anything. You didn't get any kind of, like, job done. None of the actions were your own. Somebody else just cleaned up for you. And it happens so often. Automatic.
メルカバで退治より離脱する。戻ろう。俺たちのクロスベルに。
And then they did. The end. So the end cutscene is with credits. I can accept that. I feel like it's more impactful to have the end cutscene start to go with all the action, and then when the action dies down at the end of the cutscene, then you give credits. Or does she get a special... Is she like a more famous voice actor, and so they're trying to, like...
俺たちは無事クロスベル市へ戻った。ディーター大統領、いや、市長は改めて逮捕されることとなり、しばしの間、マクダエル議長がクロスベル市長を兼任することになった。そして、別れ。ワジたちは後遺症の残ったバルドとアルテリア報告へと帰っていき。
Yeah, I figured they were gonna take Walden and show him a better way.
それぞれの道に耐え、クロスベルに長い別れを告げる。かたやうごめく者たち、見比べて彼らの計画を遂行する。さらなる力を大陸全土を監視を始め、内戦が続いていたエレゴニア帝国、鉄血最初の貴族勢力を駆逐し、勝利を収めた。
The way that horse looked on that symbol looked like he just, like, sneezed on you and it just like goop everywhere, and he's like, huh? Sorry. Oh man, what a journey it's been to get here though. Don't go anywhere, by the way, because we will be doing a full comprehensive review. I'll try to make it a little shorter, but they tend to go on for a bit of time, so... Ario should be in prison for what he did. Doesn't matter, he did the things. The funny thing is that the NISA localization team is actually like they're not working. Well, some of them ended up working for them, but it was done by fans, and then they bought the localization and then hired a few of them. I think the localization was okay, but there were a lot of moments where it just felt like they were taking a lot of liberties with it. Yeah, it looked like Vald had some Grail Knight garb on. Wow, we actually get full art. Who's that behind Kia? Is that supposed to be... No, Sully's back there. Oh, of course. I mean, it was a smart thing to do, especially there. Who's that who's that with the blue hair behind Kia next to Ellie? To be continued in another land. Oh, that's right, Shizuku, yeah. I'm surprised Arios isn't here and by her. So I can only... No, because Vald is over there. Oh, there's Arios way back there in the left. But it's weird that she's so up front, especially considering Rixie was actually a party member and she's sitting way back there. I felt like she was a bigger part of the story. Extra mode. You have to spend points in order to like get things for your New Game Plus. It's kind of annoying. So you only get X amount of points based on your performance, and then you can spend those points to get some things for your New Game Plus. Like you can get levels, you can get items, you can get quartz, you can get your money, but you have to get enough points for it all. Yeah, it's like the what you call it system, the what is it called? Grade. Stupid. Just give me the shit, man. I earned it. I beat the game. Let me New Game Plus. not New Game kind of plus, you know? It's fine, whatever, I don't care. I'm probably not gonna New Game Plus these games. Oh, all right. Oh my gosh. Let's get to this review, shall we? Because, oh my god. First things first, let's get some music going on. I don't know, Locke. I feel like New Game Plus should kind of be a standard of RPGs. But also you got to keep in mind that the whole replay value and gameplay time was more of a 90s thing. This game was made in like 2012. So kind of recent. Like it's barely a decade or more, over a decade old, you know? It's really not that old. This is PS3 era, by the way. Final Fantasy 13 came out in 2009. Okay. Review time. Let's get into it. I am very tired and it's very late, so let's try to wrap this up somewhat quickly. I don't want to rush it, but I do want to go to bed soon. In fact, it's pretty close to my normal bedtime. So, first off, we rate on a 5 as average scale. If the game is okay, it does its job, it's all right, it's fine. You know, it doesn't really excel and blow you away, but it doesn't suck either. That's average. Like, right? It's just like, you know, 4 to 6. Anything in there, that's your average game. And it's not 7, okay? Because we're not IGN, where if, you know, you give me a handy in the broom closet, then I give you a free 7, right? That's not how that works, okay? Anyway, 5 is average. If you're not sure why that is, I recommend grade school. I hear they teach that. Okay. Rate on a number of categories: visuals, audio, gameplay, story, design, and enjoyment. Visuals is anything doing with your eyes. Cutscenes, spell animations, movement, facial expressions, you know, dungeon design, right? Field design, menu design, all these things coming together. And not just like, hey, it's a neat dungeon, like texturing, detail, clutter, you know, bushes and grass and things that like make the world come alive, right? Lushness. Audio, same deal. You know, sound design, like the sound effects and how like ambience plays a role in setting a mood or a tone, and all the things doing with voice acting and game audio balance, all those things. And then gameplay is like, could be menu navigation, could be field navigation, could be gameplay, could be combat, could be all those things. Anything to do with controller. Story, anything to do with writing on the screen. That includes just the individual scenes and how they play out, as well as the overall story, the plots, the messages that are inherent within. And then the design is like bugs and glitches and the structure of the game and how it's built and delivered to the player before all the pretty stuff is put in. And then my personal subjective score, which is the enjoyment score, where I try to be as subjective as possible here, but this is just like how much fun did I have, period. All right. Ooh, these are all the personal choice games that I've played and reviewed over a long time. I think we've been doing this since 2020, so about 5 years. I want to say like Remake was one of the first games that we did for the reviews. It was like the 3rd or 4th game, so that's always like a good way to remember. Oh yeah, I was going to do 1 to 100 scores, wasn't I? I'm too tired for that, so I'm going to put this down here. I'm way too tired to like start doing the 1 to 100 scores. I'm going to start doing 1 to 100 instead of, or 0 to 100 instead of 0 to 10, because I think that gives a little bit more room for nuance. Okay, this is my PS4 version, RPG. Obviously, I know the PS4 version is not the original version. It's the PSP, so the visuals is going to be based on the fact that it's a PSP game. Does anybody have the release date for the PS4 version? And then the, you know, I'll get it later for the OG release and everything. I'll fill this in later, but I know it's Oh, okay, Zyfrig's on it. The PS4 version released in like 2022, I think it's 2023, and the PSP was 2012 or something. But I need both of those because it's kind of a port of an older game, so it kind of needs to have both of those dates. Anyway, let's start with the review. Oh. Okay, I'll fill that in when I get all of it. 2011. Okay. Ooh, I'm tired. All right. So, the visuals. Yeah, they're not that great. In fact, they're pretty much the exact same as the previous games. There's nothing unique or new about them. They're the same exact game engine, same exact spell abilities. I will say there was the new high-level spells, and they animated those uniquely, and that's kind of neat. But that's like, I mean, that's like 1% of the game, you know? In fact, it's so bad that they even just reused all the same areas. There were barely any new dungeons, and the one new dungeons that were there, they were just arbitrary hallways. There was nothing really special about them. They had God Tree Dungeon, and they didn't even make it tree themed. Like, they could have done so many cool things. Like, imagine like FF10's Bevel Forest with the crystalline shit and everything. Man, just take that aesthetic, apply it to this game, make it your own. God damn. FF10 came out in 2001. You have a whole decade, right? Like, there's so many cool things that they could have done with that final dungeon, and they just went, stone platforms in a random shape with geometric patterns. Let's go! You know, like, God damn, like no effort given on dungeon design whatsoever. It's extremely, extremely generic and basic and just nothing, right? Not to mention the vast asset reuse for the entire last game to just make this game makes it feel like they should have just made one game and it would have been better, especially with how much bloat and filler there is with the game. So, but yeah, it's really unfortunate. And considering it's a massive asset reuse, I want to rate it lower than what I gave Trails from Zero, but I'll give it the benefit of the doubt because there were some new things and some new scenes, and some of the animations and some of the cutscenes were all right. They did do some things, so I'll give it a 5 again. At the end of the day, by the way, there's not really anything special about the visuals of the game. It's pretty basic. It uses the old PlayStation style that games like Star Ocean did, where they made these very low poly models and then screen printed them. The thing that bothers me about that is that, like, they did that in the 90s, right? Y'all did that with 2000s tech, 2010, where you could have actually had pretty high-res models, screen printed them, to create sprites and had a tremendous amount of detail, but you chose to use 90s CG. You know? Anyway, it's a neat concept, but there's not really a whole lot of movement in their cutscenes. Everything's very stiff, a lot of just sprites just sitting there with words on the screen. So they don't really show a story so much as they just like massively overwrite it, right? So that part is, I don't think anybody's really going to complain about a low visual score. What's an average visual score? The visuals work. They're there. They do the job of conveying the object in the video game, and that's pretty much it. Audio. Yeah, they definitely reuse a lot of the same audio tracks, especially the zone tracks, but there's a lot of new tracks, and I think the ones that matter are the new ones. The rest are just drawing from the history of the other game in order to give familiarity and everything, and I think that's fine. Although the sound design, of course, is exactly the same as the previous game with the same exact sound effects and the same exact everything else. So it's kind of like the last one, but slightly worse because of just Control-C, Control-V, you know? Like, I don't give a shit how good a song is. If you don't do something to like make your OST your own as well as you use old tracks, then you've just failed, right? Like, let's take FF7 Remake and Rebirth as an example. Final Fantasy VII Remake has a god tier OST, but Final Fantasy VII Remake, even though it does draw from the 200 plus tracks from Remake, it has 400 plus unique tracks for Rebirth alone. 400. That's like 4 to 6 times more than your average OST. And they drew from the other tracks, and they're all bangers. You know what I mean? But it's like they made their own OST, and then they also drew from the previous game as a sequel. Remake and Rebirth being the sequel, not the OG. They're not a sequel. Anyway, anyway, the point is that they made their own OST and then they drew from other things to help complete it. This just reused a bunch of songs and then had a few extras in order to like not be a complete asset reuse. You know, it didn't have its own identity as OST that coincided with this story, if that makes sense. The music's still bangers. It's still really good. Good compositions, good use of layering and everything. Instrumentation's really nice. I think they do a good job with most of their tracks. I don't think Falcom is nearly as god tier as a composer as a lot of other people think, but I do think they do a really, really solid job. And there's some bops in there. It's just not insane. It's very good. I'm gonna say 7. Gameplay. I mean, once again, it's always one of the best things about this game, or these games, is the gameplay. I think the gameplay is really what people should be bragging about with this game, because even though it is your typical retro style RPG with just like your simple turn-based combat, there are 7 because of Geofront downgrade. God damn it, I can't even remember what I was talking about now. Gameplay, right. Even though it is basically the exact same gameplay, they did rebalance out some of the element needs for different spell unlocks. They gave the Master Quartz system, which I think is a really solid start to really polishing out that system. The problem that I have with Trails of systems and the Quartz system is it's like every game is basically the exact same with one tiny little, change made. And it's like, man, you got years and years and years to polish out this system, and instead all you do is just go like, yeah, we took some of the passives from some of the other quartz and just applied it to the Master Quartz and made that a whole thing unto itself, like the Master Quartz thing already kind of existed. And I understand, like, in universe and everything, cool, whatever, fine, I don't care. It's playing the same game 5 times, And those systems become so remarkably familiar that a tiny little change doesn't really add any depth to it. I will say, as far as tiny changes go, the Master Quartz system was definitely the best. However, it's more of a game design thing and less of a gameplay thing, and we'll get to that later. That being said, otherwise, the gameplay is essentially the exact same. I guess that's kind of a good thing, because realistically, it does help kind of like usher you in from the previous game and give you that familiarity that you want. But at the same time, they had an opportunity to really shake things up. I want to say, like, Rebirth and Remake are kind of the great example here, where you can take the same concepts and really shake it up to give it a completely different experience, even though by and large it's the same system, just a couple tweaks here and there that just, damn, it's a totally different game. You cannot play Remake and Rebirth the same way. And that's exactly what I'm getting at. And instead, I did the exact same thing, which is get a preemptive, use a team attack, win. And then, Burst actually did change things. But then they made Burst worthless for the most important boss in the entire game. And it's like, bro, what are you doing? Like, if you don't want me to use if you don't want Burst to trivialize the final boss, then balance it. Not stop me from using the core game mechanic that you added for this game. If anything, the boss should be designed around Burst and not around taking it away from the player. You know what I mean? Right? Too afraid to change things up? Yeah. The thing is what they don't realize, it's not if it's not broke, don't fix it situation. It's you're not really doing well in the sales department. You need to spruce it up, right? Because we already talked before how they only really sold about 600,000 copies per game. That should tell them that they need a winning formula. And part of that winning formula is editing the story. You need restraint, my friend. You need some fucking restraint. And if you issued that restraint on yourself, you would have a lot more time to give more depth to the characters instead of relying on tropes until you got to the actual meat and potatoes of the game. But you're spending so much time dragging everything else out, that you have to have so much generic in that filler, and you would be able to lift the game up, which would give you more time to polish up the gameplay. You know, all of that works together. But anyway, I digress. Gameplay is still solid. I love the tile-based, turn-based field system. I will say that this game had way too many, like, I interrupt everything you do and throw debuffs at you and knock you away and make everything worthless until you can use a craft attack or something like that, you know? Magic is so useful, and then they say no. And it's like, okay. And then they took away the one thing that actually let you cast magic reasonably and reliably, which was cast quartz that actually improved the time of casting to the point where you didn't have to wait until the enemy went 18 times before you cast. You know, in Sky, cast was essential because it lets you actually cast spells. But then cast is also essential in this because if you don't have it, you're going to be waiting until next year before your spell goes off. You know, and so it's just, it needs that fine tuning. I think there needs to be more speed because the game only really has like a 1 to 100 sort of speed thing. And if it was like a 1 to 500 or 1 to 1,000, like a lot of the other stats, it could fine tune where any different enemies are on that field, while also simultaneously letting you embellish in it without being too broken, you know? And so you could have a more fine-tuned system like the other stats. Of course, then again, with those stats, there's this like crazy linear scaling that is just really hard to take advantage of. And it makes it so I imagine every playthrough is virtually the same because of it. Anyway, well, also the forest level capping, that's also part of it. But anyway, overall, I think the gameplay is just as strong as the previous game. I mean, I can't really criticize it too much because it's still like that Trails combat that I enjoy, and even though it's the exact same system, I feel like I can't criticize it too much for being the same system, because I mean Dragon Quest is almost the same, and yet I don't really criticize that either. I think with gameplay it's kind of okay, but still at the same time it's the same engine, the same everything, so I'll still say 8. I don't feel like it deserves an 8. I feel like it deserves a 7, but I don't know. I feel like gameplay is slightly different. I went late, yeah, because the game refused to end. Anyway, story. Oh man, this is like simultaneously one of the weakest parts and one of the strongest parts of the game. Because like I've said, the whole playthrough, there's so much bloat, there's so much generics and tropes and like cliches and they're not done well. Like, you ever watch an anime and you go, oh, here's this moment where this thing will happen because this is the cliche, and it happens exactly the same every single time in every anime you've ever seen ever. And that's what this does. The exact same trope and cliche done in the exact same way in every anime or anime game that's ever happened in the history of time ever. And it's like complete lack of originality. And if they just got rid of all that bloat and garbage and trash and focused on creating personalities that were actually unique and actually had more of a dimension than just I computer things, or I have justice, or I'm prim and proper, and gave them a personality beyond that one dimension, and then focused on those really good story moments while building it up just enough with the in-between. Oh, so good. So good. Man, especially that chapter 2. Oh, a lot of good stuff in 3 and 4. Finale was pretty bland, pretty bland, you know, the ultimate end of the world, blah, 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 save the day, you know. Nothing really special there. It's been done a million times in the same exact way, so that wasn't really anything interesting. But the way the pieces moved and the way the game made you feel during that like political trade thing, and like all the predictions that it forced you to kind of like delve into and try to figure out what was going on. Awesome. Really, really solid. Taking into consideration all the different political structures and beliefs and how those pieces are moving and with their own internal struggles and everything, I thought was brilliant. I thought was really, really solid. You had me going. However, I will say there's kind of two things that really sort of muddy and sully it. And that is Dieter and lawyer guy. Because they're like the most unassuming good guy kind of guys. You know, they're so nice and what's the word I was using before? Altruistic and helpful, and they're all framed as good guys. And then randomly, oh, JK, out of nowhere, they're actually the bad guy. And not just the bad guy, but the mastermind, you know? And it's like NPC 322, who you never talk to, randomly being the bad guy. Like, you're not going to predict that. Because they framed, like, the game does this thing. And it's bullshit, and it's also bad writing. And I told you about the top of the tower, where, like, they were doing good things, and it accomplished a good thing, and done good for its people, but they were framed as bad when they were like, oh, finally, I have done the thing! Instead of, ha, finally, we've done the thing! And if you had voiced it like that, with happy music, with celebration and trumpets, it would have been like, wow, we did it. We're the good guys. We saved Crossbell, and we got these cool mechs to protect us now, you know. And now we can protect ourselves from Ereboni and Calvard, and we don't have to worry about their oppressive rule anymore. We can actually, you know, latch onto this. And then, but they framed it like they were the bad guys, right? Which is ridiculous because they were doing good things in a good way, and you had nothing to tie them to bad things whatsoever. They were the only reason you had them being bad guys was because the society was there. Ooh, spooky society, you know? It just felt like such a ridiculous, forced narrative to tell the player, slapping you in the face, no, you're supposed to feel this way about it because I'm incompetent as a writer, so I don't know how to write an actual situation where these are actually bad things to the viewer without shoving this in your face, you know? Okay, see in a bit. And it just, and then you'd have that chapter 2 thing, and I'm just like, oh my god, this guy's a genius, you know? Like, which one is it? I can't tell. I can't tell if it's just both incompetent and genius, or what, or just like no filter. I think it's just no filter. And then I think that like they take that concept of the anime tropes and everything, and they just take it to 11, you know? And it's just, it wears you down. It wears you down, and those awesome parts that you get in the story just feels like just so misplaced, you know? And I just, Dieter was sus. I mean, he's a billionaire. He's always sus in that regard. I can kind of agree in that way, right? Rich people are always bad, pretty much, so, yeah. I mean, like, filthy rich billionaires are almost always exclusively bad. Anyway, the point I'm getting at is there's a tremendous amount of fluff and filler. There's a tremendous amount of tropes, stereotypes, and cliches, and they're not even done well. They're done the exact same way as every other anime in existence. And then there's this forced shoving it in the face of the player about how you're supposed to feel about characters, which makes it kind of hard to predict stories, honestly, even though I did predict almost entirely every plot element except for the ones that are entirely unpredictable, like Kia. Well, I knew something was up with the Kia, and I knew she was like a construct of some kind. And what I mean by that is like the whole septarian of godliness and rewriting reality. I couldn't possibly predict that. But I knew the bells were artifacts. Anyway, I'm the lawyer. Who can predict that? Anyway, point I'm getting at is like there's some really fucking good shit in here. And then the rest of it is utter tripe garbage. Utter garbage. Like it's like going to a trough and eating with the pigs. Just whatever slop is in there. And then every now and again, the farmer comes out with like this perfectly cooked filet mignon. You're just like, blah, blah, blah. Oh. And then you get to take 2 bites, and then he takes it away and he points at the trough. Okay. You know what I mean? It's just, it's such a weird feeling because I want to praise the story for the great things that it did, but then I have to be realistic about the rest of the story being just such a drag. I'm going to say 6. Game design. They reused the old game and then said go for it with the most generic dungeons in the history of time. I mean, that's pretty much like, that's a 5 if I ever heard one. Like they reused everything, and then the new things that they gave you were just like random hallway dungeon, you know? I review every game that I finish individually as its own product. This is game, oh, I've stopped doing numbers here apparently. When did I stop? Oh, I didn't stop doing numbers. There we go. This is game 129 of my personal choice reviews. Viewer choice has another... Should be getting close. There we go. 142. So what's that? 260 games that I've reviewed on stream. Damn. But yeah, we just finished Trails to Azure. Yep, we've been streaming for almost 10 years, and I've been doing viewer choice reviews for 7 years, and then reviews for every game for about 5 years. So it's about 5.5 years worth of streaming. Which sounds about right. 40 or 50 games per year that I play. That's about right. All right. It's interesting, though, to know that I've, on average, probably played close to 400 or 500 games on stream. Wow. It's pretty cool. Beaten. You know? I beat every game I play on stream, except for very few exceptions. All right, game design. Like I said, it's just asset flip, and then the new dungeons that you do get are just pretty much generic platform dungeons with geometric patterns. And what I mean by that is, it's a platform that you walk on, and there'll be like an octagon with a triangle, circle pattern, you know, geometric shapes, circles, triangles, rectangles, rhombus, whatever, arrayed in a pattern that makes it look, oh, neat, pretty, but it's just geometric patterns. There's nothing actually there. It's just bullshit, right? You know, you take a mirroring tool and you're done, right? It's not a big deal. They don't mean anything. It didn't mean anything in the dungeon. It didn't relate to the dungeon. It's just platforms. So nothing really organic or lived in or making sense to the place that you're in. Not to mention 90% of the game was just asset flip. So there wasn't really anything going on there. I think when I review the OST and I review the visuals and I review the gameplay as being pretty much kind of acceptable and relatively the same score, this is where it takes a hit for the asset flip. Thank you, Celtica, for 88 months. That's definitely quite a long time. Thank you. So I think if I'm accepting of kind of giving a pretty close score for an asset flip, and I'm pretty accepting of an asset flip here, but here, not so much. So 5. Personal enjoyment, I had a great time with the game. I think Legend of Heroes games, while they aren't nearly as good as a lot of fans would have you believe, they're very decent, competent RPGs that are enjoyable. If you like a classic style RPG and you like the tropiness of anime stuff, and that's what you want out of your game and not anything unique or special or new, then these games are great for that reason. Not only that, even if you don't care for that kind of thing, as long as you have some patience to wade through the muck, there's some real good nuggets in there. And even just as a game where you just don't care about the story and you just kind of go through and vibe with the music and the gameplay, it's strong in that regard. It's not fantastic, but it's strong. I feel like most of the gameplay is really snappy and just fun to play through, but once you get to a lot of the bosses that just like have a bunch of the one-shot bullshit crap and constant interrupts, it's not a neat mechanic. It's just annoying. You know, that's not game design. That's just throwing party wipes out and calling you an idiot for not knowing it was coming. Like, that's not fun, especially when you've soft capped my level. Like, fuck you, you know? Anyway, that's part of the design score. Part of why I got a 5 instead of a 6. But I had a good time with it. It's fun. And I'm really looking forward to Cold Steel. Really looking forward to Cold Steel. I think Cold Steel is going to be it for me. I think that's going to be the one where I'm just like, yes, let's go, you know, kind of thing. So I'll say 7. Ooh, all right, and that is that. Like it or not, that's our review for Trails to Azure. I had a decent time with the game. Oh, hold on, sorry. What's our total? 15, 21, 28, 33. Well, that can't be right. $26, 31, 38. There we go. And I stand by that. I think this one is just as good as the last one. 7 out of 10 game. Keep in mind 5 is average. Okay, 7 out of 10 is a good score. That's an excellent score, right? The really solid games get 8s, 9s, and 10s. This is a solid. It's not a really solid game, but it's a solid game. You know, and I think that matches my perception of the game perfectly. A nice 7 out of 10 game. There are definitely way worse RPGs out there. I know. I've played them. Most of them. And knowing that there are some real stinkers out there, no matter how much issue I have with this game, it wasn't even nearly as much as some of the shit I've seen out there. They're decent games. They're not brilliant, they're not fantastic, they're not god tier. Like whenever you hear Kaseki fans talk, they always talk like Legend of Heroes is like the godliest RPG, and if you don't like this game, then you're not a real RPG fan or some bullshit. They're not that good, okay? They're not bad, but they're decent little RPGs that have too much filler and bloat and don't really evolve over time. They're kind of the same game 5 times over. And whatever, that might be great for some people, but it's just a Control-C, Control-V. There's no effort put into it, you know? The story is the thing that's unique, and yet they flop so many times with a lot of the generics and tropes and just filler, you know? And that's the one thing that should really be shining, I imagine. And in some cases it does. I mean, Beyond the Beyond's bad, but I've played way worse than that too. Either way, it's all on video, so I mean, you can go back in the VODs, and well, I guess you can't go back in the VODs. Oh, I need to update YouTube. Anyway, I'm very, very tired. That's our review. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed our journey through Legend of Heroes, but that is definitely all the time we have. And it's our conclusion to the old 2D Trails games, and we will be able to move on to Cold Steel next. Tomorrow's my day off. I will not be streaming, and on Sunday, Monday, we have Viewer Choice, which is viewer-voted games that we play every Sunday, Monday, and that game is Sands of Destruction, which is it's an alright DS game. It's kind of neat. I'm kind of liking it. It's a little awkward, a little rough, but around the edges, but it's kind of unique, and I'm digging it. I'm having a good time with it. So Sands of Destruction Sunday, Monday. I urge you to come and check that out. Probably finish it. I think it's kind of feeling like we got 1 day left with it. Who knows? Anyway, after that, on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we will not be playing Cold Steel. I need a break from Legend of Heroes games. We just did Zero and Azure back to back. I need a break. Even though Cold Steel is a refresher and with a new engine and everything, I need a break. So we're going to be doing something vastly different. I think y'all enjoy what we have in store. I already know what I'm going to play, but just in case I change my mind, I'm not going to say it. Or maybe I want it to be a surprise. So after we finish that game, that's when we'll get to Cold Steel. Looking forward to it. And I hope you guys are too. So join the Discord, hang out with us. You'll get appraised of all the things that we're doing. Not to mention there's a bunch of cool people that hang out there. Myself not included. I'm not the cool people. Everybody else is the cool people. So you get to hang out with them, which is pretty cool. And get to talk about anime and all that other good stuff. But otherwise, have an awesome evening. We'll see you Sunday, 1 p.m. Pacific with Sands of Destruction. Have a good night, everyone.